5. It is what everybody has been waiting for. Well, first off, I gotta get back to my fucking channel so I can share this about and around. Pardon, and make sure that my audio is on point. Let's see. Aces, aces, aces. I'm sounding good. I'm sounding perfect. Alright, so let's share this where it goes. Bam, ba, bam, ba, bam. Streams up, posted in stuff you made. Alright, let me share this in the TID as well. The good old glippity. Bam, at stream. Higu Thursdays are back! Exclamation point. All righty then, chat room. Let us get this started in 2 seconds while I open up my mobile live dashboard. Can you work? Yes, you do. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, chat is open. I am going to my settings right now to make sure that chat will stay open. I found this out on last stream, actually, on Tuesday, that you can go to your display settings and turn off the auto lock so that my phone will just stay open and I can just keep my chat up. So that's what we're going to be doing today. So, Higurashi Thursdays is back. And because it has been 5 months since the last Higurashi Thursday, which was the start of an episode, by the way, we couldn't even cut off at a good time, we need to do a bit of a recap. Now, I did not watch this whole thing. I skipped to the last, 5 minutes and watched a little bit of the last 5 minutes of the middle of episode 3. But I am going to give a little recap right quick so that everybody can get back up to speed. Now, I will say, parts of this are going to be wrong or vague, just period, because I haven't looked at the first 2 episodes. I only looked at the last little bit of the middle of episode 3. As such, we're just going to work off our memory, alright? And it's going to be great. So, and I'll post this recap separately to the YouTube as well, so that if people want to get back into, they can hop back in, you know? They don't have to go back and watch 20 hours of VOD to catch back up the series. They can just watch the little recap and then catch back up on stream. So, our main character is this guy, Keiichi. There might be an extra I in there somewhere. But here's our guy. He's our main dude. And he is pretty much the only male student in a really, really, really small town called Hinamizawa. So he transfers into this town with his family. And he starts going to school here. His dad's an artist. He wants to get a different perspective of small town life. It doesn't really matter. That bit is inconsequential. While he's here, he starts meeting to and talking to 4 girls who he starts being friends with. And they're going to be the primary money makers in this game, you know? So we've got Reina's got orange hair. Reina. Oh, fuck. Green. Higurashi girl. Yes, thank you, game. Shion. That's the one. Wait, no. Yeah, it's Mion and Shion. There we go. Mion. But she's green. Mion. Sadako, who's got yellow hair. Satsuko. And I made her sad and I don't know why. And Rika. Okay, so little character synopsis for these chicks right quick. So Keiichi's very much so a straight man. He's not very self-controlled. He's a horny little weirdo, as a lot of people are in this series, unfortunately. That's just how Ryukishi likes to write men. It's because it's magnanimous feminist literature. What can you say? It's all Peem. Drinking some water, taking breaks. Uh, so when things happen, he'll try to make things work. He's relatively tenacious. He's kind of just stand-in for the player character. He can't cook. He's he cares a lot about his friends. He's about as basic and white bread as it gets, so he can be a bit of a stand-in. Every once in a while, he'll say some really funny shit, but for the most part, he's just a normal guy. Reina is a little quirky in a lot of ways. She is obsessed with things that are cute. Tilda. Including to, but not limited by, these two characters, Sadako and Rika, because they are younger. So, age-wise, these three are about the same age, and these two are the same age. These ones are like 11 to 13. These ones are closer to 15 to 16. Reina likes things that are very cute, including to, but not limited by, these two. Giant brass sculpture of Colonel Sanders and Your Blood on the Walls, as referenced by episode 1. We're not going to worry about it. Mion is crafty and sly. She's the oldest of the group. She is, very coincidentally, the heir to, like, a crime empire. And she has a twin sister named Shion, who looks exactly like her. And that will be important. It'll come back up. Sadako and Rika are younger than everyone else for the most part. Sadako is a little bratty and a little stupid, and she likes to set up traps, like little capers and japes, where like you'll open a door and erasers will fall on your head and shit. It's kind of her old deal. She's my favorite character. We really like Sadako. And Rika's weird in a lot of ways. She knows way more than she lets on at any given time. She abuses her cuteness to great effect to maneuver her own ends. Take another break for water. And she's also a shrine maiden, which is important. So, this is our main cast. These are our 5. We all know each other because we're in a game club together. Game club. Where we'll just get together after school and we'll play some little games and japes and stuff. There's an official name for it. I forgot what it is. We all get together and we play in the game club. All 5 of us. Right? That's all great. So, we're all hanging out. They're all welcoming our new guy, Keiichi, and life's going good. Until there's a big festival in Hinamizawa, which is called, if I recall correctly, let me open up my Steam right quick, because I believe that the name of one of these episodes is literally just what it is. This one. Yes, the Watsunagashi. Thank you, Steam. The Watsunagashi. Watsunagashi. So the Watsunagashi is a big yearly festival in Hinamizawa where, you know, people do festival things. They set up booths. They sell shit. Rika does a big dance because she's a shrine maiden. And then at the end, they take a bunch of mattresses and futons, and they take all the cotton out of them, and they throw it in the river. It's all symbolic or whatever. But if you split up this word in Japanese, it means something close to a gut-spilling festival, because in ancient times, this festival was literally taking people and killing them, and they would die, and they would spill their guts down the river. Keiichi finds this out, and when he does, he starts to suspect things about the other characters, because they would keep such important information from him. So this changes episode by episode, how he finds this out, and how he gets suspicious of the other characters. But generally, he tries to ask them questions about this like hometown thing and its history, and they're very evasive, and they won't give him straight answers. And he gets a little scared, he gets a little spooked, as he should. And it usually ends up with him dead or dying in some way. The series is episodic in nature, with, looks to me like, from the first 3 that we've seen so far, each episode focusing on one character. So in the first one, Reina starts trying to kill us because we find out the truth or whatever. And it's not cool. We end up killing her and Mion, and it's not great. And then we somehow die making a phone call to the police. And it's all very mysterious, and we don't know what happens. And then episode 2 starts, and we go back to the start, and it's very funky. Episode 2 is a bit more light on the historical actions. We find out that, yeah, there's stuff that the town is hiding about the history and whatnot. Nothing too impactful, nothing too mind-shattering. It's mostly a character drama between Mion and Shion, where Shion absolutely trolls the fuck out of us and Mion and the reader. If you don't want to walk back and check out everything from our fucking VODs, I 100% recommend watching the episode 2 stuff, because it is amazing. It's really fun. It's really good. I'm a big fan. I love it. Let's open this back up right quick. So, that shit happens. We die again, this time by Mion's hand, and it's a bit more she's crazy compared to everything else. She wasn't crazy in the last episodes, though, so things are changing when the episodes change. Currently, in time, we are in episode 3, and the Watsunagashi has not happened yet, which is important, because when the Watsunagashi happens, things start to go bad, and it's not good. So each episode's focused on a character, so we've been spending a lot of time with Sadako, as of recently. Sadako is young, and she lives alone, due to an unfortunate accident, quote-unquote, that happened to her parents and, more recently, her older brother. We are kind of taking up an older brotherly role to Sadako, even though in a lot of ways she is more capable than we are, to kind of try to fill this void in her heart, right? Because her whole family's fucking dead, and it kind of sucks. So we're really helping her out. And she's really helping us out, because we are pathetic in a lot of ways. We fuck up the rice in the rice cooker, bro. Like, we're pathetic in a lot of ways. And there's really nothing, there's no heads or tails about that. So, when we come back, we are going to probably get to the Watsunagashi, and things will start going bad for us. But, until then, we're just going to hang out with Sadako and the rest of the fun gang, and we're going to have a great time. Hey, how's it going? I'm on stream right now doing some nonsense, so I'll be yapping for a bit. Hope you don't mind. I'll be on stream for a bit, so I got you. Alright, so that's a pretty general recap. So that means that we can start this up. When I finish the stream, I'm going to try to get this bit specifically highlighted, this little recap, so that you don't have to watch all the VODs and shit. You can just hop in. I'll get this for next time. So, I will keep this up, and let's get this started. While we do, let me turn off my music. There we go. This game has a surprisingly good soundtrack. It's peak. Man, it's a soundtrack. I haven't streamed this game in 5 months, if you can believe it. Alright, so I believe all my config settings should be about the same. Yes, they are. Things are still in full screen. Let me press this continue button. Okay, so we ended at chapter 3 last time, which means realistically we're going to get another 3 to 4 chapters in, and then there'll be another stream of this. So do keep that in mind. We're going to be here a bit. So even if you do miss something, we'll do another recap at the end of the next one, and life will be good. We'll get there plenty fine. Let me... Alright. Game starting. Alright, let's get this started. Load one of these. See you around. Wow, it has been since April, if you can believe it. Alright, so view new tips. This is what we ended the last stream with. We went through this extra on Sadako's trap course, and we realized that she's been making traps in the woods so that people will find her. And, you know, get her attention and stuff. Which, hey, that's fair. It's like a coping mechanism. So, let's get this bad boy started. Whoa! White screen. Alright then, I'm off. Got for cars. Back for dinner time. Today was the day of the barbecue party that was the Hinamizawa Fighters victory celebration. So, last episode, we won a baseball game as the Hinamizawa Fighters against some big-ass people from the city. As a ragtag group of nonsense people using some hilarious slice-of-life nonsense, suffice it to say. I recommend going back and watching that if you want, but that doesn't really matter for this. We're just going to go get a barbecue. It's an excuse to get us into a barbecue party. Of course, I, having prepared myself, skipped breakfast in order to stay hungry. Though, with all the club members coming, it was pretty possible there would be a contest based on how fast or how much you could eat. Reina was already at our usual meeting place. You cannot say that my drawing was not on point. It is fire. It is verbatim. Mion arrived a few minutes later. See what I mean? It's peak. Great. Let's get going. This old man skipped breakfast and is starving to death. I expected nothing less. I too went without breakfast, and now am in top physical condition. Wow, you two, skipping breakfast is bad for your health. Reina made sure to eat something. Yeah, you're great, Reina. Breakfast is an important part of the day. I'm sure you'll surpass that underdeveloped Mion, get yourself a nice sexy body, and be all over the dirty mags. Checks out. Hey, what's up? Gotcha. Yeah, it's not happening. We'll take responsibility. Don't give her any silly ideas. She might start eating breakfast 3 times a day starting tomorrow. She's a bit of an idiot, as is expected. Yeah, I can see her doing that. What did this gluttonous princess think was going to come for? Well, anyway, we're all nice and hungry. Let's go and treat ourselves to the big barbecue party. Alright. Venue for said barbecue was to be the Frude Shrine grounds where Rika lived. They held events and festivals there, and barbecues too, apparently. This place held all sorts of ceremonies in Hinamizawa. This is foreshadowing. People are going to die later. Come to think of it, there's supposed to be a big village festival coming up. Wasanagashi or something. It's almost like they're following along. It's crazy. The scenery you could see from that high up was fairly superb, and the calm atmosphere, particular to shrines, was something fairly difficult to find in the city. We left our bicycles at the bottom of the shrine steps and broke into a mad dash up the stairs. When we arrived on the shrine grounds, the Hinamizawa fighters and their fathers had already gathered and begun setting up for the barbecue a bit early. Of course, Sadako and Rika were there as well. When they noticed our arrival, they waved to us. Oh, so you managed to not forget about this. If y'all hadn't come, there would have been that much more for me. How truly disappointing it is. You underestimate us, Sadako. Now that we've arrived, you don't think you'll be able to have even one bite of that fabulously marbled beef, do you? Remember we ate our bento here? You and I have a fatal difference in reach. I'll be overwhelming you once again. What? I can't allow that to happen by any means. Wait a second, these aren't the original sprites? No, they are not, Webs. It's like you haven't even been following along. Okay, if you really want, we can... Okay, from what I know, 7th mod, which makes this game actually playable on my setup, has the option to use the remake sprites, which are god-awful, or the console sprites, and that's it. If you know a way to get the original sprites on this, then you know what? I'll acquiesce, and we'll go the rest of the stream with OG sprites. But I don't know how to do it, and there ain't a button, so have fun trying to figure that out. But yeah, console sprites are way better than remake sprites. Keep it on God. Cry and shout all you want. You'll just be watching us film recipes. You don't know either? Yeah, I wouldn't imagine so. 7th mod is some arcane nonsense. It is ridiculous. Don't worry though. We'll give the peppers and onions to you. I'll give Sadako lots of grilled squash too. So I hear the word squash, her complexion changed color, which took my overwhelming reach into account. She knew it wasn't just a threat. It could actually happen. I'll go tell the coach. Tell him you really love squash. If it's for you, I'll be able to get a whole mountain of specialty squash from all over Japan. Wow, good for you. Have your pick of the squash. You can have squash from dawn till dusk, 3 meals a day. Don't we just love torturing children? It's great. Reina, everyone's bullying me. Sadako tried to leap into Reina's chest. Oh no. Clearly, given another second, Reina's mock punches would have us piled on the ground. So just before Sadako hit Reina, I grabbed her by the nape of the neck and pulled her back, like she's a cat. Yeah, wonderful writing, Ryukishi. A superb reaction, with only seconds of foresight. At least it was supposed to be. But for Reina, when I caught the leaping crying Sadako, it looked like I was keeping her to myself. Bam ba bam. No, no, Keiichi. Is this Reina's? I'm taking her home. Hands up, it's cinema. Ryukishi knows how to write absolute nonsense. It's his specialty. I can't wait to... I'll probably play Silent Hill F if it ever goes on sale. That's another Ryukishi project. The maker of what may be a contender for Game of the Year in the horror genre also made this nonsense. Some would say it's required reading. Beat up me on Enrico like that too, please. Whoa, whoa, wait. Hold on there. Bro, being a voice actor for one of these projects must be crazy. I always forget that I put that emote in. It's so good. What else do I even have in here for my base emotes? I've got Jom, Saku Gasp, and one of these. Nice. All right. Now where could Rika be? There she is. Right over there. Just wait. I'll take care of her right away. She's so easy. It's light work for her. I'm bringing you straight home. Sadako, you're mean. Yeah, these two live together. Like, come on. She can get away with it, though. As evidenced by my amazing diagram here. We already knew this was going to be the end result. Shameless plug, you know how it be. You gonna take her out? Rika, serves you right. She laughed in a shrill voice at Rika and Reina's unproductive game attack while we watched them sprawl down the ground. You alright, my bar? Oh yeah, Iria. He just got introduced in this episode. He's a weirdo, 7 ways from Sunday. But would you expect anything less? Sonozaki. The coach came over and lent us a hand. Alright, I can start speaking up a little bit. My roommate was in here flicking around, so now I can really spread out my voice, you know? Yeah, it's just how we communicate, so. Don't mind us. If the way we communicate ends up leaving bruises on my face, I don't want anything to do with it. You never learn, do you? Laughed the coach loudly. Made us start to laugh, too. Sadako's laughter, Rika's yelling, and Reina's strange voice were kind of comfortable to hear. It has been a very long time. I kind of miss it. Oh, whoops, I skipped through a cutscene. The adults here knew what they were doing, so the barbecue was ready in short order. As the salad oil dripped down onto the plate with a hiss, there was a loud cheer. When the coach brought over a big plate with all the meat on it, we cheered again! Wow, this meat looks amazing. Coach, you really did splurge on it, huh? I did make a promise. Can you tell how much all this weighs? It really did cost me a lot. Of course it did. Third-rate meat wouldn't be enough reward for everything I did yesterday. Yeah, Sadako's definitely the guest of honor today. Yeah, Sadako's the one who hit that last home run, after all. She might have caught the guy off guard, but the arc and flew was long and true. It's bars! Sadako's pretty athletic. Not bad at all. She'd be one of the best of our generation. She doesn't fall behind in physical ability, even compared to moi. Maybe Sadako-chan has a big future in the world of sports. Stop singing my praises. You're making me blush. She's best girl, Chad. She's just like me. She's just like me for real. I'm not going to narrate every single Rika onomatopoeia. It's not going to happen. Sadako, for whom the excessive praise made her not notice the moderately grilled meat being stolen one after the other, was just far too cute. Mabara-san, this is heavy. Tomita and Okumura were carrying something over to us. These kids are as extras get. You don't have to worry about them. Yeah, maybe we can do a bit of and that'll work out. It was a huge barbecue plate. Whoa! Barbecue's protagonist has arrived! The plate was chock full of skewers with veggies and meat on them. The grilled burning hot meat juices made a noise as they dribbled off. I'm not sure if that gulp came through. It's a bit low pitch. I'm not sure my mic picks it up. So I got my first stream payout, but that had to go into paying off college debt. My next stream payout is going into getting a real microphone because I'm using a headset mic right now. There's a pretty cheap one that you can get for $40. That's like really, really solid that I've been looking at. So next stream payout, that's what's coming. You need a lot of heat for cooking some metal skewers. So they grilled the whole plate at once. Oh, that makes sense. Yep, can't have a barbecue without some of these. You can say that again. Oh, how about? So let's get over there. Up we go. Wow. Look. It's amazing. Everyone greeted us with a cheer. This is the hypest barbecue of all time. Not that bad for a headset mic. I agree. This thing's pretty old, too. Like, it's been chugging for a while. Every once in a while, it'll spaz out, and I'll lose the ability to hear out of one of the ears, but honestly, every single time that's happened, I just wait like a week, and it just comes back. I don't know what this is. It's a HyperX of some variety. I wouldn't be able to tell you what. Each person received a skewer with veggies and big pieces of meat on it. They also received paper cups filled to the brim with juice. In my right hand were pounds of piping hot barbecue. In the left was a cup of juice I could chug down. If this didn't make you want to dance, you weren't a man. Fair enough. Wow, I can't hold back any longer. I'm gobbling it down. Not just yet, Keiichi-on. We got a little ceremony first. Can I have your attention, everyone? The coach, with a cup of beer in his hand, mounted the nearby cooler. This is supposed to be a victory celebration, after all. Call her Baja Blast the way she wanted Mountain Dew me. We needed an opening statement. Damn, hope it ends soon. For every second this goes on, a little of the food's freshness goes away. Whoa! Sadako stomped down on the back of my foot! Fucking hell, this is. My word, men your age are so greedy. Can you not wait a bit more elegantly? I love Sadako because she talks like she's from like 300 years ago for no reason. It's great. Is everything I'm thinking really showing on my face? Okay, is everyone listening? We won a huge game yesterday. It became a hard battle after that amazing pitcher came in, but thanks to equally reliable savers on our side, we scored a beautiful turnaround victory. Give him a clap. Oh, whoops. I forgot the right click opens the menu. Both my hands are full, so the adults and older brothers gave us a round of applause. This is to celebrate that victory. As promised, I got a ton of delicious meat for everyone. Yeah, we know you love spreading around area. Eat as much as you want, use that energy on our next game. Then, after a few words of thanks to the fathers and brothers who helped with the barbecue, he led us on a toast. Cheers! They say that when toasting, you would normally down the contents of your cup. But when we were young, at the toast, all of us immediately began to dig into our skewers. Saku gasp! I love seeing Saku gasp. I feel like in Haven, it hasn't been showing up as much. But it's like my favorite emote of all time. It just gives such visceral emotion, you know? It really gets to what it's saying. After that, it got really lively, with everyone congratulating one another for things they did during the game. Like how someone made a great catch, or how awesome someone looked when stealing a base. Of course, they congratulated me, too. The savior who appeared to fight against the Koshan pitcher. Well, even what I did was all thanks to Sadako. Sadako did have a plan, but you're the only one who could have won over Kamado like you did, Keiichi-on. You did more than enough to deserve praise. By the way, Keiichi-kun, you went to eat cake with Kamado-kun after that, didn't you? You looked like you were best friends? Yeah, we did the seeds of friendship found between male rivals. Something like that. Mion for real hitting us with the, I know what you are. I'm not even going to try to explain the slice of life Ryukishi nonsense that happened at the end of last stream. You can go back and watch it if you want. All you need to know is that it was total fucking bullshit, and it's exactly what the average Higurashi viewer would say is peak. So I say it's peak. It's pretty fun. That's sorta, well, it's... Oh! I see. She's fujoshing the fuck out. That's legit. I violently brushed through Reina's hair. She turned red in the face for some reason at the friendship between males, dispersing her pleasant-seeming ideas. Now then, where's the hero, or rather the heroine, Sadako? Oh, there she is. Sadako's the Paprika, in the middle of bragging her heart out about the home run yesterday. And her teammates spared no compliment, because even though he was going easy on her, the fact that she had a throw from a Koshan pitcher was something else. Sadako was more loquacious than usual. It seemed she was in a great mood. That's saying quite a bit. She's rather loquacious at base. She was flying so high that I thought for a moment about getting a word in a teaser. But she was the leading actress today, so I decided not to bully her at all. As I watched Sadako go into things as lively as usual under the sun, it struck me that it didn't quite line up with the pleasant time I spent with her. But both of those were the real Sadako. I didn't care which it was, her smiling happily or making a big, lively fuss like this. Just as long as she would keep smiling like this forever. It's a Sadako episode, if you couldn't tell. She looks like she's having fun. Quite a lot of it. Coach had approached me from behind before I realized it. As he gazed at Sadako from afar like I had been doing, he addressed me. So I could tell he was talking about her. Yeah! Doesn't it just cleanse your soul to see her smiling? There's no subtext, bro. They already said it, now they'll say it again. Regarding to banning this shit. I made this word so good, so how about you hear it 3 times? He smiled, refreshed, searching for confirmation. I felt a little embarrassed to admit it, so against my better judgment, I played it off. Really? I don't think her smile could cleanse so much as a plate. Surprisingly good comeback. I'm sure Sadako would be mad if she heard that, but that part of her is very cute too. Careful, dude. You're like 20. Leaving her cuteness aside, I can understand him thinking Sadako getting angry for being teased would be funny. Mr. Irio, was it? It's Irie. Everyone else calls me Coach, then. I'd be happy if you called me Coach as well, Maibara-san. As he said that, Coach Irie smiled, blushing a little. Coach, you seem to like Sadako a lot. I didn't have any real basis for saying that. It's just what I felt to be true. Yeah, I do like her. I love her, in fact. When she gets older, I'm thinking of asking her to marry me. What the fuck, dude? God damn it, Ryukishi. What? This guy really says some insane stuff, doesn't he? Irie on Bumwatch? Bro, Irie's on Chris Hansen's. What is it, Dateline NBC? Is that the one? It's fucked up, dude. After being astonished by this, I hurried to put my mind back in order. I'd heard that this coach guy was the kind of person who said crazy things out of nowhere. According to Mion, if I took everything he said seriously, I physically wouldn't be able to take it. Maybe that's not against us, and that should be against him. I don't know. If I was able to ignore that part of him, he seemed like he'd be a really funny guy. I don't think you should ignore that part of him, Ryukishi. Maibara-san, did that surprise you? Could it be you're going after her yourself? That would bother me then. I've been going after her for decades, you know? Coach, Sadako hasn't even been alive for much more than a decade. Coach gave a driver now. Bro is too accepting. That's what I'm saying. Okay, to be fair, after what happened in the last couple episodes, he's accepting to a fault. You know, he'll die for some people and then still be like, yeah, you know what? That wasn't the real her. We can come back. Don't worry about it. Was this how I should be doing it? I must somehow master the art of responding to this coach motherfucker. After that, I received many words of praise for my actions. Almost too many. It was just baseball, bro. As that conversation was happening, leaving aside the controversial statements this coach person would spout suddenly, I learned he was very composed and not a bad guy by any stretch. I think that you can make the stretch. Hot take, I know. I think Sadako deserves more praise for that crazy home run she got. We spent 10 minutes talking about it! I honestly didn't think she had it in her. Sadako-chan's older brother was more the quiet bookworm type. She probably inherited the exact opposite skill set. Her brother? Right, she meant Satoshi. The one who left Sadako and ran away from home. Sadako's Nini. This is really cute. And this is incorrect. Satoshi is fucking dead. Fun fact, he was murdered brutally in the last Wasanagashi. And we'll probably hear about that in an hour and a half. If we stay on schedule, that is. Satoshi Hojo. Do you not know about him? What the fuck? Whammy, this is why you gotta be here for my recap, bro. Like, we went through everything. Literally everything that we could've. The whole deal. Don't worry, you can check back in 6 in a second. Don't want to watch Higurashi because I can pay attention. The other don't have much control over what media my brain will accept. I'm sorry, you're so cool. Not at all. I really don't care. Just trying to shamelessly plug. Speaking of real fun right now, if anyone else wants to hop in and chat. Yippee! Alright. Do you not know about him? Sadako-chan's older brother, I mean. His name is Satoshi Ojo. And he played with the Hinamizawa Fighters too! Oh, interesting! I wanted him to play a lot more, but then he transferred. So we know that he didn't transfer. And he knows that he didn't transfer. So something's going on here and he's in on it. Huh. I see. So he transferred. Yeah, maybe that was a little more considerate than saying you ran away. No, it's because they don't have their story straight. Now that he mentioned it, I think it was Reina. I think she said Satoshi transferred too. I didn't know the details of him having run away from home at the time, so I didn't pay much attention to it, but only her brother transferred? That's sort of unusual. Everyone having fun was far away, and their cheerful voices were distant for a second. The chorus of the cicadas, the Higurashi title drop, what? Separated us from them, giving me a sense of distance. At first I thought my own voice was too soft for even me to hear. But for a really long time, Coach didn't respond to my words. So at this point I began to wonder if I had said something I shouldn't have. Just when I began to feel impatient, Coach finally spoke. Something unfortunate happened. A few things, actually. After informing me that what he was about to say was a secret, Coach began to talk, a little at a time. It's been 3 years already. Right around this time of year, I think. Sadako-chan's parents were in an accident. An accident? Yeah. At a public park they visited while on vacation, they fell from a viewing platform. It was supposed to just be a little time away from the house with the family. Went for a walk on a path through a nature park after it had rained. There was a little viewing platform that looked like it had a good view. It was a stage on which the tragedy was set. The metal fixtures in the viewing platform fence had deteriorated from time, and with all the rain they'd just gotten, they might have loosened somewhat. Right before Sadako's eyes, both the fence and her parents fell. There was a river some tens of meters below. The water level was high because of the rain, and apparently very muddy. And her parents? Coach gave a thin but melancholic smile and touched his paper cup to his lips. Without saying anything, I knew how unfortunate that accident was. Now Sadako's parents had left on an eternal vacation. Incredible writing, Ryukishi. Thank you much. Then Sadako is, well... I was so focused on being careful with my words that I lost what I was going to say. A single word. Orphaned. I knew how little consideration it showed, how much it would hurt her without having to say it aloud. Come to think of it, Sadako lived with Rika-chan. At least that's what I thought I heard from the others. Wait, Rika, her father died from illness too, and her mother soon after. I feel like I heard she was living by herself. Yeah, she's living with Furude-san right now. They're probably lived many discouraging days that any parents, but they've gotten along by helping each other. Going on living without the protection of parents is very difficult for kids that age, I think. You think? Yeah. Maibara-san, you can probably understand that as well, a little bit. I've only survived because I rely on my parents, so the only reply I could give was to nod. Furude-san is particularly beloved by the older people. As long as she's here, she won't want for much. Come to think of it, you're right. Rika seems like the village mascot sometimes. I don't think she'd have a hard time living here. Rika could go, meep, just once and get 2 or 3 croquettes from a vendor after all. I feel like if she asked for help, everyone in the village would. But that only applies to Furude-san in particular. Sadako doesn't have it the same way. Rika being so spoiled was just an exception. Upon thinking about it normally, living on your own as a child should be fraught with difficulty. It wasn't then very difficult to imagine how much suffering Sadako had to go through just to live. It wasn't very difficult to imagine. Was I really thinking that? No, I was only thinking the words. I couldn't imagine it in the slightest. How was I supposed to imagine it when I saw that annoying smile of hers? There was no way I could. Found out she was living apart from her brother, and I just kind of vaguely thought that it was rather unfortunate. I mean, Sadako was smiling so energetically every single day. Was I thinking that her smiling meant that she wasn't hurt? Ryukishi was a social worker, by the way. If you read some works, maybe I should reread it with that information in mind, you know? That she didn't feel lonely. When she found out my parents were coming home the other night, Sadako said, "A family sitting around the dinner table is the most fun way to enjoy a meal of all." Those words held a lot more weight. I've seriously considered adopting her. Huh? Adoption? It's a secret. After warning me, Coach put his index finger to his lips. So he actually cares a little bit. If he's not actually to feel like an on Dateline NBC. There's this Chris Hansen video that I am going to share with y'all after this episode's over because it's really funny, but it would really ruin the mood right now. So we're just gonna keep going. I have lived a really steady life all these years. I have money and a good reputation. But marriage is the one thing I never got around. By law, obviously a single individual can't adopt a child, so I can't make Sadako-chan my adopted daughter. What a shame. Didn't take long for my plan to get her to call me Papa to hit a setback. This guy found some crazy stuff. First I was only half listening, but midway through, I realized how rude that was. This coach person seriously only wished for this one girl, Sadako, to be happy. Yeah, I think he's kind of deflecting, but he might actually not be so bad a guy. That was neither crazy nor was it nonsense. He just wanted her to be happy. Those were his true feelings. Sadako-chan's current lifestyle is probably not a very happy one, but you know, I want to make it easier for her, even if it's only a little. Of course, I can't do much for her, but share my leftover food and do errands if she's not strong enough. You're wrong. Sadako's happy. Coach showed surprise at my having declared that. There are so many people all around her that really want her to be happy. She can't possibly feel otherwise. I spoke with a serious expression, quietly, but firmly all the same. It was my approval of his feelings, and my gratitude as Sadako's Nini. This shit's so cute. It's what made me cry last time around. Thank you. Still, keep this a secret from Sadako, right? You playing Peak? You know I'm playing Peak, Takeo! How's it been? I am not gonna lie, I don't remember if you were around for the prior streams and whatnot, because I haven't done a Higurashi Thursday in 5 months. It's been a rough summer, I'm not gonna lie. I'm trying to pick it back up again, trying to start up where I left off. I will say that, I got an extra follow, so I'm gonna assume that's you. Thanks for the follow, Takeo. Unfortunately, I have chat on my phone, so it doesn't do notifications very well. It kind of sucks ass a little bit. Yeah, you do. I appreciate that. There we go. But yeah, I put a little bit of a recap of where I am in this, if you need, and that will be that'll be going up on my YouTube separately. So if you want to get that, then that'll work out. Let's keep this going. If she don't want to adopt her, she get mad if me a pervert if wanted me to call her Papa. I wonder. Sadako may have been somewhat childish, but she was still able to empathize with people. She'd call him that. I knew it. As if my feelings had gotten across, Coach grinned, satisfied, and returned his gaze to the hustle and bustle. Like, this was really well written. This is really good. Her parents and her older brother. She lost her family, had no relatives, and was hauled up with Rika, who was in the same situation. Sadako Hojo. It wouldn't be odd for her to look at life with despair, but she didn't seem to feel that way. She lived energetically, with a smile. I want her to keep smiling. Forever. It was a naive wish, and yet it was one he couldn't help hoping for. You're the same place. Everyone's telling me episode 3 is the best. I'm excited to read the end. I feel you. This is a fun fact about me that I love to share with people, in real life especially, because they don't know my YouTube or how to get there. If you go to Sansrito34 at youtube.com, where I have the first 3 chapters of this of this episode, I cry for like 20 minutes. I'm just bawling my fucking eyes out at this episode. Like the start of this episode, man. Just like her coming over and being friends and shit. Like, it's really nice. It's really well done. It's really well written. So this one's already the best for me of the first 3. And I don't even think I'm halfway through yet. It's just really, really good. Ryukishi is my fucking goat. Ads? Yeah, it's an unfortunate reality, you know. This is a side hustle at the end of the day. Let me know when you come back to me, and we'll keep this going. One he couldn't help hoping for. So, the words that I spoke were the same. What a coincidence. I think the same way. Oh, you too, my brother. That makes us friends. Let's make a promise. Promise? It's a very simple one, the coach said this, giving me a grin. That we will never, ever make her cry. You could say that's a title drop. I'm gonna give it to them. It was short and to the point. Yeah. I promised to. Coach nodded happily. We exchanged no more words after that. We just sat there comfortably, gazing at Sadako and everyone else having a good time. She'd certainly lost family, but there were people watching over her. How reassuring must that have been? Just hypothetically. If you did adopt Sadako, what would you do? That's a tough one.
それは難しい質問です
Coach
ね
gave a wry, happy smile, then exaggeratedly tilted his head in contemplation.
まずですね
Well, first, I would get her to call me
私のことを
master
ご主
and
人
make her
様
into
と
a
呼ばせ
lovely,
て
kind-hearted
優し
maid.
くか
Huh? What? How does this guy always pick the craziest time to say the craziest things, bro? My Brick. I haven't said anything yet. What are you talking about? I heard it loud and clear.
そうそう
Oh, that's
だから
right.
こう
I
自分
clearly
専
said I
属
made
の
Sadako my
プリ
own
ッチー
personal
なメイドに
printing
するっ
maid.
てはっきり言いました
あ
That does
それ
sound
は
nice.
さとこちゃん
Sadako,
を
oh,
プリ
pretty.
チ
Pretty and purity are really hard to
似てるよ
differentiate,
日
right?
本のわ
Be
びさ
careful
び
of
を
mixing
ミックス
refined
した
Japanese
和洋
words
折
and English
衷
together.
なるほどな
I get it. Honestly, the intricacies of the
日本は
language know
本
no
当奥が深い
bounds.
よな
Ah, I'm gonna check your YouTube. Thanks, boss. I appreciate it. It's just the same fucking shit. Don't bother with the Expedition 33 VODs. That is a dream that's dead in the water. I'll keep it on God. Yeah. Nothing for it. Just how it goes, you know. I plan to... This will go up on the YouTube as well.
そうそう
That's
ケイ
right.
ちゃんはよく
Kei-chan,
理
you
解して
do
よ
understand.
そういうことで
Then with that, it's time for... My hand shot out and grabbed Shion, smiling, waving, and about to leave by the nape of her
お
neck.
い待て
Hey, wait right there.
突然
Don't
現
just
れ
show up out of nowhere and start saying crazy stuff, alright?
とんでもないことって
Speaking
言
of
っ
saying
たら
crazy stuff,
ケイ
I
ちゃん
thought
と
the
監督
Sadako
が
love
してた
talk you're having with the
貞
coach
子
was
ラブ
pretty
なトークの
crazy
養
too.
子縁組
I'd
のあ
perform
た
a
りから
reenactment of the
再
adoption
現
bit.
して
Wanna
ご覧
see?
に出ます
Ah, you've been hiding ever since then? Really?
お姉にすら
Kei-chan,
かな
you
わない
can't
ケ
even
イちゃ
beat
ん
my
は
sister. You're 100
私に
years
歯
earlier
向かおう
challenge
な
me.
んて100年
What do
早
you
い
think
っ
about
て
the
ことです
OG background and sprites? Okay, I think that, and this is an opinion that I share with Joseph Anderson of fucking Umineko fame, that the OG sprites are really, really good. I think that they are soulful, I think is the best word. They have a lot of passion in them. Ryukishi is not a very talented artist, but he is very good. But, unfortunately, I'm playing on 7th mod, and I don't think that there's a way that I can get the OG sprites. Whammy in chat was talking about that earlier, trying to get the OGs. If you know how to get 7th mod working so that I can get to the base sprites, then I will put them on, because I do think that they're better. But between console sprites and the remake sprites, I think the remake sprites are fucking dog shit. I think that they are awful. Like, look at this facial expression. Look at this. This is not at all the vibe that I think she should have. And this, I just don't think it's right, man. Like, the OG sprites definitely get the moods across better, but this is a good second. Yeah, so if I can figure out how to get the originals, I'll figure that out. I can definitely try to figure that out before next Thursday, before the next Higurashi Thursday. If that's something that everybody wants, I can definitely get that working. But for now, and the rest of this stream especially, I'm just going to move on with what I got. The remake's so bad. Yeah, it's like, what were they even thinking? Like, I started off with Yumineko streams is where I first heard about all of this shit. And Yumineko remake sprites. Like, I want you to look at this shit for me. So this is fine. Where are the... Look at this, bro. What is this nonsense? It just doesn't cut across the same stuff. They just didn't know what they were doing. I got a bit off topic. Let's get back to it. Kei-chan, you can't even be my sister. You're 100 years too early to challenge me. This was Shion Sonozaki, the younger of the Sonozaki twins, though she hadn't a scrap of the reserved quality you'd expect from a little sister. She was a villain no better than her older sister. Honestly, if Sadako didn't exist, she ought to be my favorite character by far. The fucking japes that she pulls off in episode 2, the whole setup where she makes you think she's Mion for like 4 straight chapters, just hit you with the reveal. I was laughing my fucking ass off, dude. Oh my god. It's really well done. We met the other day in town. I dug myself into a hole when I mistook her for Mion. Unlike Mion, Shion said she was living in Okinawa, so I thought we'd never see each other again. But to think we actually would. My frankly displeased and goodness gracious, my frankly displeased expression didn't change a bit either. This must be what people mean when they say something like water off a duck's back. I know how to get a mod, but it's in French. Ooh. Unfortunately, I am in English only, and I have a little bit of Spanish in me, but not enough to bother reading Higurashi with it. I'd say that reading a visual novel is probably a really, really good way to learn a new language, but not this one. Not this one for sure. You would not want to be talking like Ryukishi writes. That is just it's a recipe for disaster.
シオンさん
Shion-san, you came! I was disappointed because I thought you wouldn't make it.
してたんですよ
Well, I couldn't think of anything else to do, really. Figured I'd come around and tease you all a little. Coach, why'd you need to call Shion to our victory celebration? How'd she contribute to our team's win? Well, you see, I'm actually the manager for the Hinamizawa Fighters. The manager? No, wait, then why weren't you at the game?
なんで昨日の試合にいなかった
Yeah, I don't even understand some words and I speak French fluently. Yeah, I mean, like, a couple bars ago, I was laughing at him using the word loquacious to describe Sadako. When was the last time you heard the word fucking loquacious? Like, keep it on God. Loquacious. What does that shit even mean? Tendency to talk a great deal talkative. That's just not even a real word, man. No one's used that word in 40 years. Because I'm like a ghost manager. She seemed to think I'd forgive her if she stuck out her tongue and smiled. She wasn't sorry at all.
シオンちゃんが
The match wasn't nearly as pretty without you there. I won't tell you to come by practice, but couldn't you at least come to games to root for us? Like you used to.
来てくれませんかね
That might be important, actually. That might be big.
まあ
I'll think about it.
ケイちゃんが
Maybe I will if Kei-chan joins the Hinamizawa Fighters.
私
I can't get into a cheery mood when there's no good-looking guys on the team.
張り合いがない
Oh, so they are referring to Satoshi. Okay, okay. This is actually pretty important. This could come back. Loquacious, what the fuck is it? That's what I'm saying! It's nonsense. I don't even want to know what kind of nonsense Japanese people were trying to deal with in '07 when they were trying to read this back in the day. Did Shion just smoothly say something absurd? Yeah, she did. She's flirting. Shion! You little, where'd you come from? Suddenly, Mion came running over, lashed onto my shoulders, and pulled me towards her. I know what you are, Mion. Ah, it's Mi-chan's little sister! Hello, Shi-chan!
えなさん
Hey, Rena-san! I'm honored you remembered my name. We only met the
名前を
once!
覚えてもらって光栄です
Oh, not at all. Thanks for remembering Rena's name, too.
ありがとう
Cut the stupid greetings! You're not allowed to solicit Kei-chan! He's the hope of our club! Don't pull him out and put him in baseball like he's some kind of plant! Mion gave a low growl as she grappled my arm. She looked like a little girl clinging to her toy. Yep, Keiichi's the star rookie of our club. We can never trade him away. Rena's smile hid a nonchalant bloodthirst. She was blocking Shion's ray, ready to unleash an ultimate attack if she got within 2 meters. Okay, so this is very deep Sensory 34 lore. About 2 years ago, my university held a fighting game tournament for Golden Fantasia, the Umineko fighting game. And I got second place despite not knowing what Umineko is or having ever played the game before. But there was a lot of talk about adding Higurashi characters to it. It wouldn't work because the power level of Reina is everyone else's combined. She's too fucking strong. That was the general consensus of the event. I had no idea what everyone was talking about, but that shit just hit me like a brick. That's crazy. Man, I haven't thought about that in years and years. Golden Fantasia is really fun. I felt like this was going to turn into a bloody battle. That's too bad. We'll leave the negotiations for another time. You don't have the right to negotiate. Coach, why'd you call Shion here too? She's a ghost member. She's been slacking off for a year. I thought it'd be even more fun if Shion was here. Yep, it definitely worked. That's what he planned for all along. Mission accomplished. Hey, Kei-chan, come over here.
みんなでゲームやるよ
We're all playing a game, with strings attached, of course.
しーちゃんも
Shi-chan, how about you? The rules are simple and it'll be fun. Should I? I'll just win if I join in, after all. I love this energy. She's great. I don't want to ruin my sister's presidential image. Goodness gracious. That's my bad. The scroll wheel and the right click open menu on this. I wish there was a way to unbind it because I keep accidentally doing it, but no dice. Mion, now irritated, turned around with a glare. I think that was a rather apt recreation, if I say so myself.
なんです
What is it, my sister? Should I join in to make this a battle of the siblings? For your sake, I don't think we should, but if you want to so bad. I won't let you play, Shion. We're leaving you out. Bleh. Well, Mion just avoided a direct confrontation. Seems like the twins were completely incompatible with each other. You won't let her play? I was looking forward to seeing you two face off. I hate Shion. I'm bad against her. An angry Mion dragged me away. Slide. Do your best. I'll be rooting for you. Go for it, Kate-chan. Yay! I forgot that this is how they translate it. Fighter! Oh! Shion waved her hands at us, reveling in the bliss of teasing me on. I am the oldest of 5, so yeah, nah, I feel her. I'm in the same boat. Alright! Club activities had begun, which meant I needed to clear my mind. Right. What was today's battle? Today's punishment game. I'd take anything on. Alright, Keiichi-san. You should prepare yourself. We're going all out today. What are your theories for the end of the episode and everything? That's really hard to say, mostly because the ends of episode 1 and 2 were so fundamentally different, right? But I cannot imagine... So first off, this is a Sadako episode, just period, right? She's on the fucking... Oh, well, I can't show it anymore because I'm full screen into this, but she's on the little Steam icon. The whole episode has been talking about her so far. It's a Sadako episode. But I really can't imagine Sadako going murderous, or even under the town's influence, like Mion and Reina can, you know? I can't picture it, you know? Ugh. Sorry about that, took a break for water. So my theory so far is that she is going to be more of a damsel in distress type, and we are going to have to work with her to defend her and us against everybody else in the town, because she is going to be the next target of the Watsunagashi, because it missed her when it got her brother and the rest of her family, right? So I think it's going to be a defend Sadako type mission, and we're going to need to keep her safe against everybody else. And we're going to fail, unfortunately, because we're only in episode 3 and we can't get all the answers just yet. But I do think that that's where it's going, and I really hope that it is that way and she doesn't end up wanting to kill us, because I've said this a couple times before, she's my favorite character. I love how she's written. She's really cute, and she reminds me of, like, all 3 of my little sisters put together in the best way possible. So yeah, that's my theory so far. I think we're going to home alone our house, or her house, and we're going to have to defend ourselves against the rest of the town when they come for her for the Watsunagashi. We'll see if I'm right. Probably not tonight. I'll keep it real. We'll probably keep the stream going for another 3, maybe 4 hours? I'll play it by ear. I'll see how I'm feeling. It is already 8 o'clock. We'll see. Sadako or not, I'll crush you all mercilessly. Reina will profit from your battle and fish herself up a win. Bloon's house defense? That's what I'm saying, Whammy. It's gonna be legit. It's gonna be the craziest shit ever. I mean, Sadako is the trap girl. Like, it's gonna be the... We're gonna Macaulay Culkin the whole setup. We're gonna go into the forest where she has all those fucking traps set, where priorly was just like a metaphor for her missing her family or whatever and longing for attention. But then it's gonna come back. It's Chekhov's gun. It's Ryukishi's fucking pit trap in the woods. Then I'll get all the manta rays first and ride them to victory. Oh, Rika-chan's flat like a manta ray. That's fucking uncalled for, Reina. I want to take you home. Alright, everyone. We have a lot of people today, so let's play something easy and simple. Today's game is... And chapter break. You know, I really should have clicked forward 4 lines so I could have all of these conversations on the black screen. But what can you do? Can't do everything. Everyone who lost the game dropped out and had to clean up after the barbecue. Ryukishi was like, yeah, you know what? We've had enough nonsense this episode. We can just skip ahead a bit. I don't know. Everyone told me this episode's the best one. I think Sadako's going to kill us or she's going to die, something like that. That's what I'm thinking as well. I think that we're going to work with her to defend her, but then she's going to die early on, and then we are going to take a bit more of an active role in the story, is what I'm thinking, right? Like, in the past 2 episodes, we've been the victims for the most part, you know? We really haven't done very much of anything. So I'm thinking that Sadako is going to be something that kind of spurs us into action and tries to get us into a bit more of an active offensive role, right? So maybe we're going to get some answers, you know? Maybe we're going to go find some of Shion's family, or we're going to go into the warehouse to find some more information, or I don't know. That's my theory so far. I think that we're gonna defend with Sadako because she's the best, and then something's probably gonna happen to her, and it's gonna suck. And I don't want it to happen, but it's probably gonna happen. And then we're gonna do something for the first time in the story. Ears open. Xion laughed more uproariously than anyone had ever heard when she saw my loser face. Okay. Was my getting bombed out of the game really that funny? The answer's yes. Man, oh man, K-Chan's face! He was like, how can you still call yourselves human? Ah, damn it. And it all worked out when I bought the scissors. What? If only Sadako and Rika hadn't betrayed me. It was going great while we maintained a united front, but Sadako had been quicker to betray me than I was her. She was just a tiny bit better than me. Okay, I wish you didn't say that, because now the story is literally foreshadowing exactly what you said. So, I think I'm good. I have a theory, but I don't think you got there for now. Yeah, I feel you. I'm definitely a bit too early into this. This is still chapter 4. And there's, what, 10? 12? We're not even at the Watsunagashi yet. Like, a bunch of shit is gonna happen. We're not even there yet. Plot is gonna happen. We're just not there. Oh, I warned you about Trust and Hoja. Tomita and Okumura were unanimously wearing I told you so faces. Incidentally, those two are victims of Sadako's traps pretty early on as well. Ah, damn. I was trying to do well enough to make up for you two. And once again, for the showdown, didn't matter. Maybe this meant I still couldn't catch up to the other members just yet. You were gonna have the lowest ranked member of the club play a punishment game, weren't you? She had remarked as though forcing me to recall something I tried to forget, even for a moment. Is that right? Come to think of it, my bro, when he came up with the punishment game with the president, you looked really heated up. What on earth did you decide? Earlier Mia told me to get an Angel Mort uniform ready. Does that have anything to do with it? She told me to get the biggest size I could find. Tomita and Okumura were giving these complex, indescribable looks, mixing empathy, pity, and the desire to see something scary all at once. All I could do now was laugh. Strangely enough, the more I laughed, the more it felt like it was actually funny. Oh my god, I lost. Oh my. Mybro, what's the matter? You're smiling, crying, and howling. It's okay, he's pretending not to like it. He can't hide his excitement at the opportunity to gain valuable experience using the punishment game. Nah, in this episode it's happening quickly. I'm on chapter 7-9, it's getting in there pretty quick. Ooh, these guys have sprites? Of course they have sprites! They're the best of the best! I think that is a benefit of the 07th mod, actually, that I'm using. Yeah, they gave them sprites. There's a couple other smaller characters that have sprites, like, some of the police people, some of the extras in the police station have sprites as well, that the main detective talks to all the time. So yeah, it really helps them out. It's good stuff. So, since things are happening in chapter 7 and 9, we're gonna get to where the plot gets spicy in this stream, so that'll be exciting. I'll catch up to you, maybe, if we can get through. Right? Oh! What do you mean, valuable experience? I held my hand in my hands in agony. My state of mind can be summed up with a 3-letter word. It was... sob. That's an onomatopoeia, big dog. Coach gently put his hands on my shoulders. Was he comforting me? Maibara-san. In times where you must accept hardship, just imagine that you're a maid on the receiving end of some strict disciplining. This guy's got like 2 character traits, bro. Calm down. See? Doesn't the hopeless situation seem kind of fun now? Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? Red in the face and indulging in his imagination. Still holding my shoulders. Coach said, "Oh, master," and started twirling around like a ballerina. I had to wonder what kind of word associations he had going on in his head. At the very least, it was different than what was in mine. The first thing that comes to mind when I think of disciplining certainly isn't maids. Tomita-kun, Okumura-kun, your coach is pretty funny. I'm surprised he could even be a coach. I'm gonna let you play. Good night. Unk! I'm like 20, dude. Calm down. I don't deserve this, man. This is the problem with being on the internet in the modern day, man. Like, I'm a fucking university student, and people think I'm the oldest motherfucker on the planet. But yeah, I'll see you around, Teika. See you next time. Oh, man. Tomita and Okumura exchanged glances and answered with dry smiles. Then they added that he was a really nice person most of the time, which is something you'd normally say about a person like that. Kojo's questionable revolution slowed to a stop, and then his expression returned to a clear, calm one, almost making what just happened seem like an illusion. He can switch gears way too fast. Then let us start cleaning up. Maibara-san, he keeps quite strong. I'm 17, so you're old for me. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I guess I should get used to that. All my friends are getting married and shit, and it's like, damn. I need to stop questioning my life choices and just sit and play the fucking anime game. Oh my god. Oh man. But yeah, it's nice to have you around. I have my head in my hands, bro. How did I get here? Alright, let us start cleaning up. Maibara, you seem quite strong. Could you bring the plates over to the wash basins to clean them? Right, I'm on it. Hoist the door barbecue plates, each with slimy oil, and look for the wash basins. Ah, these are heavy. Bye, Unc. See you, nephew. See you around. See you next Thursday. Or I'll be streaming League of Legends over the weekend if that's your speed. That's kind of my big thing. So I'll see you tomorrow no matter what. Where are the wash basins? Over there? Maybe I should make it there before my arms get out. Head toward it at a trot. A lot of the adults who've been helping out were using the wash basin, so I gave up and looked for a different set. I asked them, and they told me there were more right at the assembly hall too, so I played around that way. Rather than multiple basins, there was just one faucet there. I initially thought it'd be too small to wash plates as big as these, but it'd probably still be fast and waiting for a faucet to open up. Turned the faucet in water, much nicer looking than a gush force. Put a plate under the faucet and scrubbed it with my hands to try rubbing clean. It didn't go very well. There you go. A sponge and dish soap. Yeah, you kind of need that for grease especially. It doesn't really work otherwise. Let me help out my algorithm here. There we go. You can't wash them with just water. It was Shion. She threw a brand new sponge and container filled with cleaner to me. Oh, thanks. You should just put them by the basins left to the grown-ups. You're always doing the right thing. Got the feeling that wasn't quite a compliment. Answer with a forced smile. I was surprised to learn you're the manager for the Hinamizawa Fighters. I thought you didn't do stuff like that because it's too much of a bother. Yeah, it is quite a bother. That's why I stopped showing up. Didn't Coach say he wanted you to come back? You should pay a visit once in a while. If I feel like it, I guess. She made it sound like the end of the world could happen before she felt like it. Whoops. I couldn't keep washing the dishes while preoccupied with the conversation, so I decided to take my task seriously. She had neither offered to help nor got my way. She just watched the water flowing. Oh, right. I heard something. You were the star player yesterday's game, weren't you? Sadako hit the home run, so I think she was the real star. I didn't know she had those kinds of reflexes. It surprised even me. She's totally different from Satoshi-kun. There's not much doubt that all of the athletic ability in the family went to her. Shion smiled as she spoke, her eyes looking at something far away, betraying her reminiscence. Satoshi-kun. Sadako Hojo's older brother. You know, Satoshi Hojo-kun? Oh, right. You just moved here this year, didn't you, Kay? You would have never met him. I was a little surprised Shion knew about Satoshi. Never met him, but I know a little. After their parents passed away, he transferred to a different school, right? I've always said he ran away from home. He was slightly more vague, whereas everyone else did. Transferred? Who said anything like that? I hadn't yet realized that Shion's tone had changed slightly. Uh-oh. Well, I mean, who was it then? Yeah, I heard it from someone. Then he transferred. Who? You said that because you asked someone, right? Who did I ask? I don't really remember. Even so, he transferred, so that's that, right? Not like there's a problem. There is one. Does that mean there's a record of his transfer to another school, and that someone saw it, or heard about it? Around that time, I not only noticed how awfully caught up on the Shion was, but also how startlingly dangerous her eyes had begun to look. Shion? What's up? You look really serious. With that, Shion seemed to realize the expression she was making. She took a deep breath, pretended to fix her hair, and went back to her composed expression from before. Oh, I'm sorry. But, Kei-chan, you don't know that much about Satoshi-kun, so please don't say he transferred, or anything like that. I'm serious. Please. I realized I must have said something I shouldn't have, but I wasn't immediately sure of what I should apologize for, so I just said one safe word for now. Sorry. I just sort of heard he transferred and believed it. Was it actually something else? It was, of course. Perceived by his parents, he had left his sister and run away. But I wanted to try and avoid using the words run away, so I pretended not to know. Upon seeing my flustered reply, Shion realized she was intimidating me and lowered her voice a little. I'm sorry. I'm not blaming you for anything, Kei-chan. I was being a little harsh. I apologize.
別に気にして
I
ないよ
didn't really mind. That was a fib. I was actually a little scared. Was there something wrong with saying you ran away? Was there some sort of misunderstanding in saying that you transferred? So the people that read know that he's fucking dead. Ooh, that's bars. So that's it. Before I could ask her, she turned her heel to leave.
おい
Hey, Shion.
じゃ
Right, good luck with those. Looks like your plate is last. That's the last one you need to wash. Her final remark reminded me of the dishes I had so easily forgotten about. So immersed in conversation were we that it got pretty late. Turned the faucet on again to get the water flowing faster. Whoosh! Violently scrubbed the plates. When I turned back around, Shion was no longer there. By the time I finished washing the plates, the other things had been cleaned up, the air had cooled off where I realized it, and the heat that had stuck with us all day dispersed. A nice breeze started to blow. I believe that is our chapter break, because we already had a Fade to Black earlier. And if it is, I'm going to use this time to take a piss. Is it?
では皆さん
Nope!
集合
Okay, everyone, can I have your attention? Coach got everyone together to make his closing remarks. And with that, another fun day due to his close. P-break, not just yet! I'm stuck here! Forever! In the end, Mion ended the game with a magnificent victory. Sadako and Rico, who had labored so hard to betray me, had fallen into a huge trap, leaving them frustrated about more than a few things.
裏切るやつ
People who betray others will one day be betrayed themselves. Never been more true, huh? Yeah, you're not the one I want to hear that from, Cage-san. Reina didn't fall for anyone's tricks. That's how I got second. Second! Reina doesn't buy into lies very easily. She has a sharp wit. I'm surprised. She seems like she'd fall for the first lie to come her way. Funny you should say that, Kei-chan. You desire to prey upon others, and right away, you became the prey. Make sure you don't fall for those dumb schemes that promise high returns the more friends you rope in, okay?
へいへい
Yeah, try harder. Oh, man. Even good friends will lay traps mercilessly and betray everyone in sight once they get into a serious enough game. But despite that, once it's all over, they can feel refreshed and laugh together. Ain't that the truth? Remind me of how we were all such great friends. Anyway, I'm looking forward to Keiichi-san's punishment game. However, can you really implement such a thing? I would think the store manager would have a thing or two to say about it. No. No! They're gonna make him run a shift! No! I wonder. Maybe Keiichi will be really cute. Cute! I kinda wanna see how... I am on the edge of my seat. I will trip him up and make him wipe the floor. Thanks! Thanks, Rika. Oh, that would be great. Mion kind of laughs like I do, so in that regard, we're a bit similar. Ah, why couldn't I win now of all times? Whenever I think I'll definitely win today and that I'll make someone else play the punishment game, I lose! Is it not enough? Do I not believe hard enough in victory? Oh, man. Oh. The wailing of the loser tastes like sweet honey. How sad, how sad. Pet, pet. This is how you get stronger, Keiichi-kun. It's like I'm looking at Michan from last year. Michan last year? What, did she always lose and moan about it? How very interesting. I didn't know our undefeated president Mion was once like me. No need to talk about that. Mion hastily covered Reina's mouth. Everyone watching her burst out laughing. Finally, Rika pulled on Sadako's sleeve. Okay, we should be going soon. Oh yeah, we gotta go shopping for dinner, mustn't we? I want to keep talking like this forever, but it was getting late. We stood up with Sadako and Rika and decided to go on our way home. Alright, bye! See you tomorrow at school! Everyone waved to each other and split up for the short time between now and tomorrow. Okay, let's go! We began walking down the tall staircase leading from the shrine grounds. As the sun started to set, the afternoon's heat began to disappear as though we're never there. Just listening to the chorus of the Higurashi title drop was enough to make me forget about how hot it had been today. Come to think of it, it's still June, huh? We didn't have a rainy season at all this year, like all of a sudden it's just summer, you know? No, I thought about it, she was right. It was June, the seasons of long rain, of hydrangeas and snails. Hadn't seen a real rainy season since transferring here. According to the weather forecast, it's supposed to get more rainy during the first part of the week. There warned people about heavy showers. Hope it doesn't run into Wasanagashi. Heavy showers? You better not be lifting them then. Oh, I am hilarious. I'm eating my vitamin gummy because I forgot about it. That's right. Rainy season's supposed to be rainy. Raina likes all the rain in the rainy season. What? So much rain just makes me depressed.
ねえケイちゃん
Hey, Kitchen. Huh? Oh, I was a little spaced out, so I was late in answering. I was thinking back to my conversation with her sister. When I said that Satoshi transferred, Shion clearly got angry. She was mad at me for saying something so careless. I mean, it may have been a vague way of skirting around the fact that I ran away from home, but I don't think it was so bad that Shion would need to feel mad about it. I wasn't really satisfied with it. I felt like a child, ignorant of what I was being scolded for. So my thoughts spilled out of my mouth in a very direct fashion. Sadako had a brother, right? Named Satoshi, I think.
Eh?
Uh-oh. What? As soon as I said the name Satoshi, Reina and Mion both lost their relaxed, comfortable mood and made strange expressions. Should I have avoided talking about this? That's what they made me think. But I've already said it, so that's that. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't interested. What happened to Satoshi? Did he move away? That's such a transparent way of putting it, but my desire to know everything, I feigned ignorance.
え
Mion turned around and looked to Reina for assistance. Reina looked between us and quietly and softly spoke. Wait, did we not tell you? He transferred out. When I said those words to Shion, she got upset, so I answered her with the same words Shion had given me.
転校って
Transferred? Who told you something like that?
誰がそんなこと
Huh? I'd only intended to borrow Shion's word, but I said exactly the same way she had. Right down to the thorns. I realized what I'd done. I immediately tried to soften my record. If you really transferred, there'd be records of it at school and stuff, right? But
そんなの
is there
実
actually
際には
anything
出
like
てないん
that?
じゃないのか
Mion and Reina, their eyes grew wide. They were at a loss for words. I started to feel like I was doing something really bad. Thought they were only hiding the fact Sadako's older brother ran away out of consideration for
別
it.
に
I'm not trying to blame you for anything. I just wanted to ask what happened. That's all.
サトシはどうしたのかなって
I wasn't trying to blame
聞いて
them.
みてるだけ
The
のつもり
fact
で
that I had to remind them even looked like I was tormenting them with an impossible question. No, maybe I was bullying them. Maybe I'd lashed out in retaliation for Shion getting mad at me. This whole day had been so much fun, but now, why did I have to go and say something that made all of it meaningless? Couldn't help but regret my own careless curiosity. That's enough, let's drop it. So how to say that? Mion spoke up.
えっと
It's not like we were hiding it or
別に
lying. I
隠そう
hope
と
you
か
understand
騙
that's
そうとか
not what we were trying to
そういうつも
do.
りじゃないのを分かってほしいんだ
Mion's tone conveyed her genuine awkwardness. They sounded like the excuse of a child who had presented with evidence of her own mischief.
サトシは
Satoshi, well, he
No.
didn't transfer schools. Mion
転校
said,
したわけじゃないん
resigning
だよ
herself. Ooh, we got the creepy music. But I felt bad for pushing her to say that. So, it's okay. Let's stop talking about it. Sorry for teasing you. I want to apologize. But right before that,
帰ってこない
he won't come back.
Eh.
What? I like Mion's stammer reply. Reina's extremely clear and resolute.
帰って
He
こないって
won't come... What?
ある日から
He won't come back
家に
home.
帰って
Ever since that
こない
day. He won't come back. That was a strange way of putting it. Normally you could say that he hadn't come back yet. At least I thought you'd only say it like Reina did if he wasn't capable of coming back. You wouldn't say it like that when talking about someone who ran away
帰
from
っ
home.
てこないって
What do you mean he won't
じゃ
come
あ
back?
サ
Where
ト
did
シ
he
は
go?
どこへ行ったん
知らない
Don't know. Reina's word choice felt cold. It was so cold that I couldn't muster a response
だ
right
から
away.
さ
Well, she's right.
ある日を
After that day,
境に
Satoshi hadn't returned home.
サトシは家に帰
Mion
って
noticed the
こない
deadlock and hurriedly followed up on what Reina had
まあ
said.
その
Well, that is, everyone in the village
それ
searched
じゃ
for
み
him,
んなで
and we even
探
got the
したし
police to help us look.
それでそ
And,
の
well, they started thinking that maybe he ran
家
away.
出じゃないかって
They
話
started
になって
thinking that maybe he ran away? When we went away from home, I thought you were supposed to leave a note or something. So when Satoshi ran away, he would probably have left some kind of a letter apologizing to Sadako. Just kind of what I figured. But from the way Mion was talking, it seemed a little different than just running away from home.
警察の
The
人が
police
調
did
べ
an
たけど
investigation. Satoshi had been
Satoshi
earning
って
money at a part-time
バイ
job
ト
and
と
had
か
some
で
put
それを
aside. They learned that on the day he
いなくなった
vanished,
時
he
に
withdrew it all.
で
And then at Nagoya
名古屋
Station, they
駅
spotted
とか
someone who
で
looked a lot like
サトシ
Satoshi.
によく似た人が
He
目撃され
withdrew
た
all
と
his
かで
savings to fund his escape from home. Was that it? Seemed consistent enough to me, but before I could say anything,
私は
I think that's a lie.
サトシ君
Sashi didn't run away.
じゃない
declared Reina
ちょっと
shortly.
待てよ
Hey,
転
wait,
校し
so
た
if he
わけ
didn't
で
transfer
引っ越した
schools
ら
or
そ
move
れで
away and he didn't
家
run
で
away
一
from
体
home, then what on
足
earth?
りないよね
Stop it, Reina. Mion whispered to her. Reina continued without interruption. And then she said this.
だってこれは
Because it was Oyashiro-sama's
お社
curse.
様のたた
Huh?
たった
A curse? It took some time before I understood what Reina meant by that. Mion clicked her tongue and shook her head a little.
サトシ君
Satoshi talked to me before he disappeared. He said someone was watching him, stalking him. They even followed him home.
寝ると
He
き
told me that when he went to bed, they were standing there at his bedside looking down at him. Stop it,
そ
Reina.
れは間違いな
It's
く
important of Oishiro-sama's curse. There's no doubt. I think somewhere deep down, Satoshi was probably thinking about abandoning Hinamizawa and running away. And Oishiro-sama wouldn't allow that. I said, stop it. Oishiro-sama is the guardian deity of Hinamizawa. He would never allow anyone to abandon Hinamizawa and run away. I apologize for it, but Satoshi probably
きっ
didn't.
と謝らなかっただから
It must have been. It must have been Oishiro-sama's curse.
様の
Oishiro-sama's curse. I hadn't intended to repeat it, but the words came out of my mouth anyway. Oishiro-sama's curse. The policeman said he ran away, but I don't believe it. I won't believe it! It's just a lie told by some self-important people who don't want to admit it was the curse. Whether or not you believe in the curse, it's... Mion struck Reina in the head. And not in a joking way, either. I told you to give it a rest! Try to be nice, but you pushed me to my limits. Jesus Christ. Pushed to her limits. There was plenty of displeasure and anger in Mion's face at the moment, yeah. For a few moments after being hit, Reina looked astonished. Perhaps the voices of the Higurashi calmed her frantic mind, because after a little while, she regained her original calm expression. I think my theory stocks are going up. I don't know what to say. We arrived at the place we always split up with Mion. No one said a word till we got there. The voices of the Higurashi just tortured our ears with their buzzing. We'd always split up with Mion here, leaving just Reina and me. Hey, Kei-chan, didn't I promise to lend you some manga? Wanna come over real quick? Huh? She promised that? Or I quickly realized it was a convenient way of saying she wanted to talk to me, alone. Oh, I see. Okay, Reina will go home. Maybe she realized it, maybe she didn't. Thankfully, she said she'd go home before us. Bye, Reina. See you tomorrow. Yep, see you tomorrow. Keiichi, don't be too much of a bother now. It's already evening. I'm just gonna borrow a few bucks. See ya. Considering the fun day we had, it was very insipid and lonely parting. Hey, don't worry too much about before. After a little while, Mion finally spoke. Quite some time passed since splitting up with Reina. No, I'm not, really. I think it was my fault, anyway. We weren't trying to hide anything about Satoshi. It's just one of those things that we shouldn't mention, you know? At this point, I understood exactly what she meant by that. Judging by her odd interaction with Reina, I understood so well it hurt that I shouldn't ever talk about it again. Actually, if that's the case, then with Shion, too. No, this is a bigger problem. Sorry. Talking about it in the first place had been indiscreet. I shouldn't have been interested in it at all. That's why I really had to think about it, about why everyone got so irritated. Idiot. Stop it! Keiichi! Shut the fuck up! By the time I tried to warn myself, I'd spoken already. I won't ask ever again, so could you tell me honestly? What on earth happened to Satoshi? He ran away, right? For a long time, she remained silent, but finally unable to endure it, she began to speak, timidly. Have you ever heard about Oishiro-sama's curse? Just a little bit. I got the gist. I only heard someone in class talking about it. Oishiro-sama's curse was the name of the deity protecting Hinamizawa that they worshipped at the shrine we had the barbecue at. A few years ago, when they started talking about flooding Hinamizawa as part of the dam project, one of the people died or something, and they blamed it on the curse. That's how it was. Satoshi's dead parents, they were proponents of the dam project. Wasn't everyone in the village against it? Why would they support the project if they lived here? The dam project that would flood the whole city? Heard the village all got together to fight the project, but it was a little hard to believe there were villagers who supported it. Well, there was a lot of stuff going on, but not everyone agreed to stand up to the proposal. Satoshi's parents were basically the leaders of those who were all for it. Leaders are the ones for it, Sadako and Satoshi's parents. Yeah, the government had gathered a lot of compensation money in exchange for the construction of the dam. There were plenty of people who agreed with the proposal because they wanted the money. Aside from a few households, Hinamizawa was in general not very affluent. And not because they were proud to inherit the land of their ancestors, you know? It wouldn't be strange if some people wanted money to start a new life. But even in that case, I would have had to hesitate to say so, given the situation. Just happened to be Sadako and Satoshi's parents who understood that and stood up to be their representative. My understanding, you might say Sadako and Satoshi's parents were heroic. They volunteered to be hated, to help those without much money who didn't have a voice. And then, their parents had bad luck. They died in an accident on the day of the festival, honoring Oishiro-sama. So people started to think that maybe it had been the curse. But back to what Coach told me today. They went to a nature park and family outing and fell from a cliff. So people thought even Satoshi running away from home was because of the curse? Well, yeah. Basically. It was a bit of an evasive reply, but I felt it was wrong to ask any further, so I didn't press for details. I don't think I need to explain this, but for Sadako, her parents' accident, and Satoshi running away, and all the business about the curse, none of it's a happy story, you know? Yeah, of course I know. I can only nod silently. That's why we're not mentioning anything about Sadako's family. Even if someone asks, we just lie and say he transferred schools. You can understand why, right? They want to protect Sadako's happiness, her smile. Someone who thought that way once, even for a short time. I really did regret having been imprudent enough to broach the topic to begin with. Yeah, I get it. I'm sorry I asked something so careless. When she heard that, Mion smiled, seeming a little relieved. Without understanding, thinking I could get going, I began to make my way home. I could really have stopped by Mion's house, but it was already late. I'd stop by again the next time I had the chance. Bye, Mion. Sorry about today. See you tomorrow. Yeah. Goodbye. We waved to each other. Then, suddenly remembering something, Mion called out to me. Kei-chan! One more thing. Not only around Sadako. Could you keep quiet about Satoshi with Reina, too? Huh? I think you realized earlier, but for some reason when it comes to the curse, she gets really serious ever since she transferred. Yeah, judging by how Reina was acting, it was no laughing matter to her. Mian interrupted the conversation for us, but if she hadn't been there, what would have happened? Why is she so serious about it? Not only Reina, but Shion too. I don't know. Reina's... Oh, this is a secret, okay? If you tell anyone, we're not friends anymore. Mian emphasized this as her expression clouded even further. I won't tell. What's this about Reina? She says she's been a victim of the curse before. What? Well, it may sound mean, but I think it might be a bad case of a persecution complex or some kind of wrong assumption. But she says so herself, so I believe her. If I poke fun at it, she gets pretty upset. Reina jokes around all the time, but she's really scary when she's mad. Yeah, I get it. Don't talk about it in front of Reina, right? About Satoshi. Yeah, if possible, I think we shouldn't talk about this ever again. For her sake, alright? And for Sadako's. For everyone else's, too. And if I must say, for your own sake, too, Kate-chan. With her silence, Mion made sure I knew that. Yeah, okay. I got it. Thanks. Saying only that, she waved her hand and walked away. I watched her go, a little dazed, and started walking myself. This is a big chapter, huh? Sadako's older brother, Satoshi. Had he run away from home, or had he been a victim of the curse and disappeared forever? Whichever the case, none of this was anything I should have asked about. The cooling air forced me into self-reflection. I wanted her to smile. Yet my curiosity defeated me, and I frivolously tried to step into the dark side of things in a joking way. Shameful. I want today to be exactly like yesterday. I want tomorrow to be just as fun as today. So why'd I go and do something like that? We were having a blast at the baseball game. Today we had a blast at the barbecue. It was a lot of fun. But then I went and nullified the fun times. I would have had to be more careful starting tomorrow. I put all this unpleasant stuff behind me forever. Frog emoji. No idea what emotion that's trying to convey, but I appreciate it all the same, Whams. Like hell, I'm going to let my enjoyable life end because of how careless I was today. But the more I thought that I'd be careful starting tomorrow, the more I couldn't get rid of the ominous thought that I'd already put an end to those enjoyable days with what I'd just done. Hey, wait. Calm down, Keiichi. The gears of destiny are friggin' gigantic, aren't they? What happened just now was trivial. It doesn't make any sense to think my life will be different starting tomorrow. But even though I understood it logically, the mist in my heart wasn't going to fade until tomorrow turned out to be as fun as today. I'm acting weird. I'm thinking too much about that conversation. I wish tomorrow would just come, you know? I wanted to make me understand how absurd my insignificant doubts really were. The night was long. The night was long. Alright, so I believe that's the chapter break. I'm going to take a piss, and while I do, I am actually going to make a poll. Let's see. That is predictions. This is a chat. How do I start a poll? Oh, which one of these is the fucking poll, man? Yay, I got an achievement called Mystery Meat for having a barbecue party. Here it is. New poll. New poll. What should I eat today? So the answers are peanuts, cup noodles, or cereal. Done. And I will start that poll. It'll be up for a minute. And while I take a piss, y'all get that sorted for me. Alright, so I'll be back in a second. And then we'll do the tips, and we will start with Chapter 5. Alright, I am back. Let me see if I can check that poll. Cereal has won. Cereal has won. Big fan of that, big fan of that. Alright. So, let me get some cereal right quick. My options are Frosted Flake or Pops. I had Pops most recently, so Frosted Flakes it is. Let me grab a box. There we go. I'm back. Alright. I'm gonna pour this in a bowl right quick, and then we will get started. There we go. Alright, and let's get to the tips. Let me check all my Discord stuff right quick to make sure I'm not missing anything important, you know? Let's see. Ping in the esports for Overwatch 2, don't care. Community Spotlight saying that Overwatch is live. Is there anything here? Nope. Not really. Yeah, alright. Well, if nothing's going on, nothing's going on. So that means that we can just keep on going. Yeah, you're right. Let me actually have some of these Frosted Flakes. I haven't eaten much today. I had lunch at... I had lunch about 3 o'clock because my class ends at 2:45. So I had a... They had roast chicken today. They had roast chicken and lo mein. So I had some roast chicken and lo mein. It was pretty good. But it wasn't very filling. Surprised you don't get something like the Oreo cereal, some cursed cinnamon toast crunch flavor. This might surprise you to learn, Whams, but I'm actually pretty milk toast in my cereal preferences. My top 3 favorite cereals, I had this conversation pretty recently actually, are Frosted Flakes at number 1, and then number 2 is Honey Nut Cheerios, and number 3 is Pops. You know, Corn Pops. I really like cereals that are just like crunch plus a little bit of sugar. Because they're the best without milk, you know? And I don't eat my cereal with milk. I've always eaten dry cereal. It's kind of just who I am. It's kind of my whole deal. I really like Pops. I do too. They're a really underrated cereal. So I find that I may have been gaslit into liking Pops because whenever you get the my family every once in a while we get the big bulk packs of like multiple little boxes of cereal. That's actually what I've got my Pops from. And no one else in my family liked Pops, so I always ended up with the Pops. And they're delicious. So, you know, it all worked out. But Frosted Flakes are my number 1. My favorite cereal of all time was discontinued somewhere along the lines of 10, 11 years ago. It was kind of like Frosted Flakes. It had the corn pops, or it had the corn flakes, rather. But it was like, it was honey instead of frosting. And there were nuts in it, too. Like peanuts. Not like the Honey Nut Cheerios, where it's just like, there's honey, but there's no fucking nut. There were like little chunks of peanut in there. It gave it texture. It was delicious. It was really good. And then they just got rid of it. It was really sad. Anyway, that's my cereal hot take. I also have a soft spot for Reese's Puffs, but only if you're not eating them for breakfast. Because they're too heavy. And it's really hard to like start your day with them, you know? Alright, we have 3 tips today? What in the Sam Darnold? There's some crazy shit going on. Alright, Slack and manager time. True? Yeah. So, I'll get a box and I'll eat them for dinner. Shion-san, why don't you help out a little? Are you asking a girl to carry something heavy? This is why you still haven't found a nice lady your age, coach. That's fucked up. Well, you see, at times like these, here's what people say. Oh, fuck. Ahem, it's none of your business. Ain't that the truth, huh? He was loading the station wagon with heaps of equipment we used for today's barbecue meeting. All the fathers and sons who would help were starting to get on their way. Alright, so Shion-san, why'd you come all the way here? If you rode here on your bike, I'd give you a lift. I did, but I'll be fine riding back. I appreciate your consideration. I was glad you came today. Things don't quite fit together without the manager here. Am I still the manager? I've been shirking my duty for a year, so maybe you should just fire such an incompetent manager already. Alright, if you want to quit, then I'll fire you whenever you want. Yep. That's not fair. Let me go soon, please. Every time I don't show up at a game, I get an annoying phone call, and I can't stand those. If you were more honest with yourself, Shion-san, you'd be far cuter. Your father's so sad. Where did he go wrong to deserve such a rebellious daughter? Oh, perhaps if your father catches you in a big loving embrace, you'll open your eyes. Well, don't mind if I do. Come here. Coach was fooling around with all his might, but Shion just smiled into the distance without responding. This is the best way to respond to Ryukishi nonsense. Just stare off into the distance. Nothing's changed. You're still a weirdo, Coach. Yet everyone's as lively as ever. Even though Satoshi isn't here, is that what you wanted to say? He'll come home. I'm sure of it. He has someone waiting for him. Say what you
彼
want.
も罪作りな
He
人
is
ですよ
cruel, isn't he?
ね。
Going off, who knows
こん
where,
な
leaving
可愛
such
い
a
彼
cute
女を
girlfriend behind. Huh? Girlfriend? Who? Who? Huh? She's so easy.
チェ
Alright, jeez.
もう
Quit laughing
い
already.
つ監督
Coach. Coach bent over and laughed heartily for a while.
ではまたお会いしましょうね。
We'll see each other again.
試合にも
Please
た
come
ま
and
に
root
は
for us
応
once
援
in a
に来
while,
てくだ
okay?
さいよ。
まあ気が向い
If
た
I
ら
feel like it, I have no desire to be the manager anymore
マ
after
ネー
all.
ジャーなんか全然
いいんですよ。
That's fine.
あなたが嫌な
If you
ら
don't like it, I'll fire
嫌
you.
がるのを
I'm
無
not
理
the
や
kind
り
of
って
person who
のは
likes forcing people to do
私
things
の
against
性
their
分
will.
ではありませんからね。
Are you sure? Okay, fine,
すいません
fine. I'm
すいません
sorry, I'm
私の負け
sorry.
です
You win.
気が向いたら
If
ま
I
た
feel
応
like
援
it,
に
I'll
来
come
ま
root
す
for
の
you.
で
So for
今日は
today,
ファンにし
just
て
be
ください
patient, alright?
おっ
Whoops,
と
that's time
機材
already.
返す約束の
Got
時
time
間
to
が
return all
先
this.
方
I'm already making them
も
wait
う
for
で
me.
は今日はこの
I'll
辺
be
で
leaving for today then.
また次の
Let's
試合
meet
で
again
お
the
会い
next
しま
game.
しょう。
え
Yeah,
気が向いた
if
ら
I
ね
feel like it. Goodbye, coach.
さよなら監督
So that tip didn't really give us a lot of new information. It kind of just confirmed what we knew. That Shion definitely 100% had the hots for Satoshi before he fucking died. So that's kind of sad. This is a copy of an autopsy report. I'd assume for Satoshi based on our context clues. The autopsy suggests the victim was killed in the following manner. 1. Entire body bound in restraints. Traces left behind from the body seem to have been bound, indicating use of a specific restraining table rather than rope or common method. Finger joints appear to have been bound especially tightly. Highly likely the table was either specially made or homemade, given this information. 2. Both ears and nose severed with a sharp blade. Traces of the restraint and other things seem to suggest there was at least one more other than the one who severed these body parts holding down the victim's head. Possible that multiple blades were used, with one of them most likely being scissors or shears. 3. 5 nails penetrating the fingers on each hand. One long nail stuck in each joint of each finger on each hand for a total of 30. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Wait, no, it's 1, 2, 3. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. You don't have 30 finger joints, do you? Or am I just fucking stupid? Yeah, because this is 1, 2. Your fingers have 3, and your thumbs have 2. So there should be only, there should be 4 less than that. It should be 26. The deceased fingers were nailed to wooden planks, 20 square centimeters large. Extremely likely these planks were part of the restraint table. In addition, it is likely the table was originally designed for just such a purpose. 4. Abdomen incised, intestines removed. The incision of the abdomen is likely to have been a technique grounded in medical methodology, using a sharp blade. Estimated there was still no threat to the victim's life at this stage. How? I'm sorry? Bro's got no ears. Bro's got no nose. Bro's got 26 to 30 puncture wounds in his hands. Bro's got a giant gaping hole in his chest. And his guts are out. They are out of his body. And there is no risk of death, bro. After this, the organs inside the incision were dismantled and removed. The victim likely died as a result of this process. You think? Bruh. 5. Body disposed. After fastening a dumbbell to the victim's neck using a commercial pet collar, the victim was abandoned in the Ouija River's third drain. Judging by the dumbbell's weight, it's possible they would have needed at least 3 grown men to have disposed of the body. 2. Oishi-san. Here's a copy of the preliminary autopsy of the slaughtered corpse in the Ouija River. Chief Shigeharu sees this as having the possible relation to the S group. The S group is the Sonozakis. They are Mion's family. A big conceit with the series is that bad things happen, and we don't know if it is a town conspiracy or a supernatural element. If it's a town conspiracy, it's the Sonozakis. What are your thoughts, Uishi? Now that was good information, because there is no ambiguity regarding Satoshi. People are saying that he may have ran away or he may have been cursed. He's 100% fucking dead. East round 3. This is good info. There it is. Run. 3 Chun, 3 Dora. Mangan with 1500 extra. What?
なんすかそれ
What's up with that?
なんで
How do you have
三つ
three fucking Dora, you idiot? You're the one who flipped over another condor, but you knew he was in Tenpai. That's what you get. Okay, Mahjong is probably so fucking fun, I gotta learn how to play. Get more Dora was the only thing I could do after revealing the Chun. You can't discard a Dora after Yakahai's out. We should grin meaningfully at his buddy, swearing. Began breaking down the walls and reforming him. By the way, Wishi, identified her yet? What? Oh, the mutilated body of the drainage. Oh, never mind. That's not Satoshi. This is a girl. What in the Sam Darnold? Hey, new leads come up? Yeah, well, you have to find proof yourself, though. You're really something. Who's the deceased? Rina Mayumiya. Actual name Ritsuka.
岸骨フラワー
Pressure
ロー
worked
ド
for
に
the
あ
Blue
る
Mermaid,
ブル
hostess
ー
bar
マー
on
メイ
Shishibone
ドって
Flower Road. Nasty place.
So that
You
yabai
Sonozaki,
misses
someone said, yeah?
Sonozaki.
Sonozaki. Whoops. So it's related to the S group. That mountain will be tough to scale. You
噂じゃ
ever say the deceased been
仏さん
dipping into their protection
園崎
money?
の上納金に手をつけちゃったらしい
Not
っ
pretty
す
significant scale, too, from what I've heard.
女が上納金に手を
A
出し
woman
た
getting her hands on protection money. Sounds like a man's behind it.
女の
Not
単
a
独
lot of
犯
women do
なん
that
て
sort of thing
そうそう
themselves.
ないぞい
That's super sexist, big dog. Well, he's dead anyway. Why just hasn't been found yet.
そうそ
About
う
that,
おい
Wishi's
さ
son.
ん
Her cohabitant's apparently alive. Alive? Then maybe he'll die soon. Vermin usually exterminate other vermin. I think we have a pretty nice self-cleansing system going
そ
on.
の紐
Anyway,
な
her man,
東
it's,
条
well,
鉄平なんですよ
Tepe Hojo?
北条
Hojo?
誰だい
Who's that? Tepe Hojo. The husband of the housewife who was beaten to death last year in Hinamizawa. I heard he disappeared after the incident, though. I get it. He was staying in his lover's place, huh?
ますますに
And so the Sonozakis grow ever more suspicious. Where's he now?
女のアパートに
He was living in a
同居
woman's
してたんです
apartment.
ね
Must have thought she abandoned him,
女
so
が
he's been
自
searching
分
around
を
shops
捨て
and
た
other
と思っ
gathering
たみたい
places.
で店やたまりのあちこちを探し回ってるらしいっす
That's very, 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 very interesting. That means Sonozaki's dead. No, her adoptive father has just been hanging out. Morning, KJ.
あら
My,
昨
what
夜
time did you
は
go
何
to
時に寝
sleep?
たの
I did not sleep well last night at all. All I could tell was from a glance. I had the worst dreams. Nightmares, ominous dreams, one after the other, again and again. Woke up after each one, but I could never remember a fraction of what they were about. It was like they were predicting something unpleasant. I woke up in a terrible mood. Yeah, no. Every day has been calm and fun before today, right? Those days should continue on unchanging. And yet, anxiety was the only emotion growing within me. Why was that? Nightmares reflect your own anxiety. They show an uneasy mind that which you wouldn't admit to normally. Yesterday, I remembered the ominous conversations about Satoshi I had with Shion, Mion, and Reina. Alright. Mine felt like it was in a black fog because we talked about that. If I lived every day without causing a fuss, my reward would be more peaceful days. I understood that, so why'd I cause such discord? Now I thought about it calmly. Simple verbal slip on my part couldn't change the world. Yeah. Also, I'm sorry for doing it. Never talk about it again. There's nothing that anyone can blame me for. Besides, how my fate changed just because I talked about that? Nothing was going to change. Yeah. Nothing would change. Nothing would change. Nothing would change. Nothing
気持
would
ち悪
change.
い笑
It's a really creepy smile.
Never
If you're still half
get
asleep,
that
then
at
wash
all.
your face, please. I cheered up enough to smile, and my mom slapped me right back down. Now I was irritated again. There wasn't much time left before I had to meet up with Reina. I frantically started to get ready to go to school.
いってらっしゃい
Have a good day.
車に気をつけるのよ
Watch out for cars.
気をつけるほど
There's
車も
barely
いな
any
いよ
cars to watch out
南
for.
沢には
Kamizawa, anyway. Dashed out the front door. Morning air was far more refreshing than the water on my face. That's right, Keiichi, my bro. You're sorry enough about it and reflect upon your mistakes. That's enough. Now pull yourself together and get to school. And return to fun, enjoyable days, where everyone laughs and plays and has a good time. I'll be nice to Sadako as an apology, too. Yeah. Wasn't I supposed to be your Nini till Sadashi got back?
おはよ
Good morning, Keiichi-kun. Reina looked nothing like she had yesterday when she said the weird stuff. If I could only forget, then I could act like nothing had happened. So I called out to her with all the energy I could muster.
Oh.
Hey, morning, Reina.
God,
Early as
Reina.
usual. All right. Nothing's gone wrong yet. This is good. Morning. Good morning. There's little time for the same old morning homeroom began. But Sadako and Rika were absent. Maybe they went to play somewhere? However, looking over and seeing other things, it looked like they hadn't come to school?
それあの
They're
二人
almost
が
never
遅
late.
刻なんて
We're gonna
珍
seem
し
to be enjoying
い
yourself thinking about
ね
what their excuse for being late would be. Yeah, it said something nonsensical. Imagine how funny the reason they were late must have been. I'd only come to school to see their energetic faces, since I figured it would get rid of these feelings. But the low my chest remained where it was. It wasn't very pleasant at all.
おはようございます
Morning, everyone.
委員長
President,
これ
if you would. Everybody stand up. Teacher finally arrived, then finally heard the pitter-patter footsteps running down the hall. Ladder. Rico was the first to run through the open door, and then Sadako didn't come.
遅刻
You're
で
late
す
for
北
today.
条さん
Where's
は
Hojo?
どうしました
It was unusual for Rika to be late, but equally unusual for Sadako, a ball of energy, to be absent. Everyone's eyes were wide at the series of strange
さ
events.
とこは
Sadako might be a little
ちょ
bit
っと
late.
熱でも出ちゃいましたか
Did she come down with something? Teacher walked over to Rika and they started talking in hushed tones. Interesting.
リカちゃんが遅刻
Rika's
で
late and
さとこ
Sadako's
が
absent. I guess crazy things can happen, huh?
珍しいこともあるそうだね
You're right.
だけど
But I wonder what happened to
ちょっと
Sadako.
風邪か
Is she
な
sick? Why now when I most wanted to see your face? The unease that been building since last night tightened in my chest.
A ちゃんは心配しすぎ
Hey, John, you worry too much.
日頃の女の子に
Sometimes girls of her age can't help
ど
but
う
say
しても
I'm sick. What's that supposed to mean? Hey, John, you're not supposed to say that around
男
boys.
の子の前で言うことじゃ
You
ない
don't
よ
laugh indecently. Normally I would laugh along with her, but right now I just didn't feel like it. Homeroom ended. We went to talk with Rika in the short time we had for our first period.
よう
So,
リカちゃん
yeah, Rika.
遅刻して
You
怒
look
られて
so sad.
かわい
So
そう
very
かわい
sad.
そ
We
うだ
get
な
yelled at
今
for being
日
late.
は俺
I'm
が
not sure
な
to
で
bet
な
you
で
today,
して
alright?
あげよ
I was very aware of my gloom this morning, so I strove to keep my tone cheerful. I petted her head the same way she always did, but she didn't cheer up at all.
み
うさとこはど
What
うしたん
happened
だ
to
風邪
Sadako?
か
Did she get sick? For instance, she got a fever from playing around too much yesterday. That had been a response I would have accepted in a flash. But the atmosphere felt heavier. It was a little weird. Made my unease worse.
ほ
Hey,
ら
come
男
on.
の子に
There's
は
certain things
話
you
せな
can't
い
talk
時
to
期
boys
ちゃんは
about.
お
Okay,
席を
Sean,
戻っ
back
て
to your
戻って
seat. Yeah, and acting like a cold person, pulled me back to my chair. Rika's gaze fell back to her desk and she hung her head gloomily. Rika had said something odd, that Sadako might be a little bit late. They were living together, weren't they? And she would have known for sure. She wouldn't have said might. I didn't understand why she was absent. That made me all the more anxious. What's going on? It's like we started off on the wrong foot and it wasn't going to get any better.
どうしたのかなケイ
What's
チ
the matter,
君
Keiichi-kun?
今日は
You
なん
seem
だか
pretty down this
朝か
morning.
ら元気ない
Yeah,
よ
notice how I looked and whispered to me while the teacher wasn't looking. Do I
ほん
really
まに
seem
俺
that way?
うん
Yeah.
見てるレナまで
Yeah, man, I started to
元
feel
気が
down
な
just
く
looking
な
at
る
you.
くらいに
Ah, jokingly saying, then don't look at me! I didn't even feel like doing that.
レナに
There's
話
something
せ
you
る
can tell
どんな
Rena? I
悩
don't
み
know
か
what
わ
you're
か
worried
ら
about,
な
but
い
if I
け
can
ど
help, then you can tell me.
聞いて力になれることなら
Rena said this looking sweet
昨日ま
strange
で
happened. So yesterday, nothing
何
strange
も
happened. It
変な
was a
こ
lot
と
of
なん
fun.
か起きなくて
Rena's eyes
楽し
widened
かっ
for a
たん
moment,
だ
not understanding what I meant, but she remained silent.
穏やか
It
で
was peaceful,
楽しくて
fun, every day
そ
was
んな
lively.
毎
I
日
never
が
had
繰
any
り返
doubt
され
things
る
would
こと
stay
に
that way forever.
何の不安も
うんそう
Yeah,
だね
you're right.
毎日
Every day is
きっ
fun.
と今
I'm
日
sure
も
today will be too.
絶対に
You
そ
sure?
うなる
How
っ
do
て
you know?
自信
Well, right now feeling perplexed, couldn't think of something to say. I didn't blame her. What I was trying to say seemed a little confusing, even to me.
思えば
When I think about it, I've
こ
been
こ最近
anxious lately.
毎日が
Like
楽
maybe
しい
since
から
every
こ
day is
そ
fun, one day
あ
all of
真
a
っ暗に
sudden
な
it
って
would
し
get
まうんじゃな
really
いか
dark, like a light bulb turned off.
うんそ
Yeah.
の気持ち
Reina kind of understands how you feel.
レナもわ
Reina
か
nodded
るよ
gently.
私たち
We've
は
always been taught that it
い
wouldn't
い
be
こ
only
と
good
ばか
things
り
happening to
楽
us.
しいことの裏
Sometimes
側
I'm
を
scared of what's going
時
on
々
behind
恐
the
れ
fun.
それって
It's a
ち
little
ょ
bit
っぴり
sad,
でも
but
そのおかげで
because of that, we learn to do our best to make sure that the fun never stops.
そうだな
I see.
だから
So it's not a bad thing that you think
Keiichi-kun
our fun last night
楽しい
forever,
例えば
Kind of like,
明日突
like
然
if there was a volcanic
Kazan
eruption
が
tomorrow
大爆
and
発
everyone
して
died.
おいおい
Hey, wait, that's
例え
terrible.
ば
If you're the only one to survive the catastrophe, how would you feel?
ケイチ君だけが
どうって
How would I? Huh. I imagine myself being the sole survivor in the ruins of Hinamizawa. Rubble and the bodies of friends lying in heaps at my feet. It was abhorrent. Was it sadder that all my friends had died? Or was it sadder that I couldn't have died with them? I didn't know which, but I'd probably cry a
胸
lot.
が張り裂け
It
るだろ
didn't
うな
break my
ま
heart.
ず
First, I
泣
think
く
I'd
と思
cry.
う
そしてこう
Then maybe you
思う
would think
こうな
this.
ることが運命だったなら
If this was my destiny, then I should have made sure every day before this was as fun as possible.
悔いなく過ごせばよかった
I didn't want to consider such a horrible event to be my destiny, but
思うだろうな
I probably would think that. Yeah.
楽しい毎
Fun
日
times
が
will end,
いつ
and
か
no
終
one
わる
knows
も
when
の
they
だ
will.
ったら
It makes sense to live each day to the fullest, so that if it does happen tomorrow, you don't regret anything.
そうだな
Yeah.
それに気づ
It's
く
really
のは
hard to think
多
like
く
that.
の人
A
た
lot of
ち
people
は
take their everyday
日
happiness
々
for
の今日
granted,
と
you know?
同じ明日が
They think tomorrow
訪
will
れ
be
る
the
と
same as today, so
信
they'll
じ
leave
きっ
things
て
they
るか
could
ら
do today for tomorrow.
今日してやれ
They
る優
leave
し
the
さを
kindness they could have shown
明
today
日に送ってし
until
まう
tomorrow. Reina wasn't usually cheerful and silly, but right now she wasn't like that at all. She was taking my troubles really seriously. It was reassuring.
でも
But
圭
Keiichi,
一
you
君
realize
そ
it.
れは
I think
と
that's
て
a
も素敵だ
wonderful
から
thing.
その不安
It's
な
an
気持
unease
ち
you have. I think you should
大
keep it
切に
close to your
こ
heart.
の不安を
Keep my unease
大切に
close.
そう
Yeah,
明日には
everyone might
大
die
災害
tomorrow
で
in a
みん
big
な死んじゃう
catastrophe.
かだから今日みんなにいっぱい優しくしよう
So it should be really nice to everyone today.
本当に
So the end really
が
does
訪れ
come.
た
You
時
don't
レ
regret
ナ
it.
は実践
Do
してる
you
のか
do that right
明
now?
日みんなが死ん
Live
だ
like you would have no regrets if
後悔
everyone
して
died
いる
tomorrow? Yep. It was such a hyperbolic conversation, but Reina just gave a nonchalant nod of her head.
レナは
Reina knows
楽しい毎日が
what it's like for the
たった
fun
一
times
日を
to
境に
end
終わって
overnight.
今日が楽しく
She
ても
knows there's no proof
明
tomorrow
日も
will be
楽しい
fun,
保
even
証
if
なんかない
today
って
is.
生きてるよ
I'm
精一
living
杯
life to the fullest. It seemed like Reina perfectly understood all the anxiety I couldn't put into words. And on top of that, like a reliable teacher, she showed me what to do. Hey, Keiichi, there's no need to cry
ゆ
now.
うべ
Last night, I feel like I had a
Sato,
dream about
どんな夢
Sadako.
だったか
I don't remember what kind of dream it was, but ever since this
思い出せないけど。
morning, I felt anxious.
さとこちゃん
Because
の
you
元
thought
気
seeing
な
Sadako's
顔
energetic
見
face
れ
would
た
cheer
か
you
な
up, right? She was spreading the money, yeah, Jesus. If I bet there were smiles on their faces this morning, then the murk would have been blown to smithereens.
じゃあ
Then if Sadako arrives, you'll have to be nice to her. Actually, it's totally fine if you play your usual pranks on each other. As long as they're having fun.
そうだな
Yeah, you're right. So even if these fun days come to an end, I'll have no regrets. Couldn't tell if what Reina had told me had been comforting or made me more anxious, but it was enough to make me think that if I saw her again, I'd be honest with her. End of school. Oh no, it's lunchtime. Everyone pushed their desks together like always. Sadako wasn't here. Despite that, we had bento boxes for 5 lined up on our desks. Rika had made a bento for Sadako as well.
さとこ
Was Sadako supposed to
お
be
昼
here
までに
before
来るはずだった
lunch?
の
Rika was acting strange. We were talking to her, but it felt like she was too far away to hear us. I'd never seen her so downcast. So the rest of us started feeling down too. Hey, Reina, I understood what she'd said before pretty well. We were together, we were supposed to have lots of fun, so we wouldn't have any regrets if the world ended tomorrow. And yet, well, I just resolved myself to do it. Now we can't all be together. What the hell? Because it was all just so sudden, wasn't it? I mean, yesterday was fun, so who could believe it would end today? No volcanoes had erupted, and no earthquakes or fires had happened either. The cicadas were making the same noises they did yesterday, and the sun remained bright in the sky. It was the same normal day as always. So why? As I pondered, Reina's chopsticks reached in front of my face and stole the fried chicken out of my fucking bento. What the hell?
みんなが
If no one else wants it, Reina will take it. Oh, delicious. Reina tossed the entire piece in her mouth and began munching on it. Her expression one of bliss. Fried chicken would hit so hard right now, dude. Oh my fucking god. I haven't had fried chicken in a very long time. I got an ad for... Oh, let me see if this shit's real. Let me check this right quick. Yeah, that's on God. Oh, it's Evil Calf. That's hilarious. Popeye's Hot Ones. Yeah, Popeye's has a new Hot Ones menu. Which is, yeah, they have a little bundle where you can get their spicy-ass fucking chicken. Ghost wings with last dab rent. Ooh, my God. Chat, this is why you need to give me money so I can eat spicy hot chicken. Look at this shit. You get dippers and a sandwich and wings. Like, that's fucking amazing. I gotta get me one of these. Holy fuck. You can get the last dab sachet. That's pretty cool. Let's get back to it, huh? I'm such an old man. Really got a leg up on me. Alright. This old man's taking this bit of steak. Oh, steak too?
僕のおかず
Oh, my food's gone. Set my rice. Rika, also behind the curve, smiled again and went for someone else's bento. So I sat there dazed at how quickly everyone had changed. Rita sent a wink to me. Come on, Keiichi. Live life to the fullest. That way, if a volcano erupts tomorrow, it'll be okay.
冗談最後の
This is serious. I'll be damned if dried plums and rice are the only things I have left for lunch. I'm taking that meatball.
ボールをいただくぞ
I shoved the meat into my mouth and constructed this clumsy smile. I played along as if trying to fool myself. But as I did, it became less and less of an act. Sadako still wasn't here, but at some point, we had regained our lively lunchtime. We had fun. We smiled, and we fooled around. Thanks, everyone. This was the best thing to do. This way, when she dropped by, we could welcome her with our best smile. The more I smiled, the more I felt the anxiety from the morning clearing away.
笑う角に
Wasn't there a proverb that went something like fortune comes in by a merry gate?
あるね。
I think so. If it's true, then this old man will roll around the floor laughing 24/7.
レナは本当
Raina thinks it's true. If you laugh every day, it's fun every day. Ain't that the truth, huh?
レナが
Raina has a way with words. And should we try it out? Everyone took a deep breath, brought their faces together, locking shoulders, and then... Everyone laughed uproariously from their stomachs, trying to laugh out all the bad stuff accumulated. Last time our bentos were empty, everyone was right as rain. Ah, that's fun. That's really good. I'm trying not to eat these portion flakes too much, because I'd imagine that it's not exactly ideal for our purposes of my voice coming through a microphone. But it is fucking delicious. Although I will say, that Hot Ones bundle would make my fucking day. Having heard our friendly banter, Tomita and Okumura walked up and timidly spoke to us.
あの
Excuse me, my bro.
楽しく
Sorry to
お
interrupt your
話し
fun,
ちょっ
but
と
we need your help with something.
力をお借りしたく
They
て
grinned dryly and scratched their
なん
heads.
だよ
What could it be?
テストの対
Want to
策
know how
は
to
以
remove
前
the
教え
sensor
た
bars
だ
and
ろ
formats?
ちなみに
By the way, don't
ケイ
believe what
先
you
生
hear
が
about butter
授
during
業
the check. Total superstition. You can't use an
中組
eraser.
み洗いを強化し
Wait, what? Seriously?
なんですか
That's not what we're here for, said Tomita, elbowing Okumura. Real shit, bro.
Ano?
Actually,
ボールが2階の
our
雨戸に
ball
引っか
got
かっ
caught
ちゃ
in
っ
the
た
gutter
ん
on
で
the
す
second
灰
floor.
原
We
さ
were
ん
thinking
な
you
ら
might be able to reach
身
it
長
since
と
you're tall.
お
Oh, I
先
got
輩に
you.
物を
As an
頼む
upper
から
classman for its help
何か
comes
に
with
書
its
い
own
て
price,
も
you
ら
know?
高いぜ
I'm not cheap.
簡単に
You
買
can't buy
収
me
で
out
き
so
る
easy.
と思うなよ
Tomita and Okumura conversed for a short time and gave their reply.
では
We'll give you the right to take a nap during class, my bro. How does that
なん
sound?
だそりゃ
What do you mean?
授業中
I sleep during class whenever I want. Why do I need your permission?
もらわなくちゃならんの
そんなこと
Oh,
が
no, you can't.
今度は
Next time you take a
前原
nap, we'll
さ
tell
んが言うようにし
Sensei.
たら全部先生に
That is rather sly, huh? He was little. Where'd you learn to bargain like that? Sorry, it was just a little joke. Come on, Gei-chan. Why not cave to your underclassmen's threats? And now Mion was getting on my nerves. Suddenly it came to me. And I took their hands.
わかった
Alright,
ボールを
I
取ってやるか
surrender.
ら
I'll get the balls. Give me the right to some nap time, alright? Huh? Oh, okay.
見ろ見よ
Look, Mion, I
俺は
now
ちゃん
have
で
the
も
privilege.
お前はもらって
But
ない
you
の
don't,
び太
do
くん
you?
岡村くん
Tomita,
ミヨン
Okumura,
が居眠り
tell
した
Mion as soon as she falls asleep.
いいな
Got it? Yeah, baby! Rain and Rika began to cackle at Keiji-kun's victory, as did I. I wasn't sure how the ball managed to get stuck up there, but it was planted firmly in the second floor
そ
gutter.
の棒を貸せ
Hand me that
俺
stick.
なら多
I
分
should be able to reach it.
よい
Here we go. Took a bamboo pole and poked the ball with it. Damn, it's hard. Come on. Oh, we got it! You got it! Thanks! Ball rolled down the gutter and fell down behind the building. My underclassman ran over in that direction, leaving me by myself. Mission complete, I guess. Sheesh. There was still a lot of time left till lunch break was over. I guess I should go back to the classroom. I'll absorb myself in a silly conversation with everyone and wait for afternoon classes. Who was going to show up around the corner? Just when I thought that and turned towards the entrance. Someone called out to me. Who is it? Yeah, baby! There's my goat! Hello there, good day. Sorry for bothering you during your lunch break. It was a middle-aged man I didn't know. Or maybe I passed by him a few times and seen his face, but I didn't know him. When his half-smile deepened, something within me shuddered with fear. There's no basis for it, no reason, but I shuddered anyway. I was somewhat confused about these emotions, not quite understanding them myself. There's one thing I could say, though. No one but teachers and students should be at school. This person shouldn't be here. Ain't that the case? I felt less of a tremble and more of a sense of dread, like a caterpillar, brilliantly colored in garish bilious greens, crawling across my forehead. Feeling of disgust that neither itchy nor gross could describe as the frizzy, dreadful hair rubbed against my brow. I didn't even want to see his face. I wanted to jump backwards and run away. An unpleasant feeling for which I didn't know the cause. The other side of myself has nothing but questions. Hey, what are you doing? What are you disgusted by? It's the first time you met the guy. It's rude to hate someone for no reason. But no answers were... I'm choking. Oh, goodness gracious. I held my silence, waiting, a damp sweat running down my forehead. When I saw that, he thought he was maybe being intimidating, gave me a more relaxed smile. Oh, please, excuse me. I'm no one suspicious, I assure you. I'm Uishi from the Okinomiya Police Department. Wait, where did I put my card? Huh? What? This is... What? He fished through various pockets and finally found his police ID and showed it to me, grinning dryly. He may have been trying to use those clumsy actions to ease my anxiety, but I could say it didn't work. Why was I this nervous? There's a reason, of course. I wanted today to be the same as before, and today didn't need someone who hadn't been there. The fact that a man who wasn't here yesterday showed up meant that today would be a totally different day than those before. That would mark the end of the fun and happy days. I gulped and erased that ominous conclusion from my mind. Calm down, Cage. There's an old guy who looks kind of perverted, came from the police department. Don't get excited that the fun times are over now. He just came because of his job. Yeah, just the job. If he's working, he would go to the teacher's lounge, right? The fact that he spoke to me must have been to ask where it
職員
was.
室をお探
Are
し
you
です
looking
か
for the
な
teacher's
ら
lounge? You just
あ
have
そ
to
この
go
昇
through
降
the
口から
entrance.
入って
I haven't looked at this man for another second, so I started pushing things along. Wish he didn't seem to have any interest in the teacher's lounge, though. Oh, no, I don't have anything to do there. Could I get you to call a friend of yours if I may be so bold?
お友達
What? A friend?
誰です
Who?
女
A
の
girl.
北条
Could
貞
you
子さ
call
んを
Sadako
呼んで
Hojo
き
san
ても
for
らえ
me?
ば
My consciousness grew a bit faint, like I was about to pass out. Yeah, my anxiety was realized. The dreadful, disgusting caterpillar was looking at me, about to crawl into my ear. Its frizzly, dreadful hair was touching my ear cavity. That's how bad it felt.
警
What
察
did the
が
police need with
貞子に
Sadako?
何の用で
いえいえ
No,
大
no,
した
no,
用
it's
事じゃ
nothing important. I just had two or
2、
three
3
things
ご
to
協力
ask.
をい
I'd
た
like
だ
you
けれ
to
ば
cooperate
嬉し
with
いん
me.
ですがね
Why? Why of all people was it Sadako? Why would a police officer come here in the middle of the day for something that wasn't important? The man was strange. I could smell it. And it smelled bad. A whiff of it made me want to grimace. I knew that this man couldn't be here to deliver a lost wallet or anything. Couldn't imagine what I needed from Sadako, but it had to be something unpleasant. My throat stung with burning pain. Burned like a parched, creviced wasteland. Wasteland broke apart my throat and brought out the words from deep in my mind. You may need something from her, but I don't think Sadako needs
帰って
anything.
くれ
You.
ませんか
Could you leave? I wish you probably hadn't expected that reply. I didn't either. Jesus heck, dude. This is the police officer. He stood there surprised for a few moments. I did as well. I hadn't thought words like that could ever come out of my mouth. Things might still work out. This guy may have shown up out of the blue, but if I drove him off, maybe I could make it so it never happened. If I could do that, I could get back the peace we had till yesterday. I could get it back. Well, you sure are strict. Are you Sadako-san's manager, perhaps? Can I not see her without an appointment?
話がし
If
た
you
い
just
だ
want
け
to
な
talk to her, shouldn't you just call her? Barging into school in the middle
学
of the
校
day.
にまで押しかけてくるなんて
Breaking through a dam would
明ら
have
か
been
に
a
異常
perfect
です
strategy to use, yeah. Why didn't I like this man? He shouldn't have been here. I needed to make it so he wasn't here. Childish, selfish emotions bubbled up with the dust of my mind. They each came out of my mouth just so they've been formed. Not liking the guy was my own problem, but to say things so bluntly to him, even though even I thought it was crazy, yeah.
ありゃ
Oh.
いちいち
You're
正
the
論な方です
logical
ね
sort, ain't you?
こういう
I'm not
言
too
い
good at
方
people
を
who
する
talk like
人
that.
は苦手
I
な
wish he
んだよ
grinned and scratched at his
な
sweaty throat. Even as he feigned stupidity, I could tell he was a little irritated. Hey, Cage, why am I looking for a fight with this old policeman? It's not like he brought the gift of misfortune all wrapped up in paper. Right. It wasn't like he brought a package of misfortune. It was asking me to sign here. Rationally speaking, I understood that. So why was I... Finally, I lost him in a game of silence and he gave a big sigh. Then he addressed a few of my female underclassmen running around nearby.
あーもうちょ
Excuse
っ
me,
と
hello, do you have a
北
moment?
条
I'd like you to
貞
call
子さん
Sadako
を呼
Hojo
んで
if you could. My underclassmen tried to smile in reply, but they noticed the oddly stiff air and seemed hesitant to give an answer.
いません
Is she not
北
here,
条
Sadako
貞
Hojo? Hojo stayed home today.
北条さんは
Stayed
休み
home? Oh, he's a little pissed. What the hell? His face remained smiling, but his tone was one of ill humor. You sure? Such conspicuous spite caused my underclassmen, who had answered honestly, to cringe in fear.
そう
Oh, I see.
だいや
Dear me, dear
こ
me.
れ
I'm
は
quite
つい
unlucky.
てないです
He was smiling broadly, but the way he laughed didn't make me feel better. He noticed his laughter wasn't getting anyone else to laugh with him. He stopped.
で
So,
君たち
you
ここ
girls,
に
could
い
you
る
tell
お
me the
兄
name
さ
of this
ん
boy
ね
here? He grabbed the girls by the shoulders so they wouldn't run away and crouched down to address them at eye level. The girls flinched away from the light in his eyes. In exchange for their release, they didn't resist and told my name.
おう
I see,
前原
Keiichi
健一
Maebara-san.
さん
Is
です
that it? He said my full name. That was all he said, and I couldn't help but shudder. It's like he grabbed me by the collar with those words. Oh, could you be the son of the
あなたはひょっ
Maebara
と
family
し
I've heard so much
て
about?
お父さん
I hear your father's a renowned
年に
artist.
2回ほ
His
ど
works go on
東
display
京の大
twice a
展
year in the
覧
Great
会に
Exhibition in Tokyo,
こ
don't
ん
that?
な立
I
派
don't
な
know
絵
sort
を
of
描か
fantastic
れる
pictures of
お
great
母
stuff.
さん
Then
も
there's
知
your
的
mother.
そ
She
う
seems
な
intelligent
音
too. I
楽
heard she
です
was a high academic achiever.
どこぞの
Should have some
女
girls'
子大
university,
あの
didn't she?
年
It's
の
based for
女
someone that I
性
should graduate from
で
girls'
ひょっ
university.
としてお
Could your
母
mother
さん
be the
も
daughter of a respectable family?
ようなん
At least
て
those are the
噂が立
rumors.
ってるし
And then she's a cold person because of
冷
it.
たい
Did you
人
know that?
だなんて町内
She
会の
went to the very
会
first
合
neighborhood association
はい
meeting, right?
そういう
That's certainly no
こうい
good.
う
You
星で
can't
は
disrespect your neighbors
ご
in a
近所
place
付
like
き合いを
this.
ないがしろにな
A sense of eeriness slithered up my spine. That was my first experience of true terror. Yeah, Jesus Christ, dude. I couldn't believe it felt this terrible for somebody who just met to know everything about you. Yeah. Uishi clamped to my shoulders and brought his eyes closer to Pyramon.
こういう
In a place like this, it'd be far better not to make enemies.
作らない
Wouldn't it?
さもない
If not... Ow! He dug at my shoulders with inhuman strength.
思わぬと
And
こ
if
ろ
something
で
unexpected were to happen, you might see some
天が
drawbacks.
追
You
うほ
ever
ど
heard
の
of
こと
karma?
が風が吹
It's like a
けば
butterfly
受け
flapping
る
its
の
wings
儲か
because
る
of a tornado.
妙なところで
Grudges
買った
born in
恨み
strange
が
places could come back to you in ways you wouldn't
そ
believe.
うなったら
You wouldn't like
嫌
that,
でしょ
would you?
誰だって
Nobody wants to have a grudge held against them. There's nothing positive about making enemies.
どうし
What's the matter? Your shoulders are very stiff. Should I give you a massage? See? Feels good, right? Ow, fuck, man. This man wasn't just strong. It was like, you know exactly where to press to make me hurt. Only 4 or 5 fingers on my shoulders, and the pain made me want to bend over backwards. Jesus Christ. A few of the girls were shaken up, but didn't seem to want to help me. Can you blame them? They weren't sure if they should go call the teacher. As for me, I couldn't take the time to wait until the teacher got here. Ugh, hurts, man.
もうそれくらいに
Would you
なさっ
mind
て
leaving
くだ
things
痛
at
がっ
that?
て
You're
ますよ
hurting him.
え
Behind Oishi is someone. To my disbelief, it's Coach!
おや
Oh
これ
my,
は
if it isn't
いい先生じゃ
Dr.
ありますか
Irie.
ご無沙汰
It's
してお
only
り
been a
ま
while
す
since we were
ね
last in touch.
うん
Discomforted by his sudden appearance, he laughed scornfully. The vice on my shoulders remained as strong as ever.
挨拶
Never
はい
mind
い
the
でそれより
greetings,
も
just like a
前
Maibara.
原君を話してあげ
She
てくだ
smiled
さい
daringly and glared straight at Coach. He didn't release me in the meantime, of course.
先
I
生
was just
の
thinking of
とこ
stopping by
ろ
your
に
place later, Doctor. You always seem so busy. We
お
can
忙
never have a
しい
good chat.
ええ
Yes.
お望み
If
と
you
あ
want,
れ
I'll
ば
chat with you all you
で
like.
もその
But
前
be
に
sure to have a
令
warrant
状を
first.
職務質問
After all,
と
otherwise
任
I
意
can
同行
refuse
は
to go voluntarily
拒
to
否できます
questioning.
からね
Coach didn't display a shred of the weird behavior he showed in the baseball game and barbecue. He stared steadily at Oishi and fought so he would release me. His chances were pretty bad, of course. Compared to the relaxed Oishi, Coach seemed like he was being defeated mentally. It made sense, yeah. Coach had a narrow stature, but Oishi's body was packed with muscle. Yeah, I'll believe it. It wasn't even a contest. But Coach was fighting for me without taking a step back. Beads of sweat formed in his face, and though he paled, he was fighting for my sake. Suddenly he laughed and let go of my shoulders. Oh, my body exhausted, I fell on my ass.
前原君
My
大丈夫
raccoon,
です
you
か
alright? Ah, damn it. Rubbed my shoulders where he lashed on. Pain from falling over went away, but this one was lingering.
大丈夫です
You
か
alright, my
ひ
bro?
どい
This is
こと
fucking
くそ
terrible. Shit.
あい
I was just giving him a little
前
massage.
原さん
My
も
bro, aren't you over
少し
exaggerating a bit?
男の子
Boys
は
have gotta
もう
learn to
少し
man up.
我慢強くなく
I wanted to retort, but I couldn't think of anything witty.
肩は上がり
Can
ま
you
す
lift
か
your
痛
shoulders?
み
Are
ま
they
す
in
か
pain?
痛みが
If you
強
really
いよう
hurt,
な
you should have a proper
とにか
checkup.
く
Let's just
保
go to
健
the
室
nurses, alright? Coach let me shoulder and walk beside me. What an
大げさな私
exaggeration.
に限り
I'd be the last person to do any sort of
Isn't it?
permanent damage. Right?
私
I'm still an active police officer, you know?
うん
さあ
Come, I don't know
ど
what
んな
you
ご
needed
用
to be
があ
here
ったか
for, but
存
if
じ
you're
ませんが
finished,
今日の
leave.
ことは
I'm gonna complain about this to the
今度
chief,
所長
so
さん
keep that in mind,
こ
alright?
れは困り
Oh,
ま
that's
す
a
ね
problem, isn't it? What a nonchalant motherfucker. He waved his hand sarcastically, pivoted around, and headed for the car. And without turning back around, he got in and started the engine. Ah, damn it. Who the hell was
あ
he?
いつは
He's a detective. He's
大石
Kuraudo
クラン
Oishi.
ド乱暴者
And he's a
村中
hooligan.
に
Everyone in
嫌
the
われ
village
前
hates
原
him.
さんも
My bro, you should be careful
用
with
心
him.
した方がいい
Kuraudo Oishi. Just like I thought, my gut instinct wasn't wrong. He'd be the one. The one to bring unhappiness, misfortune, something that'd ruin our peace. Shit. I won't accept it. These fun days can't end because some guy like him showed up. I won't accept it. Coach seemed to be familiar with the school, so he brought me to the nurse's office without much trouble. Girls from my class came along as well, looking worried. Our teacher and the principal noticed that a servants came to see what the matter was.
前原
Maibara,
どう
what's
した
wrong?
の怪我で
Are
も
you hurt?
前
Well,
原
there's
さ
this
ん
weird man, and
校
Maibara...
庭で変
Coach
なおっさん
interrupted the
に
girls trying to explain.
いえちょっ
No,
と
it
転ん
looks like
で
he just
ひねった
fell
み
and
たい
twisted
大丈
something.
夫
I
だ
think
と
he's
は思
alright,
い
but
ま
I
す
want to make sure.
保健室を
If
ちょ
it's
っ
fine
と
with you, I'll
ご
bother
覧
the
いた
nurse's
し
office
ます
for a
う
bit.
ん入江先
Please
生
do, Dr. Urie.
よろしくお願い
Just
し
will give him a
ます
deep,
ぞ
looked like Coach was acquainted with the adults at school. He's a doctor, too. It's interesting. He stood up in the door of the nurse's office, but there wasn't a nurse or anything. I'd figured, yeah. I'd never seen anyone but Chie and the principal working there. Coach didn't seem to mind the fact there was no nurse and made his way to the office. He instructed me to sit down and wash his hands in the sink. Oh, I get it. He's the coach for the boys' baseball team. He's pretty used to treating wounds at first aid. Yeah.
ちょっと
Could you show me where I was? Are you still in pain?
Yeah.
Nah, it doesn't hurt at all.
本当に
I'm
大丈夫
fine,
です
really. I rolled up my shirt and showed my shoulder. No bruise, no nails. It hurt so much I thought my shoulders would be crushed. Even the pain disappeared. Hurt so much, but no
それ
bruise.
だけあいつが慣れてい
Yeah,
る
he's used to doing
と
that.
いうことで
Used
今
to
度会
it,
った
huh?
時
Next
は
time you meet, don't
あい
provoke
つを
him.
怒らせ
Nothing
て
good comes of making
自
a
宅に
If you go home with
制服
the uniform
警官を
police
連
from
れ
by
て
your
押し
side,
か
your
けて
family
きた
won't like it, will they?
それは確
Well,
かに
yeah, you're right.
しかし
Still,
何が
what happened?
前原さん
Why'd
が
you try to
あ
put
い
a
つ
fight with
あ
him?
いつ
He came and said he needed something from
サトコ
Sadako.
に用事があるとか え
Huh?
サトコちゃんに
Sadako?
ですか
Koto's gaze lowered and expression clouded a little. Somehow the gesture seemed to be saying Oishi was bound to come to Sadako, and did. It was no laughing matter. Coach fell silent in thought. Quietly, he took a compress in the first aid kit and put it on me.
あの男
Does he
は
still plan on clinging to
まだ
Sadako-san?
本当に
He's a persistent
ヘビ
man.
み
I'll
たい
give him
に
that
し
like
つ
a
こい男
snake.
です
Coach mumbled to
今
himself.
とう
Cling?
あの大
Does
石
that
という
Oishi
や
guy
つ
go to Sadako's place
た
a
びた
lot?
びサトコのとこ
Coach didn't answer, but the lack of denial seemed well enough. What on earth did the policeman detective need from Sadako? What mistake led to a detective to cling to the sweetly smiling Sadako?
前原さんは
Maibara-san, oh, right.
引っ越し
You
て
just
き
moved
た
here,
ば
didn't you? Yeah,
そうですけ
I
ど
did, but
お社様
have
の
you
た
heard
た
anything
りと
about Oishiro-sama's
サ
curse
トコ
about
ちゃんの話
Sadako-chan?
は
Well,
少し
I knew
は
a
聞い
few
たことが
things.
サ
Yeah!
トコの両親
Sadako's
が
parents were
転
damn
落事
proponents
故
of
で
the
死んだの
accidental
は
death was
た
because
た
of
り
the
だ
curse. You mean
って
that,
話
right?
ですか
Coach smiled thinly and dryly. So you know, he said, dropping his gaze. If I recall correctly, there was an accident on the Yun platform that she went to with her family, and her parents died. Then it was just big bro, little sis. And then she was with Rika, and
ご両親が
when they
亡
lost
く
their
なった
parents,
サトコ
Sadako
ちゃ
and
ん
her
と
brother were given to
お兄
their
さんの
uncle
サトシ君
and his
は
wife to care for them. Oh, is that so? Their
そう
parents
な
died
ん
in
で
the
すか
accident, Sashi ran away, leaving only Sadako to start living with Rika-chan. I know that much, but it was the first time I heard they'd been brought to their uncle and
お
aunt.
じというの
Their
は
uncle was
サトコちゃん
Sadako-chan's
の
father's
お
younger
父
brother.
残念なこと
Unfortunately,
に
neither were
夫
people
婦
deserving
揃って
respect. Coach really took his words politely.
尊
So when
敬
he
に
came out and said
値
he
する
didn't
方
deserve
々
respect,
で
maybe
は
wonder
あ
what
り
kind
ま
of
せん
people they
で
were.
したサトコちゃんの両
As
親
soon as
は
their parents came
ダ
out
ム
and
に
supported the
賛
dam,
成
their
してい
uncle
た
and
と
aunt
ば
took
っち
on
り
a
で
lot of shame in the village
サ
as
トコ
well.
ちゃんたち
They
を
would never
歓
welcome
迎す
in
るはずも
Sadako
な
and
かった
Sadashi.
サトコちゃんたち
Heard
兄
that
弟
from
に
the
とっ
siblings,
て
it was a rough life.
とても
Bit
辛
by
い
bit,
生
told me
活
about
だ
the
ったと
numerous agonies they
気を
suffered
読
in
ん
their
でいま
uncle's
す
house. As their guardians, they sucked up everything belonging to their immediate family. They're crammed into a small room. Their lives are laden with things that are miserable for their bodies and minds. First place, since they weren't on good terms, there was no end to their fighting. As if in revenge, whenever they saw their faces, they would always find fault with them, scold them, yell at them, strike them, and take away meals. Jesus fuck, man.
今思い出しても
Ah, he's so sure to think
今の
about it.
元気な
You've never known
Sadako-chan
any
しか知
Sadako
ら
with
な
the
いあなた
energetic
に
and
は
healthy one now, so you probably couldn't imagine her face being so deathly pale.
ただ日陰で
Standing
ぼーっと
dazed
してい
in
る
the
だ
shade
け
of
の
trees.
彼女など
I couldn't imagine it. I didn't
想像
want
もつ
to.
かないでしょ
Jeez, that's how I honestly felt. But at the very least, she wasn't like that anymore. She may have had a miserable life in the past, but it was different now. Something happened to change that life. Some water.
去年の綿流しのお祭りの夜にね
Last year, on the nights of the
おばが
Washington,
死ん
their
でしまっ
aunt
た
died.
業者に
She was beaten to
バッ
death
ト
by
か
a
何か
deviant
で
with a baseball bat.
綿流しの
Rumors
祭り
spread
の
of the
夜に
curse
は
having killed an enemy of the village
村
on the
の
night of the
こ
festival.
の死も
The death wasn't a simple
単な
homicide
る
either.
殺
They
人
whispered
事
it
件
was
としてだけ
Oishiro-sama's
でなく
curse.
お社様のたた
A
り
few
では
days
ない
later,
か
the
と
deviant arrested for drug use
村中で
confessed
囁か
to
れ
further
ました
offenses, and the incident was resolved. However, though it was resolved, no one knew whether the part about it being Oishiro-sama's curse was true or not.
おじ
It
だっ
was
て
just stuff. Their uncle
南
was
沢
part of
の
Hinamizawa.
お
after
社
all.
様
He
のた
apparently
たり
grew
を
incredibly
大
frightened
層
with the curse
上が
and
り
hiding
聞
it.
いた話
From
で
what
は
I've heard, he stayed with an intimate
沖の
lady
宮あたり
friend
の
somewhere in Okinawa.
じそれで
And Sadako and
Sadako
Sadashi,
たちは
were they released?
おばは死
Their
に
aunt died, their uncle
誰も
fled.
兄弟
There
を
was
いじ
nobody
める
left to
者は
torment
い
the
なく
siblings
な
then.
まる
But
で
as
そ
if
の
picking
後
up
を
their
継
torch,
ぐよう
that
に
man started showing up with alarming tenacity.
執拗に現れあの男
That man? And Coach lowered his voice just a bit, as if being aware of his
大
surroundings.
石で
I
す
mean Oishi.
大石
Oishi?
さっきの
The guy from before?
男
The events that just occurred came back to me. The hard to describe ominous sensation I felt from him came
あい
back.
つは
He's a little
お
strange.
社様の
Chain
た
of
たり
incidents
を
surrounding
めぐる
his curse have all
一
been
連の事
solved,
件
and
は
he alone doesn't
み
want
ん
to
な
accept
解
that.
決しているのに
Accept it? The
あい
incidents
つ
were all
だけが
solved,
そ
and
れ
the
を
detectives
認めて
supposed
い
to
ない
the
んで
police
す
department didn't accept
あ
it?
いつに
What?
近づく人間には
People say that something bad will happen to
必
those
ず
he gets close to.
南沢ではね
Hinamizawa, they think he's
大石の
Oishiro-sama's.
ことを
Keichan! The door flew open with a rattle, and Mion rushed in. Ren and Rika came running in a step behind, and then Tomita and Okumura, and some more classmates. Jesus Christ, you're popular, man.
ケイちゃん
Keichan,
ボイスにや
did
られ
Oishi
た
do
の
something to you? They know. Sorry about that. Eating some frosted flakes.
笑顔
Alright, hurt?
落ち着いてに怪我はありま念のため失望しているだけです
ケイチ君
Keisha, you're really okay? Okay? Everyone's saying stuff about how you're being
落ち
strangled.
着けよレナ
Come now,
肩
Ren.
を
You just
すげえ
squeezed my
痛く
shoulders
握
really
るほら
hard.
あ
Seriously,
ざだっ
I'm
て
gonna
ないだろ
bruise.
み
Jeez, what the heck were you all doing? We're friends,
なん
right?
でぼーっと
Or
し
you're
て
just
たんだよ
standing
なん
around.
でケイ
Why
ちゃん
didn't
を
you help
助けなか
him?
ったんだよ
We're sorry.
ごめんなさい委員長
Me and little classmates bearing our fangs. To mention the others hung their head in silence.
よせよ、富田君たちはその場にいなく責めるのはよ
Stop
せ。
blaming them. Damn it.
おいしのや
I'm gonna kick the floor with her heel a few times, her temper running hot. Our teacher over here in the commotion arrived as well.
ほらこら
Hey,
こ
come on,
ら保
everyone.
健
Don't
室
make
で
too much
騒が
noise
し
in the
くし
nurse's
院長
office. President, take
み
a
んなを
moment,
連れ
leave,
て
please.
保健室からほら
Come on, everyone, let's get
み
going.
ーちくんは大
Michi's
丈夫だっ
fine.
てほらみ
You
ーちゃ
too,
んも
Michan. Come on. Neil's letting her emotions get the best of her, so Rita stepped in and let everyone out. The detective from the station, Kurauda Oishi, looked like the first impression I got from him had not been mistaken. Her absence had amplified the vague apprehensions I felt since yesterday, and his appearance sealed the deal.
さて
Alright,
じゃあ私
I'll
も
get
とも
going.
と
I came
千
here
恵
for
先
Chie
生
Sensei anyway.
用事があって俺なんかのために
Sorry for causing
どう
trouble.
もすみません
Don't
で
be
し
so
た
humble, he said, smiling easily. This guy's
おか
nice.
げで
There's
役
a side benefit to
前
all
原
this. I was
君の
lucky enough
き
to
め
experience
細や
so
か
much
な
of
お
your
肌も
soft, silky
存
skin,
分
my
に
brick.
堪能でハーフ
With the usual for Coach anyway parting words, he instead continued.
では
Please
大
excuse
した
me.
怪
You
我で
were
はありま
wounded
せんが
badly, but please avoid putting
患部
pressure
を
on
揉ん
your
だりす
shoulders
るよう
or
なこと
anything
も
along
し
those
も
lines.
高熱が
You
出
got
た
high
り
fever or starts
荒
to
れたり
swell,
するようなこと
contact
があ
me,
って
alright?
そんなこと
I
は
don't
ない
think
と
it'll
思う
happen.
あ
Oh, that's
さ
right,
っ
Coach.
き
Before everyone came
み
in,
ん
you
な
were
が
going to
来
say
る
something.
大石のこと
Oh,
を
people think Oishi is
お
to
社
Oishi.
様のなんと
He was
か
about to leave the nurse's office. He placed a hand on the door and
あ
stopped.
あ
Oh, right.
お社
They think
様の
he's
使
Oishiro's
いで
servant.
すもちろん
They're just bad
悪
mouthing
口
him
で
now.
すがね
お社様の
Oishiro's servant?
使い
前原さ
Do you
ん
know
は
about the serial freak
稲
death
見沢で
incidents
毎
that
年
occur in Hinamizawa every
綿
year
流
at
し
the
の夜に
Washington
起こる
Festival? Otherwise known as
稲見沢
Oishiro
村
Summer Curse? What? Freak fucking deaths? What? No, I thought about it. I didn't even remember reading Beyond or someone talking about like a ghost story. Yeah. On the festival day in June, one person dies and another person is spirited away. But they call it demoning away, yeah. What a fine story it is. I figured they made it up to scare me, but it was true?
一体
I don't have any idea who
どこ
first
の
suggested
いつ
this,
の
but at
頃
some
から
point
か
everyone started calling
大石のことを
Oishiro Sama's
おや
servant.
なぜですか
あの男が
Because rumors
と
go that he
噂
decides
さ
the
れているから
sacrifices for the
です
curse every year. Whenever June came around, he would start paying frequent visits to
亡くなっ
Hinamizawa.
たり消
Because
え
he's
たり
been
する人
persistently
たちの
questioning
多
most
く
of the
が
dead or disputed people.
あの男
4
の
years
必
ago, it
要
was
な
known that
訪
the victim
問を
of
受
the
けている
dismemberment,
からです
rumored to be the sacrifice, had been seeing Oishi numerous times leading up to the incident. Sacrifices 3 years ago were Sadako's parents, or for their accidental deaths, he had apparently visited their home. Once he disappeared 2 years ago was Rika's mother. And again, people knew that before she vanished, Oishi talked to her frequently. When he disappeared last year was Sadako's older brother, Tsutoshi. And he had been approached by Oishi many times before he vanished. And then this year, he was trying to contact Sadako. My stocks are going up, bro. I called that shit. This isn't a freaking joke, man.
噂です
They're
よ
rumors.
前原
Remember.
そういう
There's just
噂
some
があ
rumors
る
to that effect. I hadn't said that because the rumors of Oishi being Oishiro's servant or his contacts on him foreshadowing who'd be the sacrifice that year. It was because of the ominous self-hatred I felt for Oishi was becoming more substantiated and real. Today, Sadako was absent today.
欠席
え
Wait, really?
そうな
That
ん
looked like
ですか
news to Coach. I thought he might have known why she was absent, but no dice.
では失
Then
礼し
I'll get
前
going.
原君
We
も
should go back to the others
早
and put
く
their
み
minds
ん
at ease,
そうです
alright?
ね
Yeah,
そう
right.
しま
I
す
will. Coach left the nurse's office and head towards the teacher's lounge. That's the end of my theory. I have granola bars and all of that. Is that a chapter break? Yes, it is. Alright, so things are starting to heat up and not in a good way. Not good at all for us. There we go. Wait, am I really back here? No, we're good. Okay. I got worried for a second. Things just transcend language barriers. True shit. Alright. Oh! What do you mean learned Sadako's secret? That her fucking parents are dead? So? I don't give a damn. Wait. Yeah, no. We got black screen. Okay, so we have research notes and a post memo. The Hojo family. Every year, the curse claims 2 victims. This means that with 4 years in a row, there have been 8, but it's worthwhile to note half of them have been members of this family. The curse on the second year certain following accident involved the death of Hojo, a damn proponent, and the disappearance of his wife. She was pronounced dead the following year after being considered to have vanished under perilous circumstances. The curse of the 4th year involved the death of the sibling's aunt, who was then their foster mother, and the disappearance of the older brother. The family's a poor one. It's hard to say Mr. Hojo's job went well. Apparently, upon re-employment via family connections, there was a plan for them to return to the home of the mother's side of the family. For Mr. Hojo, the eviction due to the project and the payment was a windfall. Mr. Hojo embraced the ministry's negotiation from an early stage and was selected as a representative. It's rumored he'd been bought out by the ministry for doing so, but the truth is unknown. However, the proponents were in an outnumbered minority. In addition, as the Sonozaki strengthened their foundation and promised support against the dam, all of the proponents, save for Mr. Hojo, switched over. At this point, Hinamizawa was united against the dam, and Mr. Hojo was held up to ridicule as a stooge of the proponents. He was used as a scapegoat for the coalition. In the end, the project collapsed with the curse and the dismemberment. However, punishment towards the bitter enemies supporting the dam project continues to this day. There are not many left who supported the project, nor who had a negative reputation at the time. If there are any candidates left, it's the husband of the housewife who was beaten to death, Tepe, and Mr. Hojo's daughter, Sadaka. Strangely, these two are the only candidates left. Will this year's curse come down on the two of them? There's more than enough value in observing them both. That's true. If it's gonna be someone, it's gonna be them. Alright, Oishi. What's the story, Morning Glory? So, Oishi, there's a call for you from Section 4's chief. Apparently, the slaughter course in the river is related to the S group as we thought. We're still verifying what happened behind the scenes, but apparently the deceased filled up dozens of self-created fictional bank accounts to the limits with money from the S group, reaching 100 million yen! Gee! Appears there were 3 or more men with former S group connections involved in this. They've disappeared along with the millions. The deceased was tortured on that point for information. She was clearly slaughtered and is an example for the others. There's some real wizards chasing down the people who disappeared. They're also spreading letters to related Yakuza groups not to harbor them. There's no evidence that Tepe is one of those people. As far as Chief Shigehara can tell, he hasn't been told anything. He was her pimp, but he didn't trust him at all, did she? Tepe had left the apartment in Okamiya and returned to his former residence in Himisawa. What do you mean return to his residence? That's not good. At all. Alright, let's do at least... Well, let's do 2 more chapters. I wholeheartedly wanted to protect her. I wanted more than anybody else what was best for her. These emotions born from kindness eventually became murderous intent.
誰よりも強いはずだった。優しさから生まれた感情はやがて殺意へと変わり、
Wow.
真っ白だった思いは赤と黒で染まってゆく。
Very metal.
それが
And even as I understand
守りたかった日常の崩壊を
I so wanted to protect.
意味していると分かっていながら、たたり殺し、
Where did
何
I
が
go
間
wrong?
違っていた
Looking
の
for
か、
the answer. The tragedy spreads
その
everywhere.
答えを探して悲劇はさらに広がってゆく。
We
王女さんは今日もお休みですか？
are going to Google Tatekoroshi. Does not exist. Higurashi episodes. This is just the fucking anime. Well, what can you do? I can't find it. I was gonna see if I could find out what that word fucking translates to, but no dice.
古田さんは何か知っていますか？
Furday, do you know anything? I mean, you're gonna know about. Teacher's voice wasn't critical, but Rika had unable to answer, and I felt pretty bad for her. Teacher called Rika up, and they had an exchange in hushed tones at the die. At first, Rika said that Sadako's fever grew worse, but everyone in class knew it was a lie, because every day she brought Sadako's bento with her.
さとこちゃん、
Sadako.
どうしちゃったんだろ
I
う
wonder what
ね。
happened.
俺が知るかよ
That's me. I'm the one who wants to know most of all. It's already the 3rd day since her absence. Ever since then, I haven't felt good. So just last Sunday, everything was so fun. I reached out to Sadako like a real older brother, and spent that time quietly, but warm and comfy. So I'd have been flipped over. The more I thought that the world had taken a turn for the worse since Oishi arrived. Thinking on it now, the strange apprehensions plagued me the night before Oishi arrived had been a sign. Kurado Oishi. Oyashiro-sama's
そうそんなあいつが現れたから
decide Sadako
佐藤君が今年のたたりに合う役だなんて決められてたまるかよ
Sort of slip up, but I committed to cause this fun time to end so suddenly. Yeah, it was the day before Oishi appeared. Shami and Ray had spoken the curse surrounding Satoshi and his disappearance. It was so sinister, it gave me a bad premonition. Sort of small things will slip up that invited Oishiro-sama's servant. It was absurd. I kept on groaning to myself that I would never accept it. Obviously, I wasn't the only one expressing my feelings, though. Me and Arena were, too. Everyone in class was doing it. Rika knew something about Sadako's situation, but she wouldn't tell us. Rika still held a calm attitude, like a cat basking in the sun, but she was being really stubborn about this whole thing. She wanted to tell us, and that wouldn't change no matter how many times we asked. Everyone understood that, so no one bothered questioning her.
リカちゃんが言わないならさ、言うまで待つしかないよね。
If Rika won't talk, we have to wait.
逆に言わないってこと
She
は
might not be talking because
言う
of
必
something
要もない
that
程
was
度
saying.
のことかもしれないし。
There's no persuasive power and reassurance given with an anxious face like that. Mia was being taciturn and just looked up at the sky with an annoyed expression. Couldn't tell if she was unhappy that Rika wouldn't talk about it, or if she was concerned over Sadako's well-being. But what about me? The anxiety was suffocating me day after day. Someone else was looking at me, and maybe I look annoyed like Mion did. Tap tap. Someone tapped my shoulder. It was Tomita Nakamura.
前原さん、ちょっと。
Do you have a minute?
またボールが引っかかったか
Did your ball get stuck
今
again?
度はお前たちで
You guys
なんと
have
か
to get
いつまでも先輩に頼るのは良くないぜ
I didn't feel like going along with him, so I was unsympathetic in my response.
ちょっと
We
気
heard a
に
little
なる
interesting
噂を聞いた。
噂？
A rumor?
はい、
Yeah.
ひょっと
I
す
just
る
thought
と
it might have something to do with that.
関係があるかもと思
Oh,
って。
rumor about Sadako. They hadn't said it, but it didn't seem unrelated. They didn't want to talk in the classroom, so they pulled me behind the school, lending further credence to that thought. The back of the school was damp and humid, as always. Students didn't really come here because they wanted to, you know? It might be the ideal location for trading rumors away from prying eyes.
富田君、岡村君、その噂
These
話っ
rumors
て
are about why Sadako was
もち
absent,
ろ
right?
ん
関係があるかはわからないです。
Maybe.
佐藤は一
What
体
on earth
風邪な
happened?
の
Is
か
she sick?
それと
Or
もひょ
could
っと
she
し
be
て
like really
もっ
sick
と
or
重い
injured
病気
or
か
something?
怪我
いえ、
No,
むし
actually,
ろ逆で、
it's the opposite.
うちの
I
ば
heard
あ
my
ちゃん
grandma
昨日
say
の
that
昼
she
に
came to buy tofu at our
う
shop
ちの店
yesterday.
に豆腐を買いに来たらしいんです。
What? Oh, Tomita's family runs a tofu shop at Okumaru.
豆腐
She
屋さん
went
買い
shopping
物
to buy tofu? My voice sounds so stupefied, even I can't tell. It was understandable. I was worried about what grave illness or injury she had when the person herself been out and about,
で
shopping for fucking
佐
tofu.
藤はどうだったん
So how
だ
was she?
元気そう
Did
だっ
she
たの
look
それとも
okay?
病み
Was
上
she
がり
wearing
で
a mask? Like she was
松葉
getting
杖で
better? She was
包帯だらけだ
crutches or bandages? Nope, there wasn't any signs of
別に
sickness or injury.
病
But
気とか怪我とか
I should have felt relieved that it
そうい
wasn't
うわけ
illness
じゃ
or
なかっ
injury,
た
yeah.
らしいんです
My
が、
anxiety wasn't going away, because Tomita and Okumaru's expressions weren't looking better.
絹ごし豆腐を1丁買っていったそうなんですが、
My grandma said it was
お
strange.
かしいなぜ
Strange. Why?
絹ごし豆腐を
What's wrong
買っ
with
て
buying
何が
soft
悪
tofu?
い
You're saying about how roundabout they were being. I had to fight that irritation.
北条とフ
Well,
ルデっ
Hojo
て
and Furude live
ほ
by
ら、
themselves. They don't
二
have
人
that
暮ら
much
し
money,
だから、
right? So they
二
only
人は
buy
い
the
つも安い
cheaper,
木綿豆腐しか
firmer
買わない。
tofu.
一番高い
They've
絹
never
ごし
bought the
豆腐な
soft
んか
stuff. It's the most expensive
買っ
thing
た
we have.
木綿だって絹ごしだって
Soft for part
ど
of
っちも
soft tofu,
たまには
right?
う
Maybe
ま
she
い
just
豆
wanted
腐
to
が
eat
食い
some
たくなっ
great
た
tofu. Well, maybe. But
それは
they knew how transparent it sounded right then. This wasn't anything
そうですけ
trivial.
ど
It was some sort of important clue. Not the cheap firm tofu, but the expensive soft kind. Shopping not in the evening after school, but in the middle of the day. I couldn't figure out what they meant. As if the hard about it, Okumaru took his turn to speak.
次
Me
は
next.
これも
This is
噂
just
なん
a
です
rumor,
け
but
ど、
apparently he's
帰
back.
ってきた何が
Who?
誰が
Who's back? Don't say
北
Sadashi.
条のおじさんが
Hojo's uncle. Yes, it's that. Okay, good. Okay, good. Okay, good. Okay, good. Okay, bad because this guy's an asshole and a dick. But otherwise, he's fine. Sadako's uncle. Right, I think Coach told me about him. Their aunt and uncle had taken them in after Sadako and Sadashi lost their parents in the accident.
去年のお
Hojo's
社
uncle, they say,
様の
skipped
た
town
たりで、
last year, scared of the
こ
curse.
いつ
He's really
ヤクザ
scary
みたい
and
な
violent,
怖
like
く
a
て
gang
乱
member.
暴なやつで、
Everything Coach told me came back in bits and pieces. Right. The mean aunt and uncle who tormented them all the time. I think he said that after their aunt was beaten to death by the deviant, he ran away in Okinawa, feared the curse.
そいつが帰ってくるとどうして佐藤
Why
が
would she
学
be
校を休ん
staying
で
home from school and
真っ
shopping
昼
for
間に
soft tofu
絹ご
all
し
day
豆腐を
just
買う
'cause
羽
her
目にな
uncle
るん
came
だ
back? My underclassman clammed up and looked downwards. Must have been some big hint buried in there. Yeah, maybe you should figure this shit out, Keiji. Even if I didn't understand, if I told Mia and Arena, maybe they'd know something. Oh,
ごめんな
my
せっ
bad.
かく
You're
好意
too
で
nervous to
話を
talk
聞
about
か
it.
せて
Start
くれた
hammering
の
you
に
with questions, yeah.
あ
Oh, no, it's okay.
北条が重
No, no,
病
she
で
hasn't
寝
been
た
in
きり
bed
に
the
な
whole
儲
time.
け
Yeah,
もん
that's
じゃない
worth
です
something,
か。
right? That might be true, but still won't make the clouds fade away.
あ、
Barbara-san, over there! He cried wildly, pointing over my shoulders behind me. Please be her, please be her. Sorry, I was turned around, and away on the other side of the schoolyard near the school gate, saw a figure stretching forth. Yeah! Oh. Shit.
北条
It's
だ。
Hojo. I burst into a run faster than I could speak, so quickly as possible I could see with my own eyes that she was okay. Sadako! She seemed taken aback by me shouting, running over to her. Oh! Ah! What is it, Keiichi-san? You surprised me with all the yelling and running. Stupid! Enough about me
俺よ
already.
り
Every day?
どう
What
したんだよ
happened?
俺心配で
What's
心
so
配で
worried?
心配性です。
What a
た
worry
かだ
worked.
か
It was
3
only
日
3 days.
ケイ
You're
チ
such
さ
a
んは
worry
心
worked
配性なんで
Keiichi-san.
すから。
From listening to her, she seemed like the normal Sadako, but she was acting strange. Her smile was forlorn, her complexion was bad.
北条、大
Were
丈
you
夫だっ
alright?
た
Were
の
you
か
sick
よ
or。something?
手とかじゃないのか。
一体
Just
ど
what
れ
happened
3日
anyway?
も俺がどんだけ心配してたか
Days.
ごめん
Oh,
さ
I
ませです
do
わ。
apologize.
ちょっと
I was just
お
giving
家
the
の
house a
朝
quick
だい
clean.
ぶ長い
We
こと
haven't used
使
it
っ
for
て
a
ま
long
せん
time,
でした
so
から。
everything was covered in
あ
dust.
佐
Huh?
藤君
Sadako, what are you talking
な
about?
んで家の掃
Why
除
don't
な
you
んか
just
で
stay home from
学
school
校
with
休まなきゃ
your
なんないんだ
house? Sadako didn't answer me. Instead, she passed me by and headed for the entrance.
うん、今はお弁当の私はお腹が空いてますの
It
よ。
was certainly a lunch break. I couldn't force her to stop if she told me she wanted lunch. She was
まあいいやリカちゃんは3日間今日はちゃんと食べてとにかくみんなを安心させてやろうぜ
そうです。皆さんにご心配をおかけしてしまったかもしれません。あはは人気者は辛いで
Sure
ご
is
ざい
tough
ます
being
わ。
popular. Put a hand on Sadako's shoulder and we went to the classroom together. So we know what's going on here, right? Like, this isn't rocket science here. And thankfully, it's not the curse either. Up close, I was able to verify that Sadako looked weak. All anxieties would go away when I saw her again. That's what I thought. But now I started to have different fears. What happened, Sadako? Everyone in the class, of course, reacted the same way I had. We worried about you. I'm glad to see you well. What were you doing for 3 days? Our classmates showered her in questions. I do apologize for causing such a fuss. Oh. She got when she chowed down on the bento they made for her. Those in the teacher's lounge were informed of Sadako's arrival because our teacher sprinted to the classroom. Her breathing racket. Goodness gracious. Ojo-san! Oh, Sensei! I'm sorry for worrying you these 3 days. As you can see, I'm fit as a fiddle. My, I was very worried about you. When you're done eating, come right to the teacher's lounge, right? I have a lot to talk to you about. I must be in for a good scolding for those 3 days of cut class. Sadako laughed sheepishly while she scratched her head. The rest of the class burst into laughter. The teacher was acting angry, but she breathed a sigh of relief at seeing Sadako healthy and smiling as she ate her lunch with the class around her.
でも
What a relief,
安心
right,
したよ
right?
な
Huh? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm glad she's
無事
okay.
でよかったよ
Looked at
ね
Reina and knew. She had to sense something about Sadako was off, too. It looked to see Mion detached from the clamour as well, with a grim expression. Yeah. But Rika was smiling from ear to ear. She spread out the bento boxes one by one as Sadako finished them. Aww. Finally, Sadako was satisfied, and after enjoying a thorough conversation with her classmates, remembered, yeah, she would call the teacher's lounge.
めんどくさいで
It's
す
such
け
a
ど
pain, but I think she'll be
行か
angry
な
if I
いと
don't
もっと
go.
怒られて僕も
I'll
一
go
緒
with
に
you.
行きますで
Sadako
す
rests
よ
from seat, and Rika runs over to her.
ごめん
I
休
do
ませて
apologize,
ちょっと
Keiichi-san. I'll
怒
be
ら
right
れ
back.
て
I'm
ない
reading something.
おなんだった
Right.
ら
I mean, I
俺
could
も
go with
例
you
の
too.
カ
We're
レー
all
の
comrades
悪口の
against
時
Golden Tears Lounge. Ever since
一緒に
Scurry
職
incident,
員
right?
室で怒られた仲じゃん
それには
That
及ば
won't be
ない圭
necessary.
一は
Keiichi should mind the
ここ
place
でお
while
留
we're
守番
away.
なのですよ
Rika's words were gentle, but firm rejection was clear in her eyes. Two of them exited the hallway, walking shoulder to shoulder. After seeing them off, the class breathed a collective sigh of relief, broke apart, and went back to their usual banter. We, however, couldn't go back to how we usually were. Not I, nor Mion, of course not Reina. Instead of the classroom exit, Sadako and Rika left the room, their expressions distant and
俺
gloomy.
たちは仲間だ
We're all
そうだろ
friends,
うみん
isn't
な
that right? I blurted out something strange, so Mion and Reina turned around with dubious
俺は
expressions.
仲
I
間に
won't keep
だ
anything
か
from my
ら
friends, so I'll tell you
さっ
what I
き聞
just
いた
heard
ば
a
かり
little
の
while
ことを
ago.
言う
I told them stories I heard from Tomita and Akumura earlier about the tofu shop and how Sadako's uncle came back. All at once without letting
こ
them
れ
speak.
が
And that's all I
だ
know.
から
So
ミオ
if
も
either
レ
of
ナ
you
も
knows anything, please
しているこ
say
と
so.
俺は俺の知る
I
全てを
said
話した
I
ぞ
can. I ended my sentence firmly and looked into Mion and Reina's eyes in turn. Reina stared right back at me. Her eyes didn't falter at all. Without even opening her mouth, I could tell she's not hiding anything. But then her gaze turned to Mion.
別に
It's not like I was trying to keep
私
a
は
secret or
隠して
anything.
黙ってるわけじゃないよ
Mion couldn't seem to endure our silent stares and began to talk timidly, as if she was guilty.
でも
It's just now that you said
ケ
something,
イちゃん
I
が
have
話
to
した
talk
な
about
ら
it.
みーちゃん
Chan, you know something?
何か知ってるいや
Well, I mean,
その
I knew from the first day Sadako's uncle came.
この間の日
Then
曜
he
日
just
に
showed up and Hinami's
フラ
elbow.
どうしてそれを黙って
Why
た
didn't you tell us? I'm sorry.
ごめん
My angry shout caused her to flinch away, look down, and hang her head. That's not a very Mion-like
ケイチ君
reaction.
怒る
Keiichi,
よう
it's
なこと
nothing I get
み
angry
ーちゃん
about.
怖
You're
がって
scaring me-chan. Oh, sorry. I shouted.
ごめん
I
つ
lowered
い
my head.
大声を
Mion accepted it, collected herself, and continued. According to her, her uncle's relationship with his lover, whom he had been with in Okinawa, had collapsed. If they were to go, he went back home. And on that Sunday, the day of the barbecue, her uncle ran to Sadako and brought her back to the house.
自宅になんで連れ戻すん
Bring
だ
her
よ
with him.
ろくでなしの
Because
寄
he's
生
a
虫
good
だ
for
から
nothing
ね
parasite.
自分一人
Can't
じゃ
even
炊
cook
事
by
は
himself,
おろか
much less do any
掃除一つで
But that's he brought Sadako back to
フィ
have
ギ
her
ュアお
cook
掃
and
除の
clean?
ためにさとこちゃんを連れ戻したっていうの
Mm-hmm. I remember that she said she'd been cleaning the house when I met her back at the school gate. A moment later, the pieces fell into the place, into the jigsaw puzzle of unease. This is a horrendous sprite, by the way. Oh my god. And as for what the puzzle depicted when I saw it from afar, I could see the answer clearly.
さとこが家に閉じ込めていじめられながら家事をやるっていう
Those are the
噂なんだ
rumors.
よ
You knew that. Why the hell didn't you speak up? I really yelled at me on, but hastily stopped myself. Yeah. Back from dinner, what did I miss?
みーちゃんそれ本当なの
There's some rough shit going on, Whams. I'm not gonna lie. Sadako's uncle is... So Sadako's uncle and aunt took her in when her parents died, and they were incredibly abusive. But Sadako's aunt was one of the people that died in one of the previous festival deaths. So she was out of the picture, and then the uncle went off somewhere to hide away because he was scared, right? But now he's back. And because he's back, Sadako hasn't been to school or eating because the uncle has locked her up at home so that she can do the cooking and cleaning. Or at least, quote unquote, that's what the rumors say. She's been through the ringer. She's pretending nothing's wrong, but it's a rough state.
私がこの目で確かめたわけじゃないから本当かどうかは知らないけど去年みたいに意地悪なおじさん夫婦のところで暮らしてた時みたいに
でもさ、このおじさんって聡子が重宝なわけだから何もいじめてるってわけじゃないかもしれない。
圭一君、何をいい加減なことは言わない方がいいよ。
Rada clearly and very directly got mad at me. You don't know much about this, so don't talk as though you do. Yeah, that's what you meant.
じゃあ
Fine,
レナは
do you
知って
know
るのか
something,
よ。
Rita?
私だって
I don't know anything either. I didn't know
ま
Uncle
で
had taken her to the house
聡
till
子ちゃ
here
んのお
just
じ
now.
さんでもね
But
1年
the
前とは
situation is different.
まる
from
で
a year ago.
状況が違
Situation
うって
is what does that mean?
どういうことだよ。
サトシ君がい
Satoshi
ない
isn't here. Oh no.
サトシは
Satoshi really cared about his
い
little
つも
sister.
サトコを
He
かば
always
って
stuck
た
up
意地悪なおじおばのとばっちりが
so that she
少
would
し
be
でも
affected
サト
just
コ
a
に
little
被らない
less
よ
by
う
their
に
mean aunt and uncle's fighting.
盾になって家には
The mean uncle and Sadako
意地
are
悪
the
なお
only
じさん
ones
と
in
さ
there
そ
now.
れがどれだけ
Can't you
行き
imagine
詰ま
how
るものか
recycling that must be?
圭一君南沢に帰ってき
He
た
only
理
even
由
came
で
back because he broke up with
身
the
を
one
寄
he
せ
was
て
staying
そ
with.
んな不
You
愉
think
快
a
な
person
理
who
由で
came
帰
back
って
for
きた
such
人
an
が
unpleasant reason would
どうして
treat
サト
Sadako
コちゃんに
kindly?
優しくできるっていうの
She was right. It wasn't easy for me to imagine Sadako not being tortured too.
ごめん。
Sorry.
あ
Oh, no,
こっ
I'm
ちこ
sorry.
そごめん問い詰めるよう
I
な口
sounded
調
like I
に
was
なっちゃった
interrogated.
ね
An awkward atmosphere floated among us. The three of us remained silent and just stared at the floor. I mean, what else can you do? Fucking hell, man. Finally, we heard the principal's bell ringing. The teacher came back with Sadako and Rika at her side.
さあ
All right, we're starting afternoon class. Class president, please.
起立
Everybody stand up. I'm sorry, how rude of me. I couldn't read anything from her vaguely sheepish expression, but given the clouded look Rika was wearing behind her, it was tough to laugh off the story I'd heard from Mion.
よーし
All right.
久々に
First
全
time
メ
in
ン
a
バ
while
ーが
everyone's been here.
久しぶ
Let's
り
all
に
have a roaring good
パ
time
ー
with
ッ
the
と
whole
大
club.
部活で盛り上
Yeah,
がろうじゃない
perfect.
の
Indeed. In times like this, the best thing to do is get rowdy and scheme one to another in a club activity.
望むと
This
こ
is
ろ
what
だ
I
よ
was
ね
waiting
えさ
for.
とこちゃん
Hey, Sadako
やろう
chan,
やろ
let's
う
play.
さとこが
There
好き
was
だっ
that
た
game
ゲー
like
ムある
was
でし
there.
ょ
What
何で
was
も
it
構わ
again?
なく
Doesn't
て
matter
いい
which. Tell
言
me.
って
Tell me. Mion laughed happily, took a bunch of games out of the locker, and lined them up in the desks. Please show up. I think that was the first time Mion's ever let someone else decide the game. I could tell she was being really considerate to Sadako, thinking that whatever circumstances, if we could enjoy our time together as a group, it could be some comfort, some diversion. Sadako seemed to understand her feelings too, and smiled vaguely, though pleased. But her head slowly moved from side to side. Fuck, man.
ありがたいで
I'm
す
very
けど
grateful, but your feelings
いろいろ
there are
しな
many
ければ
things
な
I
らない
need
ことがありますの
to
で
do, so. Even Rika hung her head in remorse.
おいお
Hey,
い
whoa,
おい
whoa,
おい
whoa,
おい
seriously?
部活メンバー
All the
が
club
久しぶりに
uniforms
揃
were
っ
not
て
playing
敵前
anything.
逃亡は
Desertion
罰
faced
ゲ
the
ームっ
enemy
ての
was the
は
punishment game for it. What part of the club constitution was
最
that?
速第免除やめなよみーちゃん
Stop it, Michi.
無理に付き合わせちゃダメだよ
Hey, this old man isn't trying to force her or anything. I just thought it'd be more fun for sure if we did something exciting.
本当に
Really, I'm happy you feel that way. Don't worry. Next to me, you'll see. I'll get you all caught in a gigantic trap. Fuck me, dude. Sadako, while insulting us, still said she couldn't participate in club and apologized. She put her things in her bag and pattered down to the hallway, disappearing. It all happened in the blink of an eye.
さとこ
Sadako. Rika stared lonesomely as her friend hurried home, unable to be part of club activities. Silence filled the classroom. Both the cheerful voices of our classmates in the schoolyard and the voices of the cicadas sounds like they were coming from some faraway world.
なんないの
This is boring. Silence was broken by Mion's bitterness as she began putting the games on the desk back in the locker. Everyone stared absently at Sadako's seat, now empty.
リカちゃん
Rika-chan,
そろそろ
maybe you could
話してく
tell
れ
us
て
about
も
it now?
いいんじゃないかな
Reina made as gentle a smile as she could and spoke softly to Rika. Even without hearing it from her, we knew the situation at this point. Sadako's uncle had broken up with his lover and come back home to Hinomizawa. They could take Sadako back home, forced her to do all the household work. That all had to be pretty rough, yeah. Thinking this was common knowledge, everyone has skipped the important part.
だいぶ
Is it
ひどいのか。
really bad? Maybe Mion and Reina want to ask the same question. Nobody spoke, we all just stared, waiting for Rika's reply. Rika still didn't answer us, though. We were hoping for her to say no, but her silence was a bad enough sign.
去年だっけ
Last year,
おじ夫
was
婦
it?
の
It
元
was
にい
like
た
this
時
when
も
her uncle and his wife
こん
were
な
here,
状
right?
況だったんだろ
Yeah.
あの時
At
は
the time, they were just
夫婦
caught
喧嘩
between
の
the
とばっち
aunt
り
and uncle
っこし
fighting.
て部活で
One of the ways
時
we
間を
helped out
潰
was
して
with the club,
家にい
reducing
る
her
時
time
間
at
を
home as much as we
極
could,
力
but
家事を強制さ
he's
れ
making
て
her do the chores now, so
学校
she
に
can't
残ること
stay
が
at school
ないん
either.
だね
Oh, shit. Sadako's not a slave? Who do you think you are, ignoring your own inability to live properly, putting Sadako under house
常
arrest?
識的に考えて
When you think about it, isn't this strange? We need a lot of circumstantial evidence, but this is abuse, right? Can't we notify the police or something?
そうだよ
You're right.
体罰
If
の
we had
証拠
evidence she
と
was
か
being
があれば
abused, we could tell the
あるい
police.
はそういう
And
の
can't we talk to the region's
ついて
welfare
入
people?
店員さんとかに
I mean, I
相
kept
談
saying
できないの
police, police, as though we're nothing, but Mion's response sounded like she thought we were a little naive.
みんな簡単に
It's
言って
easy
く
for
れる
you
け
to
ど
say that.
それを立証す
Have
る
you
リ
thought
ス
about
ク
the
を
risks
考
of
えたことあ
getting
る
proof?
リスクって
What do you mean
なん
risks?
だよ
一昨年の
I think
冬
it
か
was
な
2 winters
通報
ago.
したんだよ
We
児
reported
童
it
相談所
to
に
the child consultation
虐
center.
待があるか
We
ら
told them there was
すぐに
abuse happening and to do something right away. But you did?
それで
What
電話して
happened?
すぐにお
Person
約束
came as soon as we
で
called. She
貞
interviewed
子と
Sadako and
サト
Sashi
シ
about
と
what was
つい
going
で
on,
に
then
お
their
じ
uncle and
夫
his
婦
wife
佐
too.
藤とサト
I
シ
understand
に
asking
まだ
Sadako and Sashi, but wouldn't it be not so good
お
to
じ
talk
夫
to the
婦
aunt
ま
and
で
uncle?
聞くのはまず
両者の
They
意
said
見
they
を
based
聞
their
いて
judgment on what they heard from
相
both
互
sides. Great of them, wasn't it?
で
So what they decided to
結
do?
果はどうだった様子見
Wait and see.
様子見っ
What,
て
what do you mean, wait and see?
おじさん
The uncle really
こっち
started up on his
法
stuff?
律で
By
は
law,
ね
you can't call it abuse unless
合
assault
法
or
か
child
育児
neglect has
放
been
棄が認
established.
められなさとこも
They
サト
poked
シ
and
も
prodded
よ
Sadako
く
and
気づ
Sashi a
かれ
lot, but it never
た
left any
けど
real marks on
3
them.
食の飯
They were
も
pretty
一応
much
食
eating
え
3
と
meals a day,
心
they
理
had
的
beds,
外
and
傷
there
を
weren't
与
any
える言
recordings to
動
prove
だ
they
っ
said
た
or done anything to cause
別
them
にあそ
psychological
こまで
trauma.
村の人たち
No,
だって
they'll just said ever
実際
seen
に
them
い
being
くら
violent.
意地悪
No
だ
matter
か
how
っ
mean
て
you are, you wouldn't act so
人前で
violent in front of other
誰
people. Nobody would.
で
Then what
その後
what
どう
what
なったの
happened?
しばらく
The
は
welfare
毎
officer
週決
points
ま
up
った
business on
日
the
に
same day
隣
every
接
week
お
for a
じ夫
while.
婦
The
も
aunt and uncle knew they
自
were being
分たち
watched
が見
to
張られ
torment
てる
them
こ
any
とを
way
知
that
っ
would
た
stand
だ
out.
けで済むわけないでしょ
Of course that wasn't the end of it. You mean they
より陰
ramped
湿な
up how
締め方
malicious they were being?
にしていった
Mia sighed and nodded. Damn, man.
おばのやつが
Their aunt
特
was
に
really
女
stubborn.
特有
She's one of the
の
most spiteful
陰
people
湿
I've
さ
ever known.
相当いやら
Not
しい
like
こ
she
と
was
をして
doing
た
some
らしい
disgusting
貞
things.
子
Sadako was like a doll that
最
did
後の
nothing
方
but
は
breathe by the
補
end of
給
it.
するだけのポロ人間みたいだった
My conclusion is that mean they never should have contacted child welfare in the first place?
分かった
Understand?
誰の目にも
Without
明ら
proof
かな
of
虐待
abuse
の
so
証拠がなか
clear
ったら
anyone could see
お
it,
手上げなんだよ
there's nothing we can do. Oh, whoops.
むしろ状
In
況を悪
fact, it
化
might
させかね
make
な
the
い
whole situation worse.
あれは
We messed up pretty bad. After hearing that even public organizations, the one thing they thought was dependable, couldn't do anything, everyone hung their heads.
つまり
In other words, until we have
誰
clear
の目
evidence
に
of
も
abuse, we
明らか
shouldn't
な
notify
虐
anyone.
待の証拠がまあその
Well, I
そうい
mean,
うこと
basically, yeah. I consider Sadako's current situation. She was brought back to her house. It was a little difficult to just call that abuse. She was being tormented and forced to do the chores. How she was being tormented would be the key, but without concrete evidence, it would be really difficult to prove. She had some kind of external injury that worked, but as far as we could tell from today, there was nothing. And being forced to do the chores, that was a bit weak, too. There had to be better evidence that she was being abused. Oh, her uncle had ignored Sadako's existence for a year and went to live with his lover in town. Didn't that fall under a definition of abuse that she'd mentioned? Child neglect? Yeah, it's the perfect case of child neglect. What about that, Michan? If her uncle weren't here now, it'd be recognized, but he's living with her at the moment, isn't he? They were apart before, but if he said something like he had a change of heart and sided with her, they might just wait and see.
また様子見なんてことは言いかねない
Fucking hell, man. Once you report it, we would need to be absolutely sure they interpreted it as abuse. Maybe we needed far more concrete evidence, lest we repeat last year's mistake. It's sad. This means we need to just sit quietly and wait for him to be violent towards Sadako and leave a mark, don't we? The only plan I can think of was, in the end, just watching and waiting. It left me in shock when I realized it would be the same policy as that of the officials that made the situation worse. As Mion said, reporting to a public agency would be a gamble. If we're going to pick a fight, it has to be one we couldn't afford to lose. If we were gambling, without enough money, without enough evidence, our defeat would be insured. If we took the time to amass enough money, then we could be sure of victory. And that would mean pretending we didn't see her plight for a long time.
こんなところで話
Sorry
を振っ
for
てごめんな
bringing this up
リカちゃ
now,
ん
but
はどうして一人
how
暮ら
was
しが
Rika
で
able
き
to
るん
live
だ
by herself? Rika had lost her parents, if I recall correctly. From what I heard, she had no relatives either. She was forced to live on her own as a result, but her life was unfettered, free of restriction. She could grant that freedom to Sadako, too. I mean, Rika, you're living with your parents, right? Don't kids with no guardians have to go to
個
orphanages
人
and
みたい
stuff?
なところに
Keiichi, that's
それ
cruel.
悪口で
I'm not saying it to be mean. I only asked because I thought maybe there'd be a hint to saving Sadako. Rika, I'm sorry if I offended you.
ごめんな。
Rika shook her head, not particularly disturbed. Well, you see, it's because I'm considered the mayor's daughter. Let me explain. The mayor, old man Kimiyoshi, is Rika's guardian. You got official permission from the governor of the prefecture. Oh, so you're adopted. No, not adopted. You can be someone's guardian without being in the same family. Oh, I get it. Rika lived by herself, but by law, she's considered to live with the mayor. Yeah, basically. That's how Rika was being sent to an orphanage. Actually, it'd be Child and Family Services, not an orphanage, but it doesn't matter. I don't understand the hard things, but yeah, she's right. Interesting you should say that, Mion. You can be someone's guardian even if they're another family? Then shouldn't we have the mayor or someone else become Sadako's guardian, if only on paper? Then she'd be in the same position as Rika-chan, and she could go back to her old life. Too bad it won't work. I mean, her uncle's her guardian right now. Wait a minute. You lost me there. What's a guardian legally? In legal terms, a guardian and parent aren't synonymous. Pardon. So whoever's looking after her at home be considered her guardian. Then her uncle isn't her guardian. He left Sadako by herself for so long. But if he insists he's her guardian, then that's that. It's been a few days since she was taken back to her house. Her uncle's been paying for her meals since then, right? He's sort of looking after her, so he'd probably insist. Even though he abandoned her for a year, he's already looked after her for the whole year before that. But the mayor doesn't have that kind of history. So then if both the mean uncle and the mayor requested guardianship at the same time, the uncle would make more sense? No, but you'd have a better chance. The term guardian refers to the person actually caring for it, right? The uncle actually has a bed and food, but the mayor would just have his name. It wouldn't even be a contest. Then shouldn't the mayor just start caring for her for real? He'd be her guardian name in reality. We just need to shelter her. That might lead to her uncle being desperate to take her back, but we'll refuse. It's not that easy. Sadako's a growing girl. It's not like giving someone a cat. You're asking him to care for a real person. Then Coach. What about Coach? Coach, I don't know, he's got a lot of money, right? He even said it himself. If he's not a real father, Coach could become a guardian. He'd be great at taking care of her. Stop that! Stop thinking of Sadako like a pet! Arjun is talking about pushing her onto someone else. You need to think seriously about how much responsibility it is to care for another human being. Did you ask him? Did you get an actual promise that he'd take Sadako under his care? No, I didn't. But Coach would say yes. Well, fine. You consider the 0% probability of Coach saying it was okay. Then what? It still wouldn't work. He couldn't become a guardian all by himself. That's right. Coach, didn't he say it himself? He was alone, so he can't. Shit, what the hell? Why is being single such disadvantage in this society? God damn it, Ryukishi, we're having a serious conversation. Then all you can do is marry into a wealthy family, couldn't you? Is there anyone that wealthy in Hinamizawa? I'm not sure. See? It's not simple. It's hard to adopt someone, and you can't go into it thinking you'll push Sadako onto someone else for a little while. You're being naive, Kei-chan. Shit, damn it, what the hell? I'm desperately thinking of how to save Sadako, and all you're saying is no, no, no. Do you care about her at all? Are you worried about your friend? What do you have to say for yourself? Jesus, fuck. I didn't mean that, but it's not that easy. And it's not that difficult a problem. We just need to have some rich people look after Sadako for a while, that's all. Right, what about your family, Mion? You always brag about how great it is being one of the 3 families or whatever, don't you? What you've said, you must live in a gigantic house. My house? No, that won't happen. My grandma wouldn't allow it. Then what about your relatives in Okamiya? Well, I've heard they're living in luxury themselves. There's plenty of shops they manage in town. Your family are millionaires, aren't they? No, it won't work. Going to Okamiya is even more out of the question. My father wouldn't let it happen. Hey! Normally you'd ask like some high and mighty bigwig, and now you're being all spineless. What the hell? Are you just gonna sit by and watch her suffer? No, I don't, but I mean, I want to help her just as much as you, but it's a different story. How is it a different story? How can you be so cold-hearted? Your friend is in trouble. What are you if you don't rescue her? You're our president, our club president. Save her! Save her from this crisis she's in. Don't save her right now, you're not a friend. You're not even human. I don't know if you have any humanity left. Are you listening to me? Jesus, my emotions explode out of me. Didn't even give her a chance to say anything in response. I just made her want to make her agree with me, and I had to force her. If she did, Sadako's problems would all be solved. Pushing her would solve the issue. I'd push her as much as I had. Why aren't you saying anything anymore? I'm asking you, asshole. Say something, Mion. Me? Mion, looking down, began sobbing. Her hands were clenched in a fist, and she rubbed her eyes to wipe away the tears. Was what I said actually that? Yeah, it was, but this isn't the time to cry. We're in the gambling room, and we have to do something to save Sadako. So I thought about that. Reina spoke, her voice cold and very calm. Keiichi, if Michan's family won't work, then what if we look for another wealthy family? I know someone who knows who lives in this big house. Who's that? Oh, come on. You've got a splendid family, you're leaving it out of things. My family? My family is... You're friends, right? Save her, Keiichi-kun. Michan is cold-hearted, after all. Since you're so concerned towards friends, you should lead by example. Just the three of you live in that huge house, right? And you probably got plenty of spare rooms. You should just give her a few of the empty ones to Sadako. Then her worries will all be over. What's this? We're done already. That was pretty quick. Okay, great. Congrats. We solved the problem. Then are we done for today? I'm going home. Hooray! Maybe I'll go treasure hunting. Haven't done that in a while. I was so worried about Sadako that I didn't feel like going to play. I wonder what I'll find. Say something, will you? Why am I the only one talking? Say something, you bastard. You listening, Keiichi? Even the cicadas seem to cower in fear. Rain, her shoulders bobbing up and down. Me, who'd forgotten to breathe. Mion is facing on pale. And Rika was keeping silent as if nothing happened. The atmosphere was tight and stiff, and it petrified us where we stood. Rattle. Sat on chairs. Raina sat back down after having stood up. Allowed everyone to take a breath. Raina showed me just how much I'd hurt Mion. Yeah. Raina's scary. At a few moments, Rika cut into the frozen air. Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, I'm sorry, Rika. Michan, I'm sorry to you too. I don't have to apologize to you, do I, Keiichi-kun? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being unreasonable. Were you saying all that to me before? You said while glaring at Michan, so I totally thought you were talking to her. Rina had such strength you wouldn't have imagined normally, yeah. All I did was spout terrible things. This wave of violent fury passed over me. Couldn't contend with it. Mion, I'm sorry. I've lost my cool. Can't think of it. I didn't understand what got me that riled up. I thought myself as Sadako's knee. I only had good intentions. I think about it a little harder than anyone else. Yeah. It's okay. You were worrying with everything you had. All I was saying was that nothing would work. So I'm sorry. I did something wrong too. Mion rubbed away the tears, corner of her eyes with her fists, and apologized as well. We bowed our heads to each other and looked down without glancing at the other. This shit's fucking peak, dude. Oh my god. It's so good. Like, Jesus Christ, man. Someone, I don't know who, heaved a sigh. Sadako being tormented had been known about since last year. How would the tragedy back then save Sadako? How would they brought it to an end? Alright. In the end, no one could do anything. All I could do was bear it patiently and just wait for the agonizing days to end. That's right. The one who brought an end to those terrible days was some crazy drug addict. No one knew. On the nights of the Wasanagashi last year, their mean aunt had been beaten to death, but it hadn't been done to save Sadako or Sadashi. Right. It was just a coincidence. Sadako's friends, who needed to do something for her most of all, could do nothing. The incident may have been a tragic one, but from Sadako's viewpoint, it was nothing less than a miracle. A miracle. A miracle one could only wait for. Is waiting all we can do? Not for evidence of abuse, not for something that minor. Huh? Wait, for what? A miracle? No one made fun of me for using such a crazy word. We couldn't come up with any solutions, so it's the only thing we could do. We're powerless. The one word Mion dropped was the finishing blow. It was hot. Body was sticky with sweat. The worst month, June. Fuck, man. I have tears in my eyes. This is really well written. This is really good. I can't clickbait with tears anymore, unfortunately. But I will say, this is very well done. You can tell Ryukishi was a social worker. He knows this shit. Because it's not that easy, you know? Not at all. I walked forward quite a ways, then turned right where the rice fields ended. I'd never come here before, so I had no idea where to go. I got lost several times, so I may have taken quite a long way around. Maybe I should have gone back home and got my bike. It would have made everyone else worried if I asked them, so I asked one of our classmates where Sadako's house was. That house was originally her family's, not their uncle's and his wife's. Their house had been bigger, so they had taken it for themselves. Right here. Several houses on a line over there. I was visiting Sadako's house, but didn't particularly intend to meet her there. I didn't mean to spy on the enemy, her mean uncle, either. Maybe I just wanted to be a little closer to her, as her Nini. Pretty words, but I didn't know if they were true. If what Tomita and the others told me was right, it would be this house. I recognized it, my feet grew heavy. What did I even come here for? My motive was absurd. Mian said at the end that we were powerless, made me frustrated. I wanted to do something, anything, than just waste the days away praying for a miracle. That's why I came, but that was it. Even if I were to witness her uncle actually tormenting Sadako, what could I do? Would I act like a comic book hero, punch the guy in the face, and take Sadako away with me? And then live together somewhere far away? It was ridiculous. I'm powerless. The cicadas' voices, raised in chorus, sounded like they were scoffing at me. As though they were saying, if I couldn't do anything, and wouldn't do anything, then I should just go back home. I heard a car approaching, so I got out of its way. But the car stopped right behind me, its horrid honking shortly once. Annoyed, hadn't I got another way, I looked behind me, and a familiar face was pointing at me out the driver's seat window. Coach! My brother-san! How unexpected to meet you all the way out here. Do you live nearby? Me being here wasn't normal. Just as I considered someone giving the slip, I know Sadako sitting in the passenger seat. Sadako? Wait, really? Oh, shit, man. Sadako got out of the car and began unloading a lot of groceries from the trunk. I happened to run into Coach on my way back from shopping. He said he'd bring me home, so I accepted his offer. She wouldn't have been able to carry all the groceries on her bike. As Coach spoke, he pulled Sadako's bike from out the back seat where they put it. The grocery bags were big, and there were 4 of them. They seemed to be packed full and very heavy. Those bags, 7 smart? Isn't that a little far to go by bike? Most of the bags inside they were filled to the brim with sake bottles, stacks that you eat with sake, and boxes of cigarettes. Their weight was one thing, but their contents were nothing less than luxury item. I made it thanks to Coach. She helped me out. It was a little difficult going up those hills. Sadako gave Coach a smile filled with gratitude, but it was awkward and heartrending. Sadako, these groceries aren't for dinner tonight, are they? Of course not. I don't drink sake, and I hate snacks. Of course I don't smoke, either. That's the truth. He made Sadako go to a distant store by herself on the bike so she could buy dumb shit like this? What was the uncle doing right now, anyway? Must have been working up a good sweat this very moment if he had set Sadako out by herself, right? If not, then how much had she suffered for no reason? I hadn't intended to voice my feelings, but they made it to my face. Coach might have noticed because he clapped me on the shoulder. Just then, the house's windows clattered open, the face of a vulgar man, very sight of which made me avert my eyes, emerged from within it. There was no self-introductions necessary. My gut told me it's the uncle in question. First thing out of his mouth should have been words of gratitude for Sadako. Sadako, you left the heat on for the sake when you left, you half-wit. I'm sorry. But you told me to go right away. Shut up! You're gonna ruin it. It was good stuff, too. What do you do about it? I'm sorry. Sadako miserably apologized over and over, bowing again and again. She'd be perfectly described as a small animal. I had no idea what was happening. Sadako finished shopping for all this heavy stuff that wasn't even for dinner. She managed to come back because she ran to Coach and she drove her home. If she hadn't been found by him, she'd still be by herself, panting and moaning, pedaling the bike up a hill. What was with those words, those horrible, sleazy words she said to him? In what country's dictionary did it tell him to say such things to a young girl who just finished shopping? My anger wouldn't reach him. The uncle displayed no interest in me and said, shouting at Coach, "Oh, if it isn't Dr. Irie! Hello, hello! Why don't you come inside, too? We're in the last round, so you can get in right away. 100 yen per 1,000 points, anything goes." No, I'll pass, thank you. I just ran to Sadako and gave her a lift as well. I'll be leaving now. Aw, come play around. You got a lot of money, yeah? I didn't even understand what her uncle and Coach were talking about. I knew one thing for sure. None of what he just said him to thank Sadako. Sadako, bring us the damn snacks. Start getting those beers chilled, too. Get us some cold ones in the fridge. Teacher, you're so harsh on her. She looks so sad. Take better care of her. That's how I gotta treat her. She didn't like this and chooses my bro. Spoiler, she ain't gonna listen to a damn thing you say. Shit. Whatever. It's your shot, Teacher. Spider clear reach, too. Sorry. Would you reach you again? It wasn't just your uncle. His friends were over. Hey, wait. What were they doing? Flinging rude words left and right, making Sadako go shopping for your beer. What were they doing? My uncle's friends came from town. They're playing mahjong. He told me to prepare dinner for them as well. What the hell? Mahjong? He called his friends over for mahjong? They're too busy playing, so they sent Sadako to buy them booze from a faraway store. And the first thing he said to her was how she left the gas on. What the hell? What's this guy think he's doing? We get lost in some dumb game of mahjong and send Sadako to buy all this stuff. Even though Coach was listening, he pretended he wasn't. There was a line of heavy-looking shopping bags lined up on the ground next to the trunk. Maibara-san, you help too, please. You're a boy. You get to carry this everywhere. Coach, you're gonna let this slide? This is completely... Mahjong must be that fire. Okay. I really gotta start playing some Mahjong. I'm not gonna lie. I keep seeing it around, and it's like some of the most fire shit ever. Imagine that being the tagline for your poker adjacent game, bro. So good you force your adoptive daughter to go out and buy drinks for the boys. Hey, I mean, with enough popular demand, we can do a Mahjong Soul stream. We can learn how to play Mahjong. I'd imagine there's like a really niche but very passionate subset of Mahjong viewers on Twitch. Would not be surprised. When I thought about it later, his reaction was probably the best thing he could do in that situation. Oh, sure. I'll carry 2 of them myself. Come on, help us carry them. Please. The bags are packed to the brim with bottles of sake and bar snacks. They were so heavy and so filthy, so unfair. They weren't just heavy in terms of weight. They made me feel mortified. Nothing could have been heavier than that. Keiichi, there's no need to put yourself. I'll carry it. Sadako mistook my biting back the humiliation as grimacing under the weight and offered to help. Stupid. Don't underestimate me. Sadako never looked down on my physical strength in the slightest. Fuck, man. Coach, I'm sorry for you, too. It must be heavy. No, not at all, answered Coach, smiling vaguely. Coolly, but I knew. Coach was an adult, so he knew how to keep his feelings from showing. There was even more anger than I was feeling, burning deep in his eyes.
Yeah.
Well, it is heavy. Shit. It wasn't very far to the doorstep, but the bag squeezed my palms, left red marks. Fury welled up at me, and the back of my throat stung. But even if it all came gushing out, it wouldn't solve anything. So, just gritting my teeth was as much as I could do. Really, thank you so much. Both of you. You really helped me. After we carried them to the back door, Sadako said, that was enough. Occasionally we'd hear the repulsive laughter of our uncle and his friends from within, and my insides would seethe. I knew they weren't ridiculing us, and that was why it made me so mad. They made Sadako shop for all this heavy, selfish stuff, and then they just ignored her, laughed among themselves as they pleased. It was aggravating. Of course, Coach had to have felt the same way. But if he let his feelings slip in his face, he'd cause Sadako more worry. He knew all that and spoke coolly, as if to say he didn't care. Not at all. I'm happy I could be a bit of help for you. If there's anything else I can help with, please tell me. Yeah, I really am happy you feel that way. That he feels that way. Those words were sad. Sadako herself was sad and resigned that we could only help her so much. But she was right. No matter how much Coach or I want to help, it's as much as we can do. I feel ashamed not having the power to help her more. Burning, boiling emotions bubbling within me, rising my throat, trembling all over. I almost started to cry, my fear. Me too. If there's anything I can do, help you with whatever you need. Alright? So, hang in there, alright? I wanted to give her those trite words. I can help her whenever she wanted. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm happy just that you came all the way here when you didn't need to. Sadako seemed to have guessed what I was doing in a place like this. My house is in the opposite direction. Alright, you should get going. They're drunk right now, so there's no telling what they're mad at you for. She felt guilty getting involved after we helped her, because she wanted to be the only one to suffer. That's how it looked, and it hurts, man. Handed my supermarket bag to Sadako, and I noticed on the back of her hand, there was something that looked like a bruise. Hey, Sadako, what's the bruise? I knew as much as anyone else how transparent that sounded. I didn't need to hear it from her to know how this bruise came to be. I slipped on the stairs and hit it a little. Please, pay it no mind. You're lying. Coach nudged me in the back. And then he put his index finger to my mouth to chide me for being so loud. Really, thank you so much. Until tomorrow, I hope we can see each other at school. That's not what I'm talking about. I asked you how that got that bruise in your hand. The evening glow got to a point where I could see the other concealed, oval-shaped bruises and traces of swelling. On her neck and her legs and other places too. Down the stairs is gonna claim another victim? True shit, bro. Okay. Keeping it real. Falling down the stairs will just look like that. I'm not gonna lie. I've fallen down some good sets of stairs before, and I've gotten bruises up and down. It just looks like that. So it's about as good a cover as you're gonna get. I hate this fucking sprite, dude. Oh my god. I fell down the stairs. The very moment my emotions were about to burst their way out of my throat, I found my mouth being tightly clamped down upon. Coach was pressing down on my mouth from behind, wrapping me around tightly with his hands. Hey man, if you got no other way, I guess that's your play. Because of that, I couldn't say anything. I could only groan. Which I did. That was all I could do. Need to expel all the magma sitting within me. 'Cause otherwise I'd explode into a million pieces in that very moment. So I groaned. I groaned. My mouth, my whole body. While heat fell in drops from my eyes. Groaned and groaned to the point of exhaustion. He's got it covered. Damn. I wrung absolutely everything out of myself. You can really feel it. Even having lost my voice, I was bringing it all out. I understand how you feel. I really do, my dear son. Please, just endure it for now. Please, I'm asking you, my dear son. Endure it? And then what, dude? What would happen to her? To Sadako? Her body and mind are wounded. She's made to suffer. Can you not even let me howl in vain? Is that it, coach? Are we this powerless? So powerless that we can't even fucking scream from the bottom of our hearts? The voice of the Higurashi made me calm down. I didn't know how long it had been. Sadako abruptly gave me a slight bow. Thank you very much, Keiichi-san. Sadako. You looks a lot like my real Nini just now. My real Nini isn't here anymore, but I have another one named Keiichi-san. Yeah, you got it. I'm your Nini. Fuck, man. When you're in pain, I'll help you no matter what. Nini will rescue you for sure. Satoshi Hojo, you fucking idiot. If not now, then when? Sadako, she's never been in more pain in her life. If Nini doesn't save her now, then when will he? Why'd you run away? Why'd you abandon her? Why'd you leave her behind? You don't have any right to call yourself her Nini. I won't run away. Huh? I won't run away. I won't run away and abandon you like Satoshi did. No way. I won't abandon you. Tears trickled from her eyes. And then she narrowed them into a smile. Goodbye, Nini. Sayo took her right hand and waved to me awkwardly. I'll be alright. My Nini now helped me so much. So I'll be okay. I'll do my best until tomorrow. I'll be okay. So, for today, this is goodbye, alright? There's no way I could just say bye, see you tomorrow. Then from inside the house came a throaty, disgusting voice. Sadako! Did you bring us the snacks already? Okay, Nini, get going already. I'll be fine. Hurry, alright? Let's go, Labyrinth. Staying any longer than this would be a bother, Sadako. Coach, Nini's house is a little far away. I'm sorry to ask you this, but could you take him home? Yeah, I'll do that. Coach grabbed me by my collar, with a strength I couldn't imagine him having, started dragging me away. And I, unable to oppose him, started getting farther away from Sadako. She waved her hand to us, expression dark, and disappeared through the back door. Coach got in the car first, then turned around the narrow path and brought the passenger side door around for me. I know how you feel so well it hurts. No, I think I understand it more than you. But right now, just for now, you have to endure it. She understood exactly how you feel, so please, endure it. If you don't, I know already. I'm sorry. Thank you before. I meekly got into the passenger seat. The car accelerated quietly, and Sadako's house grew farther and farther away in the rearview mirror. We made a wide turn, and I couldn't see her house anymore. Is your house that far away? It's in the other direction from the school, isn't it? I didn't bother to reply. I would have been hard-pressed to give an answer as to why I was at Sadako's house. Coach didn't say anything more either. For a while, the two of us were silent. Only the sounds from the gravel sprang over the road as we drove. I remember how Reina said things were different than last year. At times she said Satoshi was with her. Satoshi protected Sadako, so less of the sparks fell on her. But now Satoshi isn't here. Yes, that's the unfortunate truth. Coach seemed to understand what I really meant when I said that. It's a terribly sad, cruel story, but there's a limit to our resolve, our efforts, and our resistance. Sounded like an excuse, but he was right. Even if Coach and I wanted to be people Sadako could depend on, that was it. It ended at the front door. No matter how much I shouted that I would be her Nini, no matter how much I shouted that I wouldn't abandon her, no matter how much she called me that, I couldn't do any more than that. Where on earth could Satoshi have gone? Right, Satoshi was another story. Her actual brother. He was in a position to protect her far, far better than we ever could. That was the cold, sad truth of the massive gulf between Satoshi and us. I wonder
どこでど
what
う
he's
して
been
いる
doing
でしょう
lately. It's a bitter question. Sashi left home. Didn't know why. Maybe it was because of Oshiro-sama's curse, or he disappeared or something. In any case, he wasn't beside Sadako now. At the time Sadako needed him to protect her the most, he wasn't there.
どうして
Why isn't he here?
一番守って
Sadako
やら
needs
な
him
ければなら
now
ない
more
こ
than
の
ever.
親代様のたたりがどうと
A lot of people talk about
いろいろ言われてます
Oshiro-sama's curse, but the only thing I can
とし
say
か言えま
is
せ
that
ん
he ran
ある
away.
日を境に
One
帰
of my
って
friends
こられ
said
て
just the other day he
な
never
んか
came back.
妹の聡
He
子に
ran away without even
書き置き
leaving
一つ
so much
残
as
さ
a
ずに
note
家出
for
を
his sister.
サトシ君は
Sashi had been
コツ
doing
コツ
part-time
とあ
jobs
る
a
サ
lot.
トコちゃん
At the
が
time,
当時
Sadako really wanted this
とても
huge
結
stuffed animal.
構いい
Ended
値
up
段ら
gussing
し
on,
く
so he
て
was doing all sorts of
そ
part-time
の
jobs
ために
in
ア
order
ル
to
バイ
afford
ト
it.
を妹
He
の
felt
み
so
の兄
strongly
おじ
about
夫
it.
婦のも
And
と
was
で
desperate how he at least wanted to get his
不憫な
sister a
生
nice
活を
birthday
強いられ
present
てい
since she
る
was being
妹に
made to live such a pitiful life
少し
for
で
her
も
when his
立派
wife.
な誕生日プレゼントを贈ろうとしている
In
ん
the
じゃないか
end, he didn't use the
みんな
savings for a
囁き合
birthday
っていま
present
した
for Sadako.
サトシ君がいなく
Sashi-kun
なり
disappeared, and the
警
police
察が
looked
いろいろ
long and
サト
hard,
シ君の
found
貯
out that he
金
had
が
withdrawn all his
当
savings
日
himself on the
す
day he
っぽ
left.
ぼをいろい
After
ろと
checking
調
all
べ
over,
た
they
結
began to
果
think he'd just use them to
そ
go
の
to
直
Tokyo.
東京
Tokyo?
何しに
For
家
what?
出とし
Again,
か
all I can say is that he
自
ran
分が
away.
逃げ出すため
Saved
の
all that
資
money
金
so he
を
could run
ここ
away?
では
He
勝
was
手な
that
システム
selfish? But how
サ
could
ト
you
コ
just
を置い
leave
てくこと
Sadako
と同
behind?
じ
He
家出す
was
るな
gonna
ら
run away anyway. He should have brought
サト
Sadako
コを
with
連
him.
れて行くべきだった
Even now, Coach was still calm. He wasn't trying to pour any oil on the fire of my anger. He just waited until it all just subsided. After listening to Ground being crushed under the weight of the wheels for a while, Coach spoke abruptly.
察してくだ
Please
さい
understand.
置いていかれたサト
Sadako
コちゃん
left behind arrived at the same
同じ考
conclusion.
えに至ったん
I'm
で
a
す
burden upon my brother. That's why he abandoned me. He didn't take her with him when he left. How terrible must Sadako have felt being betrayed by the brother she loved so much.
でも
But Sadako was a
サトコちゃん
strong
は
person.
もちろん親しい友人たちの支え
Of
も
course,
あっ
she
て
had
の
the
こ
support
と
of
で
close
したが
friends too, but that
こう
was
して
how
笑
she
顔を取
regained
り
her
戻すこと
smile.
ができました
I recalled how she had spoken to Satoshi so brightly when I was eating dinner with her and Rika a few days ago. At the time, I didn't think any more of it than how pleasant their sibling love had been. But now that I did think about it, I realized. It was like she was peering into the distance from atop a pile of tragic perseverance.
サトシ君
She
は
said
きっと
Satoshi
帰
will
って
come
く
back
る
for
その
sure.
時までに
And then when she
お
did,
荷物じゃなくなった
she wanted
自
to
分を
see
見て
she
ほ
was
しい
no longer a burden.
サトコは俺
Sadako
の
isn't
姿
a
が
burden. She's way
俺
better
なんかよ
daily
り
daily
よっ
than
ぽ
me.
ど
She
生
can
活
do
力が
anything.
そりゃ
I mean, she might fall
俺
behind
らや
Reina
リカちゃん
Rika
なんか
in
と比
certain
べれば
aspects, but she's way more of an adult than most
僕
people.
サトシ君がいつ帰ってきてもいい
As a
よ
result of her having worked so hard,
そう
she didn't know
いう
when
ふう
Satoshi
に
would
な
come home.
涙ぐ
Her
ましい
efforts
努
are
力があった
so
んですよ
painful. While she lived with Rika, well, Rika taught her how to handle everything flawlessly. Also, she could welcome back Satoshi at any time, so she could show him that she wasn't ashamed. So when is he gonna come back? I asked Coach, but I knew he wouldn't be able to answer. In any case, Satoshi ran away. He left Sadako and ran away from Hinamizawa. Someone said that when you leave Hinamizawa and run away, Oishiro-sama's curse gets you, right? Then that made sense. Satoshi running away and his disappearance, that would mean people thought it was the curse, right? And they could smile, as though it was his own fault, so he got what he deserved. Hey, Oishiro, whoever you are, Satoshi didn't vanish because he ran away. You demoned him away with your curse, didn't you? That's not what happened, then I won't forgive you.
サトシはいつ頃
When did he run away?
去年の
The night of the
綿
festival
流しの
last
おば
year,
が異常者
when the
に
rat was killed by the
殺され
deviants.
そ
It
の
was
数
a few
日
days
後
after,
サトコちゃん
on
は
Sadako's birthday.
サトコの
On her
あん
birthday?
たに
I slammed my hands on the dash in front of me with all my might. Satoshi, of all the days he could have chosen to run away. Their aunt just died a couple days before, didn't she? All your days of suffering were about to end. You were just about to start thinking about a new life. It's wrong to be happy about someone dying, but for Sadako and her brother, her birthday had come at a very critical turning point. Their mean uncle had fled town, and the siblings would be left alone. They should have been able to be happy about that on Sadako's birthday. Sadako was waiting for her brother to return the whole time. Waiting for her brother to return when he never did. Waiting with bated breath. Her hopes and dreams of a new life to come growing larger, but no matter how long she waited, he didn't come back. He didn't even contact her. Sadako trembling in anticipation of a great present. Just when would she have to face the cold, terrible truth? Satoshi, you fucking idiot. You feel my blood rise in my head. My anger at Satoshi. I was frustrated. I was aggravated. Couldn't forgive him. Sadako still respected and adored her brother, yet he so heartlessly betrayed her. Such a person wouldn't just come back. Now, when he was most needed. Yeah, no one would protect her. Not even her real brother Satoshi.
だから
So when
あ
she
なたが
started to see
ニーニ
it
ー
was
だと
her
認めても
Nini,
らえて
I was happy. Huh?
私も
I
サトコ
pray
ちゃん
for
の幸
Sadako
せを
Chan's
祈る
happiness
一
as
人です
well. But I have a position in society and a job
日
to
中
do
は
every day.
私がサトコちゃ
I
ん
have
のた
little
めに
time that I can devote to
でもあ
Sadako.
なたは違
But
いま
you're
す
different.
学校で生
You go
活
to
を
school with
共
her
に
and
し
you're closer to her and Sadashi
Sadako
because of
ちゃん
an age.
あなたは
I know you think
自
you
分
can
が
only
できる
do
こと
so
も
much.
それでも
But you're in
私
a
に
position
は
where you can give her a
ずっ
hand
とサ
much
トコち
better
ゃん
than
が
I
いた
can.
から
So I want you to
私の
help
分
her
まで
enough for the both of
サ
us.
トコそう願いたい
That's what I wish for.
そんなことは
But
監
that's,
督だって
Coach, you could.
もちろん
Of course, my
年
job
季の
skills
あ
there
る
are plenty of
私
things
だ
only
か
I
ら
can
同
do.
じように
But in the same way,
あな
there
た
are
にしか
things
で
only
きない
you
タ
can
ス
do.
ク私たちは
What I want to say
互
is,
いにそ
we
れを
should
全
both
うす
perform
べ
in
きだ
every way we can.
申し上げ
Was
た
that
い
a
の
little too
です
complicated? Coach added that, but I shook my head in response. I heard him say he had job skills. Remind me that he was an adult in a different position from us. Maybe I should ask him about it. Oh,
監
Coach,
督は
do you know a lot about law?
いえ
No, I know less than the average person. Why?
何か
I thought back to when I argued with Mion and the others. Our children's argument had only left us with the conclusion that we had to wait and see. But what would an adult think?
児童福祉
What was it,
法
the
が
child welfare
児
law?
童の
As
安
an
全を
emergency
確
measure to
保す
secure
る
the
た
safety
め
of a
に
juvenile, they can force him or her to
緊急措置
separate from their
緊急措
parents.
置
They can do that? So we could rescue Sadako from Marco right away!
サトコちゃんが
Sadako-chan
それを望まないかも
Might
しれま
not
せん
want that.
虐待され
Unless
て
the
い
person
る
being
本人
abused
が
wants
避難
shelter
を望
anyway.
まなければ
It doesn't go that
弱い
far.
サトコが
Sadako doesn't want it?
Don't.
Why? Coach didn't answer me. I didn't know why he didn't. It was clear as day that Sadako's uncle was being violent, treating her like a slave. So why? I clamped down my frenzied emotions and waited intently for Coach to answer. But he never did. It wasn't like he was pretending he hadn't heard me. If I had to say, it was more like he wanted to explain, but couldn't put it the right
サ
words.
トコちゃんが
Sadako probably thinks of this
そういう
abuse
いじめに
as
耐えるの
a trial.
試練
A trial? This isn't some weird religion we're
ご
talking
存
about.
知と思いますが
You might know this, but
Satoshi-kun
Sadashi always looked after
サトコちゃ
Sadako-chan.
んも
She always relied on
甘
him,
えてきた
almost as though she was
と
utterly
言うべ
dependent
きか
on
も
him.
しれません
I know for a while that Sadashi always protected Sadako from their aunt and uncle, but that was his duty as an older brother, not something to
そ
worry
れが
about.
トラウマになっ
I
た
think
か
that
も
may
し
have
れない
traumatized
自
her.
分が
Maybe she
兄
figured
に
that depending so heavily on her
もたれ
brother
かかり
made
すぎ
him
た
hate
から
her. And for
兄
Sadako,
が
the current
自分を
situation was a
嫌ってし
retelling
ま
of the
ったの
story
で
of
は
a
ない
little
か
over a year ago.
じゃね
But this time, Sadashi
だか
wasn't
ら
here.
誰
She
にも
wants to
頼
overcome
ら
this
ずに
trial by herself
自
without
分の
relying
力
on
だけ
anyone
で
else.
そういう力を身
And
に
that
つけ
if
な
she
けれ
doesn't
ば
grow strong, then
サトシ
Sadashi
は帰っ
won't
てこな
come
い
back.
そういう考え
She
に
thinks
なっ
something
て
like
い
that,
ると
or so I believe.
私は考えます
Now that he mentioned it, Sadako had never said a word about how hard it had been before. Feared she was being threatened not to talk
みん
about
な
it,
と
but
相談して
I talked with everyone and we were
児童
wondering if we
相談
should
所と
report
か
it
に
to
通
the
報
Child
すべきか
Consultation
聞
Center.
いてますよね
I've
昨年
heard that
も
a social worker was visiting Sadako last year. Yeah, in the end they decided to wait and see. We thought maybe that made her get tormented more.
あれ
That was...
サトコちゃんが自分で通
Sadako
報したらし
reported
い
it
で
herself,
その結
and as a
果
result the abuse
余
worsened,
計
but
い
was
じめ
kept
が
just
サ
out
ト
of
コ
sight.
ちゃんに降り
She was
か
under
かるい
even
じ
more
めも
torment,
増
the
え
burden on Satoshi for
それを
protecting
かば
her
う
rose
サトシ君
considerably.
は
Huh? Could Sadako?
これ
She wouldn't think
通
it's
報
her
した
own
自分の
fault for
責任
reporting
だな
it,
と
could
思
she?
ってるんじゃ
Coach nodded quietly.
多分
Sadako
Sadako
would
ちゃん
probably
に通
hate
報
it
の
if he
話を
suggested
すると
reporting the abuse or
とても
feigned
嫌
courage
が
and
る
say he didn't need to.
サトコちゃんに内緒
Even
で
if you
通報
reported it
し
in
たと
secret,
して
she'd
も
probably insist to the social
福祉
worker that she
に対し
wasn't
て
being abused.
自分は虐待を受けていない
Sadako always acts tough
Yeah,
and doesn't rarely admit defeat, so I can imagine that.
一応
The Child Consultation Center has enormous authority in these matters. They can take emergency measures without needing any permission from the court of the concerned child. If the abuse was known to the public, they could forcibly shelter her even if she denied it. For Sadako, that would mean losing. This isn't about winning or losing. It's real life. Sadako, she's back on topic. After they placed her under the protection, she would be sent to a child care institution or the like. She'd be living there, so it would mean moving away. And with the change in residence would come a change in schools. That
転校は
changing
仕方ない
schools. It has to be done.
あいつが保護さ
If
れ
that's
る
what it'll take for her to be safe, Sadako understands all those things. All the more reason for her not to want it. Why? Because her reason for living is to wait at that house for Sadashi to return. She was a husk, an empty shell after being abandoned by her brother. How'd she find a reason to live? Try looking at it from her point of view, rather than your own. I felt like he was trying to confuse me with that hard-to-understand roundabout way of talking, so unique to adults. Point was, I couldn't do anything about her wanting to stay in that house, and that I should watch until she gives in. In the end, no matter what I said, Coach himself was saying to wait and see.
俺は
I don't understand.
はい
What?
俺は
If I feel that Sadako is really in
本当に
danger,
サトコが
I'll
危
report
ない
it
と
without
感
asking
じたら
anyone's
そ
opinion.
の結果
She might not be happy with the result, she might hate me
最
for it,
最終的
but
に
I
は
believe that will be
それ
what
が
brings
サ
her
トコの
happiness.
幸せにつ
Coach
な
turned
が
to
る
me
と
and
信じ
gazed
ます
fixedly into my eyes. It was written all over his face. He was shocked at what a young kid had
どう
said.
して
Why Why would you go that far? Coach, no. Normal adults might not have understood. So I taught him the creed and the values I believed in. Satoko's my friend, and I'm her niece. Isn't that enough? I stared him with the will strong and unbreakable as steel, as his eyes betrayed a tiny bit of unrest. No,
足りないなんてことはあ
of
りま
course
せん
that's enough. We were silent for a little while until Coach said only
誓
that.
ったじゃないです
Didn't
か
we make a promise?
と
I'm sorry, what?
サトコ
That we weren't gonna ever let her
絶
cry?
対に泣かせないっ
We
て
made a vow on that day, the barbecue party. I didn't think about it hard at all, but Coach and I made a promise that we would never let her cry. Coach gave a dry grin of regret, apologizing for not remembering. One way or another, when he grinned like that, made me think that his enthusiasm for saving Sadaka was a tiny bit smaller than mine. He lightly hit the brakes, making a skidding noise. My whole body fell forward.
ひょっとして
Could this be your house there?
Ah.
Oh, right, my bro would live in the
前
Mybro
原の
residence,
屋敷
wouldn't he?
は
Or I
前
knew
原
it, we
さん
were
の
in my
お家だったんで
house.
すね
God fucking damn it, dude. I don't think this is our chapter break. I think we have a little more. Nope, I'll leave my words. Case file 31. Fuck, man. Plain to see. Meet someone's relative. Bottle of sake right there. Alright. So I'll tab right quick. Make sure everything's still going great. Othello. My dudes are talking about shit. Evil ass rape time? Yeah, that checks out. Whatever you say, buds. Looking for an Asian enchanter 18 plus? That's fucking hilarious. Alright. Let's look at these tips, and then I'll take another small break, take a piss, grab some crackers. Case 31. This is about the disappearance. December 1st, 1981. Prefecture Juvenile Welfare Division report. Do not view, don't duplicate. Case 31, November 20th. Sadaka Hojo. Single digit years old. Residence in Hinamizawa in Shishibata. Consultation circumstances, anonymous telephone SOS of child abuse, abuse situation, anonymous claims that a female child is suffering physical abuse by adopted parents or guardians, family structure, marks of abusers, adopted father, adopted mother, older brother, child in question. June 1980, they died in an accident. She was given to her uncle on her father's side, father's younger brother. Child consultation center's response: on the day of the anonymous telephone consultation, the center called the child's school and asked for a situation. Next day, the welfare officer on duty visited the home and heard what they had to say. Both parents agreed to the center's coaching, contacting anti-abuse network in the city. As part of the suggested coaching, a district welfare officer began visiting for coaching in fixed intervals. Scroll note below is stapled to the report. Related information from formal official Mr. W. Refer to 1977 document D2-3, number 44. Pardon. Ask Chief Investigator F from the education consultation. He's well informed. So that was a big old nothing burger. Alright. I'm going to take a piss, grab some crackers, and I'll be right back, and we will do... if this chapter is incredibly emotionally draining, then we will end with this next one. Otherwise, we might do one more. Actually, no. We'll end with this next chapter no matter what, so that we have enough for next stream. For next Thursday. Alright, so I'll be back in just a moment. Alright, I got some butter crackers. These things are delicious. I love them. They're really good. They're, like, soft. I went home and washed the day's sweat off in the shower. Normally I could reset everything by taking a shower for getting all the bad things. But that just didn't happen today. Never had them. Butter crackers in general? They're just crackers, but, like, soft and buttery. They're really good. Like, Ritz crackers or butter crackers, you know? These are an off-brand, and they're definitely better, but Ritz crackers are fucking butter crackers, you know? They're lightly buttered, they're salted. It's a good chip. Yeah. I don't actually know what they're really called, but that's what I call them. That didn't happen today. Got out of the shower to find fresh underwear placed neatly in the laundry basket. Normally I didn't stop thinking about it, but today I felt happy at my mother's consideration. At the same time, I realized how much Sadako must be suffering. At the very moment I was appreciating this gentle kindness, Sadako might be being bruised by her uncle's cruel words or deeds. I went up to the second floor and shut myself in my bedroom. God damn it, man. I was job searching today, and all rejections for the most part. But I gotta get a job so I can start paying my mom back for college shit. Fuck. Then, facing my desk, I folded my arms. My topic of thought, of course, was Sadako. We thought that if we could just get a public agency to intervene the right way, the problem would be solved. With what Coach said, I didn't think it'd be so easy. Sadako was obstinate. She had stubbornly denied the abuse and tried to just endure it. And that was an act of atonement towards Sadashi, who had protected her before and run away. As long as she thought that way, the situation wouldn't be so simple. But earlier, before Coach, I made a clear declaration. If I thought Sadako was in danger, then I'd do what I had to. In the end, that meant I was just going to wait and see as well. Nevertheless, I thought I'd draw a clearer line than Coach my friend said. If the time came, I'd report it. Over the phone. Given her personality, she might criticize me if she found out, but I believed it was the best decision. Wait, Keiji. Would that really be all it took for the problem to end? Say they reported to a public agency, like the Child Consultation Center. What if they stuck to their wait-and-see attitude like last year? Last year decided to do just that, the situation improved temporarily, but in the end, things all laughingstock increased her tormenting in secret. In the end, things became more underhanded than ever before. This year, it was her uncle. I'd just seen him for the first time today, but the man seemed much more direct and violent than the word underhanded could imply. He wasn't like their aunt. No, not that subtle. He was more direct. He might assault her with punches and kicks. That could be discerned from the bruises and such I saw her body. Shit, you're too naive, Keiichi. However heroic it may seem to report it, if it doesn't save her, it doesn't mean anything. Reporting things to a public agency was one option. Leaving everything to them would be dangerous. We would need something more to guarantee her safety. I scratched my head thinking, then tilted it back, wanting at least a little bit of calm. The memories of angry arguing with my friends came to mind. I was embarrassed that I hadn't realized until Reina said something. She was right. My house is big. Compared to all the houses with the straw, thatched roofs in Himazawa, it's really big. We did have empty rooms. I never thought that we were affluent, but never thought that we were poor. I just didn't admit it because people would think I was arrogant. Maybe my family's wealthy. We had a few rooms we could lend. The guest rooms are only in use when people related to my dad's job come and stay. Plus, we cleaned out a few of the rooms my dad used for storage they could work for as well. As for food, that might be a more serious problem than a kid like me could imagine. Lunch every day would be manageable. All of our friends would just have to bring a little bit more for lunch than they usually did. If everyone pegging everyone else's food anyway, it'd be manageable. We could make it work. For breakfast and dinner, that would have to be up to Mom. I'd need to convince her to lend Sadako more than just a room. Of course, I didn't even think convincing her of that would be easy. About how much did it cost for one person to eat? How many tens of thousands of yen a month? They couldn't complain about it if I shouldered that, could they? I only had 10 or 20 in savings, but it was something. I had even more thanks to New Year's gifts and such. My parents had taken all that and put it into a fixed time deposit. If I got access to that, it could be a lot of money. If I got that far, I could ask Mion and Reina to share some of the burden. I can't depend on that, though. Reina got mad at me about how I shouldn't just shove responsibility onto others. I have to ask for help. Even so, I'd be saving her myself. I'd follow through. Oh, but it wouldn't be only food expenses. There were a lot of other things you couldn't do without, like baths and laundry. My mother was methodical and strict about cutting out inefficiencies, and for once that was troublesome. She might make reference to the money it would cost for the detergent she would use for her own clothes. I couldn't think only about food expenses. I needed more money. Hey, wait. So what was all this about money? Even if you could afford it, you would need your parents' permission. They'd be looking after a young girl for a long time. What would I say to persuade them? Just calm down. You'll realize right away that you just can't. Even if you ask them, they would tell you to call the police. You've managed to gain their empathy. Why should the Maimura family have to shoulder this by itself? That's what would happen. That was it. It was sad, and it was frustrating, but no matter how much I wanted to help, my resolution alone can't save anything.
そんなにも
Are kids
子供って
this
無力なのかよ
powerless? I felt frustrated. I believed my feelings were stronger than anyone else's. I even thought they were stronger than Coach's, and yet, at that point, there were 2 knocks at my door. Mom poked her head inside.
起きてた
Were you awake?
God,
I've been calling you for dinner for a while. Oh, yeah,
今
I'm
行く
coming. I have a cracker. Every scene change, I'll have a cracker, just so I'm not chomping this whole time. It's way easier to talk with cereal in your mouth compared to a cracker. It kind of dries you out. As someone financially dependent on his parents, I shouldn't say this, but I just sat around doing nothing, and food appeared. It felt so naturally to me that I shamelessly thought it as the responsibility of the parents who gave birth to me. When I realized that natural thing was a right, I came to realize how hard it was to grant that privilege to others. Even the boring meal in front of me, no better than it ever was, had more meaning than that tonight. There was food for 3 on the table right now, for Dad, Mom, and me. I couldn't imagine how hard it would be to add another place at the table. Think, Keiichi. If it was hard to make food for 4, then just think about how 4 people could eat food made for 3. Oh! I changed around the way I thought and began to consider an unthinkably bold plan. That's right. I didn't need to get my parents' permission. She could just live here in secret. I got upset when I found out a while ago, but I remembered right. If you climbed out the window and then shimmied down the first floor roof of the gutter, you go in and out of the house directly from my room. Sadako's physical ability far surpassed my own, so it'd be easier for her. I hadn't even thought about it, but her living here secretly was a necessity. I don't like to bring her to my house, and the public agencies said they would wait and see. In other words, if Sadako's uncle would continue to be her guardian. If, in such a situation, word got out that she was here, her uncle would barge in and drag Sadako back. Her uncle was her rightful guardian, so my parents would hand her over without an argument, no doubt. So I needed to keep it a secret that she was living here. This is actually not impossible. I'm not going to lie. It's definitely not probable, but this is relatively realistic compared to everything else that he's been saying. If it needs to be a secret, then have my parents help would mean a lot, but gotta see real eyes first, like I always say. Now this I disagree with. Okay. Persuading my parents was an unrealistic proposition, so I'll search for a way to have her live here in secret. When I was around, she would just have to be really quiet in my room on the 2nd floor. The issue was the daytime. She was hiding from her uncle. She shouldn't go to school. Might be lonely, but not going would be the better option. I could teach the stuff that she learns in her grade. Actually, during school, I mostly help the younger kids out rather than study my own stuff. Yeah. During the day, I would need to go to school, so I wouldn't be at home. My parents respect my privacy now that it's this age, so they wouldn't go snooping in my room. I think. If she holed herself up in my room, it should be okay, right? My parents did come, thanks to her to the 2nd floor where she could hear their approach from the sound of them coming to the stairs. There'd be a little time before they got all the way up. A few seconds. She could hide herself in the closet. Wait, Keiichi. Something doesn't make sense. If she can't go to school, then what will she do for lunch? Calm down. I could just leave her my own lunch, couldn't I? I could just go to school without lunch and get everyone else to split theirs. Okay, this is good. No more contradictions or oversights, right? Oh, breakfast and dinner. I could somehow get her to go without breakfast. I could go with 2 meals a day when I sleep in on Sundays, after all. Yeah, every night I pretend as though I had a bigger appetite than asked for a bigger helping, and then I could just give some of that to her. As a test, I stood up from my seat with my plate of fish in my hands.
よし、ご
Sorry,
飯
Keiichi,
は
sit down and eat your food.
ちょっと
I'm
気
kind
分
of not
自分の部屋で
Can
食
I
べて
take
も
this up in my
あ
room?
らばら
Don't make a
食事
mess.
は
Eat
しょ
dinner at the dinner table. Sorry.
ごめん
Hey, wait, I only tried to take away 1 plate of fish and they ganged up on me. In reality, it's impossible for me to smuggle food away with my parents knowing about it. But it must have been worth taking the time to think about. There's some trick, some method to avoid them realizing. Even if I can't think of one today, I might think of one tomorrow. My appetite was fading, so I finished early and went back to my room. I went back there and tried to think about it from Sadako's point of view. For example, let's say they were coming up the stairs right now. I've got to hide. Open the closet. Clatter, clatter. It didn't open quietly. Hey, wait, didn't it always open smooth and quiet? Why was it doing this? Was this house safe? Was it already showing signs of dilapidation, or were these hinges just not greased? Could I apply some lubricating wax? The sound itself may have been soft, but it left me uneasy as to whether my parents would detect it when they climbed the stairs. This was an easy problem. I could do something about it. I had to fix it up a little bit so it didn't make noise. For now, I closed myself in the closet so I hid. I always left my futon on the floor. Couldn't think of any real reason my parents would go in my closet. Even so, there could be some reason they would. I might need to construct a camouflage so she couldn't be noticed if they did. But the more she worried about that, the less time she'd have to hide. Maybe more likely they heard a noise, and then I had to go to the bathroom. The bathroom! Shit! The need to use the toilet. So obvious, and yet a fatal flaw. The only bathroom was on the 1st floor. It'd be absolutely impossible for me to use it without my family realizing. I might need to set up a portable toilet like a chamber pot. Sadako would hate it, so she can go in my room. But the stench would be terrible. Anyone sensitive would notice the smell without coming into the room. The bath was okay, though. She could just take a bath when my parents were out. But I couldn't do anything about a toilet. When her stomach started to hurt, my parents were lazing around downstairs, she'd be in trouble. It was then that I noticed I'd been clawing my head with both hands. I sat down in the dark closet, my knees against my chest, buried my face with them and tore my hair. The more I thought, the more contradictions popped up. The more I thought, the more things just failed. The more I worried, the more I was reminded how little power I actually had. My back hurt from staying in a cramped place for so long. I was such a Sadako, I need to force her to feel this pain. To live in a dark, narrow, suffocating place forever. But it would still be better than being abused by her uncle, or so I wanted to think. It got hard to breathe, so I gave in and crawled out of the closet. I looked at the clock, and to my surprise, it was 3:30 in the morning. It felt like so little time, but it was so unbelievably long. When I realized I was thinking about the terrible urge to sleep as if the time had only just now caught up with me. Didn't have enough strength to fight it, and I just fell on my futon. Shit, man, I can't go to sleep like this. If I waste any time, I'm taking the wait-and-see attitude that everyone else did. I needed to keep worrying about how to rescue her for a minute or a second longer than everyone else. Isn't there a better way? Isn't there a better way? That one phrase I spoke to myself swirled around and around in a spiral. It took over my whole mind. From the last moment of consciousness, I thought there were a lot of blind spots in my concerns tonight, but I wasn't wrong for having these ideas. Tomorrow, I would suggest this bold plan to the others. Mia might be able to help somehow, and Reina was sharp, so she might have a good suggestion. And above all, we need to rescue Sadako, with everyone helping. I felt pathetic for letting myself fall asleep. I'm sorry, Sadako. Shit, man. Apologies for the lack of insightful commentary, but I feel like, for the most part, it speaks for itself. The ceiling blurred into view. It was hot. There was a thin layer of moist sweat on me. Voices of the cicadas permeated my room, were grating to my head. What? Today's not Sunday, is it? I remember today was a weekday. I brought myself to consciousness. Then I leapt out of bed. Clock were a little before 10! I was totally late. I wandered downstairs. My mom would get mad at me. Nothing I could do, though. Reviewing the schedule for the school day for a moment. A lot of abuse, a lot of stress. Yeah, this is a really, this is a good thought process. This is really good. He took every avenue, you know? This is way harder than it sounds. He's making it very clear. This is not a problem that you can really solve, you know? Not as some 15, 16-year-old kid. It's just not possible. You can't do anything. Hurried and got dressed, then went down the stairs. There was no sign of my parents. Maybe they went out somewhere. So that's how it was. Well, they were probably woken me up once this morning. They fell back asleep without remembering it. And my parents, thinking I'd gone to school, they'd left. Something like that probably happened. I went to the front door, and as I expected, it was locked. Looked like I was right. I was further evidence of my speculation being correct. Realized my parents weren't here. I felt less like I had to rush to get to school. There's one portion of breakfast left in the dining room. Probably mine. Milk they poured had gone warm a while ago. Realized I already be a sink food for Sadako. Yesterday I cried. Well, thinking back, food wasn't the only issue. I was in a position where I could care for Sadako by myself anyway. Such a heavy thing to save a single person. I see this on TV and comics all the time. Those feel-good words about how you'll save your friends for sure and such. Was that why I ran my mouth like that, swearing to save her? Because I wanted to feel good about it? No, it can't be true. Because the fact was, I couldn't save her. Because I didn't want to think like an adult, like I couldn't do anything but watch. Had Sadako gone to school today? I realized that was a meaningless question. Whether or not she did, there wouldn't be a change in the environment she placed in. If I couldn't save her, no one else could either. Then we could only pray for a miracle. Are we so powerless? With the vague goal of getting to school in mind, I put on my shoes and stumbled out the door. I'd only overslept by 2 or 3 hours, but the sunlight and air felt completely different from how they usually were in the morning. Well, of course they did. Once 10 o'clock came around, you couldn't call it morning anymore. It didn't feel like walking the same old route to school. I needed to ultimately end up there, but it was like I didn't want to choose the shortest route, the most proactive one to get there. Put in a more positive light, maybe I want some time to walk by myself and think. I had to go to school, probably to make sure she was safe. But I hadn't come up with any plans yet. Nothing since last night. The path I took was in the wrong direction. If I went this way, I passed Reina's house, on the dam site. It'd be quite a detour. I calculated how long the detour would end up being, then satisfied with the answer, started to walk. Reina had brought me to the dam site a few times. One section of it turned into an unlawful, oversized garbage dump, and Reina really liked going fishing for junk in there. Thought that she'd come off as a completely normal girl too. I don't know about that one, Chief. I'm gonna have to call your bluff on that one. I can think of a few other qualities she could do without, but whatever. Okay. We're on the same page. Oh, whoops. The view opened up wide. I was hit by a strong wind. There was no shelter near this big dam site. It was a good thing I came here, I thought. But at least it was more healthy to think about stuff in a place like this. Instead of my cramped bedroom. Took a deep breath. Filled my lungs with the rich, cold air unique to Hinamizawa. Ring, ring. Turned around reflexively. It was a bicycle bell. Considering where I was standing, I don't think they were trying to get me out of the way. I rang the bell because they wanted something from me.
Yeah.
Yo! Tomitake! Dab me up, son. What's up?
君ひなみ
You're
さん
from Hinamizawa, right?
そうですけど
Yeah, why? I've seen this person around a few times. Right, I remembered. His name was Tomitake, freelance photographer, lived in Tokyo. Your girlfriend's gonna die in like 2 days, bro. Have fun with that. But while you're here, have a good time, man. We love you. He would zealously visit Hinamizawa every season and take pictures. Or so Mio and the others told me, I think. Could you tell me how to get to the Furude Shrine from here? I think I left my map at the end. I don't know where to go. The shrine from here? I knew where everything was in my head, but explaining how to get there was difficult. I was a little irritated I haven't been bothered for this. When I realized my detour meant something, that feeling faded quickly. I'll tell you, but it's a little difficult to explain. I can bring you there if you don't mind. Really? I mean, you're dead. Thanks a lot. But are you sure? Did you have something to do? Tomitake appeared to have realized how strange it was for a student to be out at this summer day. I smoothly told him not to worry about it. Turned my back and started walking to the shrine. He turned his bike around and came after me. sorry. Don't worry, all guys have times when they need to split up from the pack and be lone wolves for a while. What a free-minded freelancer. It was easier for me, too, that he was under that impression. I'm Tomitake, freelance photographer. I specialize in wild birds and landscapes. I'm still pretty unknown, though. It seemed absurd for him to introduce himself when I was just showing him to the shrine, but he gave me his name, so I needed to give my back. I'm Maibara. Pleased to meet you, I guess. Maibara-kun. Pleased to meet you. He seemed like a pretty silly man. That was kind of good, considering I've been suffocating with worry all last night. Along the way, he spoke at length how precious the nature in Hinamizawa was, and how it was a treasure trove of rare wild birds. Despite my not having asked, I wasn't interested in what he had to say, but he seemed to be enjoying himself, so I left him to it. These steps will take you up to the shrine. Thank you. You really helped me out. I think I'm a little late. As he mumbled to himself, he left his bicycle nearby and started to climb the stairs. I didn't have a watch, but as far as my internal clock was guessed, it's still a little late in the morning. School wasn't far, so I could kill a little more time till then. With that in mind, I went up the steps in pursuit. I reached the top of the staircase. I arrived at a wide-open shrine that was too grand-looking for this tiny village. Tomitake, oh, there he is. It looked like he was supposed to be meeting someone here. Then he got lost and was late. He was bound to a lady. It must have been the person he was meeting. There's the girlfriend. She got that big-ass forehead, and she's dead in a couple days. Oh, is that you, Maibara? Hello there. You off from school today, too. What? Oh, Maibara, you followed me? I wasn't really planning to. Just want to kill some time. Oh my, arriving at work late like an executive. How refined. You certainly are famous, taking the time to look like a big shot. Who was I, a celebrity? Well, she didn't say my name out of nowhere anyway. I was only concerned about what she meant by famous. Oh, you still can't remember my name? This is Mio Takano-san. She works at the village clinic. Maibara, you seem healthy, so you probably haven't been to the hospital much, have you? Now that we're finally acquaintances, next time you're sick or anything, I'll give you a little bit of special treatment. This lady named Takano-san. I didn't remember her. Maybe we passed each other on the street, but I was pretty sure this was the first time we talked. Well, it's Hinamizawa. Even if I don't know a person's name, it's not unusual for them to know mine. I glanced at Takano and saw she had a bag and camera. Are you photography partners? Was that why you were meeting each other? Oh, we're nothing like partners. I am but an amateur, and Jiro is gently initiating me into it. Right? That's not it at all. Takano's a quick learner. She can take pictures just fine without my guidance. I mean it. I couldn't tell which of them was ahead in the conversation. Well, they were one couple you couldn't get tired of watching. The festival's coming up the day after tomorrow. Hope I can take some good pictures this year. You're cooked, lady. I plan to take some shots in the sun tomorrow. I want to capture the festival energy shown by the preparations for it, too. Oh, I remember. There was some village festival called Wanagashi or something the day after tomorrow on Sunday. They hold a service with pile of futons so we give thanks to the guardian deity Oishiro, I think. Oh, you're correct. You have quite extensive knowledge about having just moved here. Yeah, it's a festival to give thanks to Oishiro-sama. Takano smiled somehow meaningfully, but didn't tell me what part of a festival to thank. Oishiro needed to be laughed at. Cryptic as ever, Takano-san. But I do wonder what will happen this year. You know what they say, if it happens twice, it'll happen a third time, but it's already happened 4 times. There's left evidence that it won't happen a fifth time, don't you think? I know what they meant by their whispered exchange. On the day of the Watsunagashi, a freak death always occurs, which people call Ueshiro-sama's curse, and a disappearance occurs that people call being demoned away. These strange events that happened 4 years running, and Watsunagashi rapidly approached the day after tomorrow, marked the 5th. Oishiro-sama puts a curse on enemies in the village, huh? If it does happen this year, I wonder who will find themselves in government. Metaphorical! Oh, and I was coming to pray and donate money whenever I visit. It won't be me, for sure. Oh, is that so? We say Oishiro-sama's been especially harsh on outsiders recently, you know? Maibara may have only moved in, but he's a proper member of Hinamizawa. But you, Jiro-sama, are a stranger. You only come by once a year. I wonder, will they let you go by this year? That's harsh. Tomitake was the only one with a pain grin, but we were all smiling, me included. Oishiro-sama. The one who used a curse to kill people involved with the damn construction project, one after the next. He killed the damn construction manager, killed Sadako's parents for supporting it. Next year he killed their aunt. Deeming Wei was part of that curse, and you could add Sadashi to the list of victims. As I thought about it, as in the serial freak death incidents, the overwhelming majority had the last name Hojo. Half a dozen disappearances have come from the Hojo family. The Hojo family lived here in Hinamizawa. I mean, Oishiro-sama punished and cursed them particularly harshly, because despite that, they had been in favor of the dam.
サトコのおじが帰
Ever heard
って
the
きた
news
って
that
話
Sadako's
は
uncle's returned?
聞いてますか？
Takano, who had been enjoying a few words of Tomitake, was caught unaware about my sudden inquiry.
ごめん
Oh, I'm sorry.
今なん
What was that?
いえ、
Sadako's parents.
だったら順番的に
Killed
は
by the curse and her aunt too. So I was wondering if
次は
maybe
お
if
じ
you
の
went
番
murder
か
her
去
uncle would
年
be
の
next.
語りで
Ran out miserable
おば
death
が
from
無
curse
残な
last
死
year.
に
Her
方を
uncle let
し
fear take over and flood his town,
お
right?
社様
Oh,
は
sure
確
doesn't
か
allow people trying to abandon the village,
裏
does
を
it?
捨てて逃げ出そうとするのは
I hadn't intended to be
許さな
quite
かった
this
ですね。
persistent, but those words just flowed out of my mouth without me thinking about it. Right. Oishiro-sama's curse. I didn't believe in something so unrealistic, of course, but the fact was that every year, unfortunate accidents and incidents happened to enemies of the village. Like Takano just now, it had happened 4 times. No one could say there wouldn't be a 5th.
面白い
That's an
説明
interesting
確か
suggestion.
に
It's true that if you look at those
過去の
sacrifices of previous
犠牲者を見れば
years, those named Hojo
北
come
条
up quite
質の
frequently.
延長とし
Given
て
how
考
long it's
え
gone
れ
on for,
ば
her uncle being the one to die of
今
the
年は
spirit
お
of the
じが
series
死
is
ぬ
out of the question.
もう
Not
高野さん
again,
怒る
Takano.
かも
Don't
しれ
laugh
ない
about
不
it. It
幸を
could
笑うのは
happen.
良くないよ。
I'm sorry, but Oishiro's curse is my life's work. Takano gave off a mysterious, intellectual impression. Her life's work was mysterious in its own right. She probably really liked inexplicable supernatural phenomena or something.
高野さんは
Takano, you seem like you know a
お社
lot
様
about
の方から
Oishiro.
の
Give me your honest
北条
thoughts.
の
Given that he's a Hojo and he's
あの
returned, what are the
帰って
chances
きた
that
お
the
じが
uncle will fall to the
あ
curse?
ら何
My,
その
what?
お
You
じ
seem
さん
like you
を
really want
殺
this
した
uncle
く
of hers
て
dead. That
そんなんじゃないです
is not,
うん
I wonder.
神様
It
の
all
気
depends
ま
on
ぐ
the
れ
whims
次
of
第
God.
だね。
前原君
Maibara-kun,
サンタクロース
do you know
の
the
正
true
体は
identity of
知って
Santa
る
Claus? Huh? I got a strange question all of a sudden and couldn't immediately answer.
何
What, you don't
パ
know?
パよ
It's your dad.
みんなの家
Dad's in
の
everyone's
パパ
family.
なん
What?
でそういう意味
That's
ですか
what you
そ
meant?
りゃ
Well,
そう
of
だって
course.
どんなものの
Everything
正
ultimately
体だっ
comes
て
down to humans in the
最
end.
初だってここは
After all,
人
humans
間
are
し
the
かい
only
ない
ones
世
living in
界
the
なんです
world.
から
You answered your own question.
全ての現象
All
は
strange things should be implementable
人間で
in
解明
terms
で
of
きるはず
human
です。
actions. I feel like I put that somewhat strangely, but Takano was not as dissatisfied as I might have
あ
guessed.
ら
Oh, it's impressive that you caught on at such a young age. You're right. Strange things that happen in the world of man are all caused by man for his own benefit. Maibara, I'll ask you again then. This time, not Santa Claus, but Oyashiro-sama. Do you know anything about who Oyashiro-sama is? Takano took a step towards me and gazed into my eyes as she asked. Santa was really the parents of every family's children. If lionizing that legend was a corporate tactic to profit during Christmas, then what was Oyashiro? Didn't you already say? There are only humans in this world. Everything can be explained by human actions, right?
平一君、こ
Maibara-kun,
こだけの話だ
keep this to yourself, okay?
高野さんはね
This、string of freak death incidents
親代
attributed
様
to
の語りを
Oishiro-sama's
ひな
curse.
み沢の村人
Takano's
が
view is that they're
何かの儀式に基づいて
premeditated
行
homicides
ってい
performed by the
る
people of Hinamizawa
人
and
為的
based on
殺
some kind
人
of
事件で
ceremony.
ないかと見ている。
誤解しない
No,
で
don't misunderstand me. My life's work is to
私は
research
それに
teachings,
至る
thoughts, and
当に
cultures
は
from the viewpoint of
別
folklorism.
に犯人
I
が
don't care at all
誰
about who the
か
culprit
なん
really
て
is.
そこだけ
Just keep that in
勘違
mind,
いしない
please.
でちょうだいね
I could tell she was saying some crazy stuff. To use a food analogy, like you force feed a duck to be fattened. She forced her words down my throat, so it felt like.
そもそも
To understand that in the first place, you have to go all the way back to ancient times, when Hinamizawa was called Onigafuji, or the Demon's Abyss. The transcendents who lived there believed themselves to carry the blood of demons, and so were only half human. Takano, having entered her home field, leaned forward and began to speak of ridiculous matters. Tomitake realized she was overdrawing me and interrupted for me.
高野さん、
Takano, you can't just chatter on about that stuff to Maibara. Look, he's
彼もね、怒っ
confused.
てるよ。
あら
Oh
So,
my, are you? If
Hideki
you want to hear
ni
more,
Kyoto
ask me
ni
anytime.
Maibara
I have
kira
heaps of the
Yokashino no
grotesque
Otoko no
stories that
Yatsuki
boys your age
Sanda.
seem to love hearing.
ありがとう
Thank
気が向
you.
い
If
た
I
ら
feel like it, I
そのう
will.
ちに
For now, I softly and safely gave my refusal. Takano seemed a little unhappy that Tomitake had ran on her parade, but she stopped talking about it then. Even so, it was a pretty interesting story. That Oishiro-sama's curse, which she thought of as strange freak deaths, were homicides perpetrated by people of the village.
まあ
Well, I mean, if you thought about it logically, it would have to be. I mean, people wouldn't be dying because of a curse. Someone's killing people and making it look like one.
そうね
Indeed.
それが誰
As
な
for
の
who
か
that is, it might be safer not to try and
研
find
究
out.
しない方が無難ね
高野さんは
You seem like you
知ってそう
know,
ですね
Takano-san.
証拠は
You
ない
may
ま
not
で
have proof, but you seem
確
like
信
you
を持って
believe
いる
it.
くらいには
Oh my, why do you think that? I just kind of felt it, vaguely. It didn't seem like her extreme passion for this would calm down just because these things were taboo or because it was safer and easier. This person loved walking through the profound, forbidden abyss of risks and taboos. Let's leave it at that, Daichi-kun. I just helped you escape, and now you're trying to talk about Oyashiro again. I want to take a nice walk while it was cool. Sometimes I seem a little disappointed not be able to go on the dating plan since I brought up a weird topic. Right now, there's something I want to ask, just for a little bit, and that was about whether Sadako's uncle will be chosen for the curse this year. If he was, then another miracle would happen, just like last year. Terrible incident would happen again, but it would release Sadako from her unfortunate circumstances once more. Well, I do have a few suspicions as to the kind of people who would probably become involved, of course. It's a natural and inevitable conclusion for anyone who's researched the history of the Onigifuchi village. Who do you mean? What would I do if I knew? If I asked that question, the other me deep inside, but got no reply. How enthusiastic. What would you do if you knew? Nothing, really. If you found out, you might get in danger yourself, you know? Maybe the 5th year's curse would be you. Sakano, toying with Taboo, gave a devilish, satisfied smile, as though nothing in the world would be more amusing. She was probably trying to tease me, but didn't feel like going along with her little game one bit. You like to talk pretty big, but you don't really know yourself, do you, Takano? I had a tinge of irritation in a roundabout way of speaking, but those emotions escaped my mouth like water flowing through a strainer. Even I was surprised how directly had spoken out about what I felt. Of course, I was the only one taken aback. Oh my, you're something. Maybe just a boy, but you can provoke people. How unexpectedly rugged. I don't dislike people like that, you know? Takano's tongue poked out of her mouth. I was convinced that it was long, thin, and split in the middle like a snake's. Alright, I'll tell you. What? But you have to promise me 3 things. 1, don't regret it, no matter what I tell you. 2, don't tell anyone. 3, don't tell anyone I told you. I gulped firmly and nodded. Tomochake made an exaggerated expression of distress, gave a dry, vague smile, and lit a cigarette. Please tell me, who is putting the curse on people? Who is it? Who's deciding who gets cursed? After I said that, I finally realized why I wanted to know. It was so that you could parlay with them, perhaps? Good cracker. So we're just going to go right back where we left off, right? You're not going to leave us in the dark, right? Are you fucking kidding me? Many of my classmates are playing freely in the school year. A few of them had just run out of the school building after putting on their shoes and tapping their toes to the ground. Like they just finished eating lunch. From a time and building standpoint, I succeeded. Oh, Maibaro-san, you okay? A few girls noticed me and came running over. It's only natural they were worried. You'd think if someone wasn't there in the morning, they'd be out the rest of the day, you know? Well, I'm just late for school. Don't worry about it. Anyway, what about Sadako? Did she come in today? Girls exchanged glances. That's a no. I saw a thin shadow fall over their faces and knew the answer without needing to hear them reply. Sadako was absent today, too. When all was said and done, after being out 3 days, she'd only come back for 1. And now she was out again. Who knew she'd come tomorrow? Yeah, but the teacher said she got a phone call from Sadako. She said she had a cold. Chie said everyone should make sure to rinse their mouths out really well. Wait, Chie-sensei, that's a little too thick-headed, don't you think? You're a teacher, ain't you? Why can't you be a bit more sensitive and catch on to the fact that her pupil is sending out an SOS? But even if she did, there's nothing we could hope for. Most she could do was a home visitation. She didn't have any rights to take Sadako from her uncle into safety. No matter the results, it would end up with, like the public agencies, with a wait and see. It would just piss Sadako's uncle off, and her suffering would grow deeper. Then wasn't saying she had a cold the best option? She's right. Be careful not to catch a cold, got it? Oh, I just remembered. I have to tap back into this. It's better for the analytics that way. You can go now. There's still plenty of time left in lunch break. The girls excitedly scattered in the courtyard. Oh, Keiichi-kun! Rena's yelling out the classroom window, waving her hand. A moment later, Mia and Rika poked their heads out, too. We were very worried that even you would be absent today. Thank goodness. You don't seem sick. You look pretty okay. I felt a little uncomfortable with her saying that I didn't look sick, but I didn't care that much. What happened? Overslept? Well, late is late. I think if I said it was late because of a train accident she let slide. You overslept? Mia was being a bit persistent. She couldn't put her club presence app and told me for being late. Maybe she didn't have an interview. So I said she was right. There's still more bento. Everyone eat up. Without Keiichi's here, we couldn't have any fun. Sadako's still absent, huh? Even Reina, fighting cheerfulness, couldn't stand to hear that, and her face darkened. She called this morning. Apparently she said her cold came back. She was staying home again. She said it might go on for a while, too. She must be sad, so we're talking about going to visit. What are you saying, Rika-chan? Not pleased with her wearing a wide smile as it was a happy occasion, I threw cold water on her. Oh, well, metaphorically. I got scared for a second. Like, what the fuck? We know best of all she doesn't have a cold, don't we? Don't ever tell a fib like that again, even as a joke. I'll get mad next time. Alright? Rika furrowed her brow, looked down, and mumbled an apology. It's not just you, Keiichi. It's hard for everyone. I know I'm not the only one worrying, but none of us can do anything either, can we? That's true, but I got the feeling I would cause another fight if this exchange went on, so I apologize first. Sorry, I'm sorry. So just forget what I said. It's hard for everyone, right? Must be. I was at least clear, however, that was the only one who'd worried so much about rescuing her. Oh, shut the fuck up, dude. At the very least, everyone else got the normal amount of sleep last night. Probably had good dreams, too. Definitely hadn't stayed up all night thinking so desperately. I know it might not be what you want to hear after getting to school, but you were late today, Kei-chan. Did it have anything to do with Sadako being absent? What? Yeah, what are you talking about? Sometimes you got kind of foolhardy, Kei-chan. When both you and her were absent this morning, we seriously thought you might have kidnapped her and hidden her somewhere. Easy for you to say. If I could have, I'd have done it last night. None of them had really thought about how difficult that clear-as-day solution was. I was up thinking all night, thinking until the night was brightening, and then I concluded that I couldn't do anything of the sort. Don't be dumb. I couldn't hide someone. You're right. I'm sorry. I apologize if I upset you. Don't worry about it. Anyway, let's eat some food. I'm starving. Took my bento out of my bag. Everyone moved to make a spot for me to sit. Maibara-kun, did you just get here? Just as I was about to stick my chopsticks in, Chie-san came along. Yeah, sorry for being late. I overslept. What the heck? Even the teacher was giving me that strange look. When you're finished eating, could you and the president come to the teacher's lounge? There's something I want to talk about. Probably about Sadako. Since they left it at that, went back in the hallway. Eat lunch couldn't wait. Let's go, meal. You're right. Me and I exchanged looks, nodded to each other, and got up. It's probably about Sadako. No doubt about it. Yeah, they were saying she had a cold, but everyone in class knew the truth. I didn't think I wouldn't have reached the teacher's ears by now. I kept playing dumb, so I think she gave up asking me. Revealing the truth to the teacher would worsen the situation. Was that why she hadn't said anything? It would, yeah. Or was it because she was Sadako's friend and knew she was trying to endure the trial of uncle abuse to get her brother to come home? What should we do? Maybe we should use this chance to get a collective opinion. What do you want to do, Rika? Meep. Sadako's closest and best friend was Rika-chan. However much I pretended to be her nickname, didn't come close to the amount of time they'd spent together. So I felt like her opinion should be held in the highest regard. I know why Sadako is enduring her uncle's torture. Everyone looked startled and turned to me. Back then, whenever Sadako was abused, she cried and invited her brother. But Sadako thinks that in the end, that's why her brother ran away. Who did you hear that from? The coach, I'd bet. I nod quietly. Sadako believes her brother will come back if she can withstand the abuse. That's why she's trying to push through. But that assumption has nothing to do with Sadashi coming back. It hurts to say that about Sadako, but it's the truth. Everyone hung their heads. Everyone was thinking the same thing. Sadako won't be happy no matter who helps her. She wants to withstand everything with her own strength. But is it really right to respect that? I don't think it is. Even if Sadako hates us for a while, I think there will come a time when we need to save her against her will. And I think that time might be now. I told them all about what I saw and how I felt when I went to Sadako's yesterday. Keiichi, so you think we should tell someone? Of course, only after we're sure that reporting it will guarantee your safety. Without being sure of that, it could get more dangerous instead. It's a difficult problem. You think we can get a definite promise out of the teacher? I had no confidence, but we had to try. Meanwhile, Rika had her hand raised for a while, as if asking for an opportunity to speak. I will leave it to Keiichi. What? Is that okay, Rika? Keiichi's thinking about Sadako more than anyone else here. If Keiichi thinks that we need to tell someone, then I have no complaints. Thanks. Mion, Reina, are you okay with that? Mion seemed to hesitate, not knowing if she should agree. But when she saw Reina's firm nod, she made up her mind and did the same. Okay, let's go, Mion. Right. Intense conversation about to happen. I don't think telling the teacher's the right call, though. Only Chie was in the teacher's lounge. We didn't see the principal anywhere. The schedule on the blackboard on the principal's name said training, going straight home. Our principal's sense of justice was too strong. Sadako's problems wouldn't be solved with something so vague. Maybe it was a stroke of good luck that he wasn't here. When the teacher saw me and I come in, she closed up her curry bento, saving the rest for later. Sit over there, please. She told us to take a seat in the chairs directly in front of the principal's seat. I hadn't sat in this chair since doing the paperwork for transferring in. Two of us sat there uncomfortably before the teacher walked over carrying a notebook and a ballpoint pen sat in front of us. Maibara, you were absent this morning. Did something happen? I'm sorry, I overslept. Really? I have no reason to lie. She never aroused me in suspicion. Now I was sure of it. She wanted to talk about Sadako. In any case, I think you two already know, but your friend Hojo has been away frequently lately. Neither Mion nor I had anything to say in response, but the teacher proceeded, not minding. Would you happen to know anything? There are some people in class spreading bad rumors. Mion looked down and remained silent as though she were being lectured. She sent me a quick glance. Everyone made up their minds. They'd be leaving things to me. Mion-kun, or you, Maibara-kun? I won't get mad or anything, okay? If you know something, I want you to tell me. Sensei, can we ask you a question first? She must not have anticipated that response. She looked surprised, yeah. I don't know what rumors are going around about Sadako in class, but if these rumors happen to be true, what would you do, Sensei? Well, what would I do? If it's true, then I can't leave it alone. Can't leave what alone, exactly? What would you do? Sensei's eyebrows shot up. Maybe I said it like I was trying to pick a fight. Maibara-kun, I'm being serious here. So am I. I'm also being completely serious right now. Answer me. If it were true, what wouldn't you leave alone? Sensei took a few breaths and began to speak slowly. First, I'd have to visit their house to confirm the situation. Her uncle might get mad and drive you away, though. Well, okay. Let's say you did meet with Sadako and her uncle. Then what? Then I'd ask whether it was true. Once I got the facts, I'd go from there. Please stop talking so vaguely. What exactly would you do? Even despite my tone being so provocative, Chie bit back her emotions and listened calmly. I thought then, she was a good teacher. Yeah, Chie really did have her students' best interest at heart. But she didn't have the power or the authority to save Sadako. If she let her sense of justice run away with her, the situation could get more complex. Sensei folded her arms, and for a few moments she closed her eyes as though mentally concentrating. When they opened again, there was a strictness there I hadn't seen before. There's a law called the Child Welfare Law that states that abuse against children will not be allowed no matter who it is. So it would seem. Then what? I contact the Child Consultation Center. You said just now that I wouldn't be turned away, didn't you? Child welfare can bring the police with them if the situation demands. They will not submit to intimidation. How many days would it take after you contact the social worker and submit the paperwork for it to be saved? It would be the same day. Their job is to guarantee the immediate safety of children. I know that. That's if they decide there's an urgent need. If they didn't, they'd do the same as you. They'd go from there. They'd wait and see, right? They'd just watch and make her mood sour, and Sadako be stuck with him there. Kei-chan, that's going too far. I'm not lying, am I? Last year, the year before, that's what happened when the child welfare people came, isn't it? And what happened? You and Sensei would know about it a lot better than I would. I'd said too much. I didn't need Mion to tell me that. I was talking crazy, itching for a fight. I was supposed to tell her about the situation only after I was sure we could save her, but I basically told her everything from the start. Chie looked at the clock, stood up, and picked up the phone at the principal's seat. Hello, put me through to extension 3455, please. Is this okay, Kei-chan? Is this okay? It was too late. The die had been cast. Now we can only pray. Oh, thank you for answering my call. I'm Chie, licensed teacher at the Hinami's Primary School, with Director Watanabe having to be in the guidance office. Yeah, that's right. Something urgent came up, so I'd like to contact the principal as soon as I can. Yep, thank you. Please tell him immediately. Yes, thank you. Teacher put down the phone and tilted her head back and took a breath like I always did. I'll ask the two of you again. Are the rumors going around true? Yes. Yesterday I went to Sadako's house and saw for myself how bad it is. You can leave the rest to me. I'll do something for Sadako. Something. Please stop saying such ambiguous things. Not something. We have to save her. They haven't decided to wait and see again. How do you plan on taking responsibility? Well, I was yelling, the phone rang. Chie touched the receiver. Hey, I apologize for interrupting your training. Yes, actually it's about the issue with Sadako Hojo. Yes. Sensei waved us away, telling us we could leave. Mia went to leave, but I held my ground. I had a responsibility to make sure she stopped saying vague, ambiguous things. Didn't look like she was going to say anything substantial. I tell him the truth, even if I have to steal the phone. Yes. No, I haven't contacted him yet. Yes. I haven't confirmed it, but it seems pretty bad from what the children are saying. It's not just pretty bad. Do something about it. Now! Go and report it. I don't care who you tell, but I swear if they end up just waiting and watching, I'll never forgive you. I yelled angrily at Sensei and the principal from the other end. I wanted to somehow convey to them just how dangerous the situation was. I understand that. I'll tell them as much. Mion, please take Maibara back to the classroom. Yes, ma'am. Let's go. We should leave this to the teachers. You better promise. Till the very last moments, I glared at Sensei. Chie was feeling pressured by the likes of me. Idiot, this isn't the time to feel pressured. Now's the time when you give me a firm nod to reassure me. Even so, we are left things in our hands. At this point, we can't do anything but pray. Bam. Neon shut the door to the teacher's lounge. Well, that was rather emotionally charged. And honestly, I don't see this going well at all. I'll keep it on God with you. I'll keep it a buck. This isn't going to go well. Oh. And that's the chapter. Okay. So, in the interest of having a full stream next time around, we're going to do the tips today, and then we're going to call it, and we will finish episode 3 next Thursday. So, let's take a look at both of these tips. So, we have an article, and, statistics from the Ministry of Health and Welfare. That's fun. Article first off. Article 2, definition of child abuse. The term child abuse means the following acts committed by a custodian, meaning a person who exercises parental authority and a guardian of a minor or other person who is currently engaged in the custody of a child. Here and after the same shall apply. Against a child, meaning a person who is under 18 years of age. Here and after the same shall apply. 1. Assault the child in a manner that will cause or is likely to cause external injury on the body of a child. 2. Engage in indecency against a child or cause the child to engage in indecency. 3. Substantially reduce the amount of food for the child or abandon and neglect the child for a long period of time in a manner that may interfere with normal development of the child mentally or physically, or otherwise materially fail to perform the duty of a custodian, or speak or behave in a manner that was significantly traumatic to the child. Article 3. Prohibition. No person shall abuse a child. Law number, Act number 82 of 2000, authorized by Minister of Health and Welfare. Pretty cut and dry. But it's a matter of truth. Statistics. Let's go take a look at these. Year 19. Principal abusers in case reported to the Ministry of Health and Welfare. Total, 5,352. Mother by blood, 2,943, 55%. Mother not by blood, 203, 3.8%. Father by blood, 1,445, 27%. Father not by blood, 488, 9.1%. Year 19. Instances by type of abuse in cases reported to the Ministry of Health and Welfare. Total, 5,352. Physical abuse, 2,780, 51.9%. Neglect, 1,728, 32.3%. Psychological abuse, 458, 8.6%. Forbidden from going to school, 75, 1.4%. Sexual violence, 311, 5.8%. And just leaving that Sprite there the whole time, man? Fuck me. Alright, we are going to save right quick. It is not a happy game at fucking all, bro. They bait you by making you think, oh, we're just going to play baseball, and we're going to have a barbecue, and we're just going to have a good time, alright? We're going to play some games and we're just going to be nice. And then, bam, instantly. Ryukishi is so good at writing the happy, fun go time that when shit goes down, shit goes down. You gotta recognize that we started at the end of chapter 3, so the start of chapter 4. The first 3 chapters were nothing but fucking nonsense. It was the kids just having a good time, man. And then we just get to this. It's a lot, man. It's a lot. Alright. Well, I am going to quit the game now that I've saved and loaded. And we are going to call it for the day. So, ideally, I make this bad boy the thumbnail for the smaller video that's coming out on the channel. It's going to be the overview. It's so accurate, keep it real. And then this will go up as Return of Higurashi Thursdays, and we'll be back next week for more Higurashi. We will finish episode 3 then. Although, I will say, I'll probably be live tomorrow as well. Playing some League of Legends, probably. I don't know. I'll see. I'll pick up what they're throwing down. But for now, I will see y'all next time. Bow, 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 bow.